Yo, what is good, boys? Good afternoon. How are we doing, guys? We're doing a little mining. Happy Sunday. What's good to the boys? Anybody in the chat? What's good, Boo Boo? Clark, how we doing? BMaz, Inlad, what's good? I'm Bald Help, Smoking J, Dark Esther, Third Fret. Thank you so much for the 9 months on the stream, my man. I really appreciate that. Alkilda was good. Yo. Gamer versus Dev. Bliss. Smart Kool-Aid. Clark. Trenton. Yermi. Lou Buns. Kevin. Dylan. What is good, guys? Oh, Alkilda with the primer on the stream. Yo, thank you for the 2-monther. I really appreciate that. Every prime helps me stream another day. Thank you so much. The Iculus. What's good? GM, hi, what's up, Indako? Guys, what are you doing, man? What game are you playing today? Are you playing Leagues? Ironman? Back to main? What game are you playing? A little bit of both? Resident Evil 3, Leagues, Ironman, Leagues, OSRS main game, Spindle. I got Eye on the main game. You got Eye of Ayak on the main game, Indako. Yo, congrats, dude. A little bit of both. If I could, I would play nothing. What do you mean if you could, you would play nothing? Don't we all have the choice to do nothing with our lives every day? I believe you could do that if you wanted to. If you tried hard enough, you could absolutely do nothing. Minus 1.5 glowy's dry now? Oh, you're a tester. So you have to play games because you test them for work. So if you wish, you could not have that job so you didn't have to play. Gaming chores, I guess. Done with Leagues already. We were done with Leagues 4 days ago, 5 days ago. We finished every single possible thing that there was to do besides Dragon Cup, which I never had any intention of going for. Speaking of Leagues, I've been thinking, and I would like to have a little conversation if you guys are down, but what did you not like about Leagues? Was there anything that you wish was a bit better? Was there any way we can make the experience better for Jagex? Do you have any feedback? What did you guys think of it? The quest. Yeah, the quest was a pretty big topic. I think a lot of people did not like the quest. And that is one of the things that I had a little bit of an issue with as well, I would say, is the quest felt like they should have been optional. You know what I mean? The slow start. Yeah, that is a good one. I'll write that one down. It felt... I was complaining about this a little bit, but the first day felt like a slog. I don't know what they can do to fix that. Now, once you got your build, it accelerated pretty quickly. But the first couple of days, or like the first day played, felt pretty slow. And then it ramped. It ramped very fast. But I could see how maybe some people would feel like it was not fast enough at the start. They said they tried to make this league slower. Okay. So that maybe this was intended. I'm not sure if that worked or not, but it did feel a bit slow at the start. Bug testing before it gets released, always better to wait a couple of weeks to play, I guess. I like the XP from some quests. It was overwhelming for the first couple of days, but then it got fun. Buff everything so we can one-shot Zuck with one hit. More resets and multiple layouts. Okay. I'll tell you guys a couple of things that I had, kind of written down. Number one, I think that nothing should be locked behind quests. I would love if quests were optional and you could do them if you wanted the XP, but having to like do Final Dawn in order to do Doom, I would love if that was not a thing. If you want to do Final Dawn to send it to get the Archon Blade or to, to just get the experience from the quest, or if you've never done that quest before in the main game and you kind of wanted to just see what it was like in leagues and you wanted to use leagues as a way to skip the early game quest so you could just do the Grand Master quest, I think that that would be pretty cool. So that's kind of the like one change I probably would have made, at least for the next one. How do you guys feel about the drop rates in leagues? Do you like... For me, I did not like going dry in leagues. It felt a bit discouraging. Is there any way, would it be bad to either add dry protection or buff the drop rates a bit? If you didn't go dry, you would have finished in 3 days. Okay, so I have another. I did think about that, and if they did buff the drop rates, I would have finished even faster. But I have another idea to kind of combat that. I was thinking, number one, maybe they don't buff the drop rates, but they do like a 2 times dry protection on everything, just like how they have it on the Echo bosses. But what I was actually thinking is, why are we restricted to 3 zones? Has anybody thought about what leagues could have been like if they didn't restrict the zones? Like, why can we only play 3 zones? You know what I mean? Isn't leagues a place where people can experience the game at a expedited rate? They did that for leagues 2 or 3, and they said they're never going back to it. Okay, so this has happened before. So I have not played any other league besides this one. The meta gets stale so fast with the whole game unlocked. So by restricting 60% of the game, or whatever it is, I made up that percentage, people play different builds. They're trying to force uniqueness. They make you make another account to play the regions. Maybe all zones open up for you after your league points or something. So I don't want to make another account. I'm going to be honest with you guys. And I can only speak from my experience and what I think about the experience that I had. Number one, I would have loved to kill all of the other Echo bosses to see what they were like. Number two, it would have been cool to, try different bosses that I've never gotten to play. Like even Corp Beast, I've never done that. It could be fun to just go and do that in leagues. If I was watching Ryan, the RS3 guy, and I saw him, doing Cox for the very first time, and they were going in blind, him and Pup, and that looked really fun. And I was thinking like, wow, he won't be able to try TOA. He won't be able to try Tob, but it looks like he's having a lot of fun in these raids, right? So he would have to make another character if he wanted to try any different raids. And I was thinking, man, what if you could like lock your points or something, and then you could unlock different areas of the game, but you're not getting any points for being in there anymore? Like the option or the ability to unlock everything in the game, maybe at some kind of penalty. would be nice. Because once you finish your 3 zones, you get your points, and then you get your gear, there isn't much else for you to do. But if you had the ability to farm more packed resets, or you had the ability to farm to unlock more areas so that you could unlock the rest of the game, I think that could be fun potentially, just so that you could go and try the echo bosses, or you could go and try the raids with your build, and see how it does. It would be nice. And this is just something that I was thinking about, but I don't know if locking your character permanently to 3 zones. I like it at the start, but eventually I think you should be able to maybe unlock the rest of the zones. And then that way you can play through the entire game on leagues. And otherwise you're going to have to just make another character. But I would like that. Because there's just way too much of the game that you do not get to play when you restrict it to 3 zones. And so it's cool to like make your build and strategize and theory craft over that, but eventually it would be nice to just unlock the whole game. Also, I wanted to talk about thorns because defense in my opinion should never be like more damage over offense. And a lot of times when you're stacking defense to get more damage, it kind of breaks the game a bit. I think that thorns could have been fixed very easily. And instead of, you guys know how when thorns, it always rolls a max hit. Every time you get hit, the other person max hits on your thorns damage. Like, all they had to do was make it a 0 to 100% roll, so that thorns will sometimes hit zeros, but it will sometimes hit 100s. Like or 100% of its damage, which is like a 30. Instead of doing 30 damage, 30 damage, 30 damage every time you get hit, what if it was a 0 to 30 and it kind of rolled the damage? Because thorns is too strong right now because it max hits every single hit, but it counts as a melee hit. But I don't understand why thorns is rolling the max hit every time. You know what I mean? So balancing in leagues, this is something that's really tough to do. I understand that, but it could be fixed very easily. You push thorns before it even began. Well, that's because I tested leagues for 6 hours and I figured out that thorns was the best. Like, I figured it out really, really quick. Like, I knew that this was busted. It broke the game. I AFK'd Inferno and Coliseum with thorns. Like, it was disgusting. You checked Foe's guide? No, I never looked at any. I've never seen a Foe's guide. I don't think that's an issue, though, to be honest. I'm torn between playing osrs or TBC. I mean, they're both good games, bro. So that, I don't know, guys. That was my thought. I don't know if they can balance. I don't know if they can balance the builds in leagues or anything like that, but I do think that the thorns idea was a cool idea, but it shouldn't max it every time because it was kind of a little bit too game breaking. Another thing was, like, I think that the two-handed weapons in the game should probably be very strong, right? I don't see a lot. I saw a lot of people rocking like one-handed builds plus thorns, and that combination was really cool. But I don't really see anybody using mega rares. And I don't know if you really want something to go for at the end game. So if people lose interest in going for mega rares, it kind of, you need something to go for at the very late game. So I like the progression of like looking forward to getting a mega rare at the end game, because it gives you something to strive for towards the late game as well. And then you can kind of like complete your game. So I would love to see mega rares be great again in leagues, but that's again, that goes back to like the balancing issue, right? It goes back to the balancing thing. I like that the mega rares aren't super OP. To be fair, all the last 5 leagues, the mega rares focus. So personally, I'm enjoying that the mega rares aren't the best option this league. See, this is great that you guys have played multiple different leagues so that you can weigh in your opinion as well. Because I can only speak from my opinion on one league of what I thought. What I think of this one. Mega rares were completely broken in Gridmaster. Dude, I didn't even get to play Gridmaster at all. So I don't even have that experience to go off of. Megas being good gives you a lot of time with the OP build. There was a Kopesh. Okay, the Kopesh. I heard a lot about the Kopesh item as well. Every league has something OP and something that sucks. Last one was melee. Mage was complete trash. This time Mage was super OP and range is weak. I did hear that the T-Bow was pretty good in the last league. But that's just from what I heard. And the Kopesh was sick too. I guess for most people like you that aren't at Megas yet in the main game, you're probably looking forward to using them a lot. Yeah, so I was really looking forward to getting my 5 scythes and doing the blind bag build. And so far it's been really fun. I got my 2 scythes and it's hitting really hard. Even though I think No Monkey is saying that maybe scythes aren't the best DPS for blind bag anymore because of chances to proc range. I think he's kind of theory crafting with that a bit. I haven't looked into it too much, but maybe mock waddles might end up being better because of the double hit. Because something about the scythe triple hit doesn't proc ranged echoes or doesn't have a chance to proc your blind bag. So yeah. Double hit and haste, something like that. Okay, so I haven't looked into that too much, but maybe boppers are actually better than the scythe in your blind bag, which is definitely unique. Megas are fun to use when you're OP. Absolutely, absolutely. I'd like to use a fast scythe. They don't have they didn't reduce any ticks off of the mega rares, right? No, they did. They did. You have 2 tick shadow. You couldn't reduce tick off scythe. You could reduce T-bow to 3 tick, shadow to 2 tick, but you can't reduce the scythe. You couldn't reduce the tick on the scythe. Scythe in the Gridmaster was half speed. Okay, so did scythe kind of go crazy in Gridmaster? Yo, Random, thank you very much for the prime, by the way. I just saw that. Legend, my friend. I appreciate the support. So those were kind of... I want to just have that discussion with you guys to see what you were thinking about leagues. If there was anything you would change about it. I personally, just real simple, TLDR. I would have had nothing locked behind quests, but still let the quest be optional for XP. I would like a 2 times dry on everything. Going dry in leagues does not feel good at all. You know, like having to kill Zulrah 300 times, and it took me it was 12 hours of grinding Zulrah. That was tough for me until I went with the meta build to kill Zulrah faster. That was really the only thing I didn't enjoy of the league experience, was going dry on Zulrah. So there's a lot of the game that you don't get to play. They force you to roll an alt if you want to unlock the game. There's so many echo bosses I didn't get to try. I would have loved to try new bosses that I didn't get a chance to play, but they're locked behind different zones. So maybe giving you the ability to lock your league points and unlock all the zones so you can just have fun and you're not farming points from other zones. I think that could have been a really cool addition to the game. I would have loved to try more builds. I would have loved to try every build. I wanted to try Water Mage. I want to try Air Mage. I wanted to try Crossbow with Thorns. I wanted to try Mage with Thorns. So maybe the ability, if you play a lot, to unlock more resets in your talent tree could be fun. So you could play Air Mage one day, you could play Blind Bag another day, you could play One Tick with Thorns another day, as long as you're playing and you're getting, like, maybe you're Maybe every boss in the game has a chance to drop a awakened reset orb or something that you can reset your talent, so you can collect some resets. I think that would have been really cool. Even if it just dropped from the raid or something like that, you could farm build resets so that you could try out different builds. I think that would have been so sick. And then I would have liked to seen Thorns not hit 100%. If Thorns could still proc 0, so it wasn't so OP. And then I would have liked to see Mega Rares kind of be at least involved. I think Tumikin Shadow was probably the best play for a Mega Rare because of the 2-tick. That made people probably look forward to getting that. The blind bag scythe thing was cool. I was looking forward to getting my scythes. They're still very good, and I like that was included. And then the 3-tick T-bow, probably some people were doing that. I didn't see many people going for a T-bow in this leagues, but having the Mega Rares being a little bit more involved, or I just think that in general, just straight up, 2-handed weapons should do more damage than 1-handed weapons. That was kind of how I was feeling. Like that's the simplest way to put it, is like a 1-hander and a shield I don't think should ever do more damage than a 2-handed weapon. I don't know if they can balance that. Leagues is supposed to be a fun game where you just kind of break the game, so it's not a huge deal, but in general, 2-handed weapons I think should be better than 1-handed. That's all. So those were kind of my takes. Is like I wish I could have gotten to play every zone and try everything, even if I didn't get points for doing it, just for fun, without having to remake another account. More resets to try out all the builds, and just in general, like I wanted to play more. So I want to play more when I've finished the game and look forward to doing things, but there's nothing else I can unlock. There's no new bosses I can do or anything like that. So I would love to just have more to play, I guess. And locking yourself to 3 zones is not it. It felt a bit limiting. It comes down to wanting to experience more and try more. It's fun. It was really fun. But I felt like I could have gotten another week. Like if they unlocked the whole game, I could have gotten another week of gameplay out of it. I could have went and soloed Cox, and practiced my movement more. But I'm locked. I can't do Cox. I don't have Karen. I could have I could have taken Jay and taught him, like we could have went and we could do Godfly. You can go practice Godfly in leagues where you can practice the movement without, if you have Eternal Sustenance and Flask, if you're messing up the clicks, right? You could just eat through it and you could use it. I love the idea of using leagues as like a simulator for the main game. And when you only have access to 3 areas, or 5 areas total rather, you can't go and practice and use it as a simulator, right? And I think that's what leagues has such a good opportunity to do. And so I would love the ability to do that if at all possible. The only way you can do it is to make another account, do all of the things over again, and that's just how it is. There will be next leagues to do more things and pick new zones. Yeah, I guess you can wait until next leagues. Yeah, that's always one thing you can do. But this leagues was really, really good. I loved the talent tree in this leagues, and I really think that a lot of times people have trouble seeing how much fun things are when they're in the moment. I think a lot of people will think very highly of this league in a month or two, like after it's over. They'll look back and say this was the best league, because people just have trouble when they're actually in the moment, when they're in the room. They have trouble admitting like this is a good time, right? And when they look back on it, they get nostalgic and they're like, that league was sick. Like the talent trees and going in and one Thorns with 1-tick power staff was awesome, and people will say that was so much fun. And I think that this league was amazing. But I think it's also at the same time it's good to look at what was great and then what you could possibly improve on. The talent tree, I freaking loved it. I absolutely loved the talent trees and being able to do different builds, and that felt super unique to me. I loved it. I love cheesing Inferno and Coliseum. Yeah, just no pillar Coliseum, no pillar Inferno was a lot of fun. The flask was incredible, just being able to hit that. Also, sometimes like when you would die and you hit a flask on the same tick, you'd come back to life. Dude, that was so much fun. I loved that. I loved Eternal Sustenance, just being able to like eat through your mistakes. That was, for me, Eternal Sustenance and Flask, like that was peak leagues for me. I just freaking loved it so much. To my benefit of being slow, I do have half the league to experience still, so that's chill. There you go. If you're, playing at your own pace, you probably still have a lot more leagues to go. I was a bit degenerate. The first day, I played probably 18 hours or more. Second day, like 14 hours, and I just was doing 14-hour sessions like every day until I beat it. So it's very addicting. How many points did you end with? I got enough points to unlock my third zone, and then I stopped immediately. So I want to say 30,000 is how many you needed to unlock all the zones. Right around there. 28K. Okay, 28K. And then I did a lot of raids. I did probably 20 different hard mode TOBs. Learning hard mode TOB, I also really, really loved learning hard mode TOB. Like, you guys have no idea how much better I got at TOB from doing it in leagues. It is so hard to learn how to do TOB when you have no idea what's going on. But in leagues, I can just eat through everything. I could just Eternal Sustenance through all of my mistakes, Flask when I get low, immune mechanics that would kill me. And I know that I would die there in the regular game, but I'm not dead now. I get to keep going, and I learn at a 10 times faster rate. Leagues is the place to learn the game. It is so good for learning the game. And I am... Twisted Bow? No way. Yo! Is that in the main game? I think that's in the main game. Holy shit. He had his iron. It was on the iron logo. That is crazy, bro. 3 T-bows in 3 days? That is insane. League's broadcasts are disabled in the CC? Okay, perfect. That's much better. Dude's probably screaming right now. Yeah, that is the drop of all time, man. That's why I chose Mortania. I've never done it on my main, and I wanted to give it a shot before I go back. One of the reasons I chose Mortania is because I wanted to practice TOB. I wanted to use it as an opportunity to learn, and that's exactly what I did. And I would say it was the best decision. I feel so much more confident in TOB now. And I could tell the difference because I was the person who was dying in TOB when we were trying to run them. Me and the WoW players. I was the one who was dying a lot in TOB, and now I'm the one who's going all the way to the end now. And I could tell because Gordon was much better than me at TOB, and now I'm doing better than Gordon because of all the practice that I got in leagues. And so that's just what you can do with leagues, is you can just really learn the game, and it's awesome. Okay. That being said, let's watch the behemoth from yesterday. 99 fishing has never been so fast.
We talked about it in this video. It seems that being able to fins is still coming to the game, and Jagex needs to figure out how this is going to fit. And they're just going to make it super sick. Like, this is going to be the new best fishing method. After looking at what the community had to say, these are the 2 bullet points that Jagex landed on that they needed to address. If Leechfin is going to be an XP focused fishing method, it needs to genuinely challenge the current fishing meta and not sit awkwardly beneath or alongside it. I love that. Second, many of us still want to see blood vials tied to this activity now rather than later. They also touch on how they weren't clear with what their XP intentions were before, but they want it to be known this is going to land somewhere between 120 and 130,000 XP per hour. That's going to be some of the best XP in the game. So we're going to see a new proposal hit the poll booths. And
isn't that like 2 times Temperos XP? Leechfin fishing? feel like Temperos is like 70K, 65K. That's a lot. I randomly met Gordon IRL yesterday. Mr. Unge, you met Gordon? No way. Or did you meet him at the golf course or something? It's better than 2-tick harpoon, no? It seems like it is.
And leech fin fishing is going to have two very distinct paths. When leech fin fishing, you'll be able to focus on XP and get rates that overtake 3-tick barb. And if you don't want to focus on XP, you can still get blood vials, getting roughly between 5 and 10 per hour, and still getting some decent XP of 90,000 an hour. This is a huge buff to fishing. I voted yes for these sandwiches to come into the game. I wasn't even thinking about the fishing implications. This is kind of a big deal. Barb fishing has been on top forever, and these XP rates are way better than Temperos. Anyways, I didn't expect to wake up today to some meta changing information in a skill as important as fishing, but here we are. And just a reminder, like I said, this will be put back to a repoll. So if you still hate the idea, you can deny the J mods. I think this will pass though. All right, next up, we still have people in leagues complaining with their decision making. A lot of people are upset that they have to take their Draman staff with them everywhere, and that the Draman staff should have been a...
The Draman staff did kind of suck. I'm not gonna lie. I forgot about that. Okay. Having having the Lumbridge diary done would be sick, but I understand why they can't do that. Draman staff with blind bag. Oh, it was so annoying. You had to drop your Draman staff all the time. Yeah, I remember that too. I don't know if they could. It would be nice, guys. It would be nice if we just didn't need the Draman staff. I don't know if they can do that or not, but it would be nice.
Passive upgrade received by one of the tiers of relics. Maybe you should have just chose Nature's Accord. I took Nature's Accord. I can fairy ring anywhere. I don't need no Draman staff. Okay, we also talked about how there was a potential at a like Mega Echo Yama Giga version that we thought we might be fighting. I think that theory's dead. I don't think it's coming. This Reddit post is kind of also agreeing with that fact. In theory, I like...
Dude, I'm telling you guys, on 6/6/26, they drop ultra hardcore Yama inside of a burning Lumbridge castle that's been flattened to the ground, and you can port over there and fight them. I swear, it's gonna be sick. It's gonna be sick. That has to happen, right?
the idea, but I've just been so locked in on grinding to dragon. I'm at 41,000 points right now. My chair is very stinky. I don't have time to deal with a Rathmaw like roaming Yama. Would be cool though. I don't think it's happening anymore. And just the daily PSA of do not take Grimoire. You gotta read the fine print. Every day, the Reddit, I see people mad that they took Grimoire and they can't use what they were expecting. You gotta do your research, bro. At this point, if you take Grimoire and you're mad, it's kind of funny. We did an entire video on it the other day. And finally, some information from the main game. It's just a post, but this guy maxed out his kingdom. I don't think I've ever seen a maxed out kingdom. Well, actually, I know I never had because I didn't know you could max out the kingdom. If it fills up, Lumberjack Leaf literally tell you your storerooms are full. I had no idea this was a thing. Anyways,
I didn't know you could do that either.
Look at his kingdom tab. I did some quick math for you. This guy got 102,000 maples, 1,000 nests, 14,000 herbs, and 135 seeds. Bro, I should have been doing my Kingdom of Miscellanea on my iron this entire time I've been doing leagues. I have major regret. I'm logging in right now to do that. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, my name is T Papa Slice. This is Behemoth. Let's get into the clips. First up, we got No Monkey, and he's testing out this new ranged echo build. This thing's wild.
It's good. Oh, please clip that. That's what we're trying to do. Oh, that is the goal. That is what we want.
So what happened here? Let me watch this again without sound. Okay, so he's bopping. So do mock waddles count as a two-handed weapon? And so your two-handed weapons. What's the range on them? What's the range? What's the max range on Bopper? Any knowers? How many tiles? 2 tiles? 2 tiles is the max range on boppers? Okay. Okay, so we got a double range proc right there. All right, so he's using boppers and he has boppers in his bag and he's trying to proc more bopper hits to double hit so that he can proc more ranged echoes.
Oh, that is the goal. That is what we want. Oh, that was like 5 bopper picks with like 3 procs. Oh my god.
All right, here he is now explaining how all of this works and why the boppers are the real mega rare of League 6.
Rice Cup put out a Leagues video about double hitting weapons being extra good and Scythe not being good. So I went and tested it. And we found this. Double hit weapons roll echoes twice, which is really good. So it's an extra 16% chance, basically, per swing than a normal weapon to roll ranged echoes. So they're extra good. Scythe, however, you would think does the same because it's 3 splats. No. It rolls not only...
It's 3 splats on 1 swing. Boppers are 2 swings. So I think maybe it has to do with the swing animation. So you get 1 hit, 3 splats. So it still counts as 1 chance to proc echoes.
only 1 time, so it's not increased, but also it is only doing a ranged echo off the max hit of the main splat. So the other 2 splats are discarded. So if your max is 43, that ranged echo max is 43. So it's weaker than using a normal weapon for ranged echoes. Basically, what we have found is the real mega rare is the boppers. It is the dual Maquaheedle, and it is not the Scythe.
Bo has started his 2nd account of the leagues, and he is off to a great...
It turns out this was wrong, and Scythe can proc multiple times, but Scythe ranged hits are scaled off the small Scythe hits, but boppers scale off the combined hit. I am now more confused than I was when I first started watching this video. Which is even more weird because each bopper hit doesn't proc the blind bag, only 1 blind bag chance.
Great start.
Oh, same step twice in a row for a casket. The Rangers! I will not die. We get our kill. Let's go. Oh. I just got the pet from my first echo kill.
Spooner.
I like how the boss respawned that quick. Why is he so small? No way, dude.
Okay, here is Goth.
Chat, should I just challenge No Monkey to a DPS? To a DPS blind bag off? A blind bag DPS off? Me with 5 scythes versus his 25 mock waddles? We go see who does more damage in a Tob? Maybe that's what we should do to solve this once and for all.
OSRs somehow streaming from an iPad. She's clearly playing on mobile.
Oh my god, a chest plate. No f***ing way we got a chest plate, guys. Right, this is very good. Thank you very much. So that is 129 KC. Wait, let me show you the log. Right, I have everything, including 4 chain skirts,
oh my
2
god.
hills.
Oh
right,
my god.
In 129 KC. Well, I don't have the pet. That would be amazing.
Oh my god.
That would be absolutely incredible. But I love leagues. How amazing is this? Like, honestly, I am speechless.
And shout out skills.
Dude, she's spooning hard. What's the 99 fishing trick thing? Apparently, if you're doing... What's the thing? Is that the thing where you're... What was the name of the fishing thing that he said about the tuna... the fin sandwich thing? Apparently, if you make these fin sandwiches, it's like 125k per hour. The leech fins. I don't know anything about it. Leech fin fishing. Leech fin fishing would be 125k per hour now. It'd be the new best fishing method. But that's about that has to pass a poll first. It hasn't started yet.
And shout out Skill Specs for being the only person I have seen doing the Fire Mage build. Let's take a look.
Today I'm focusing on big and strong. Even stronger than I currently am, which... No, I was doing so well.
Why they gotta do skill specs like that?
Bro, why Spoke that into existence, you fat moron.
All right, enough of that limited time game mode.
Why the hell is Skill Specs doing Fire Mage, bro? Oh, Fire Mage hasn't even been good in WoW in like 4 expansions.
Let's get into the main game. T-Box Jong is finally free.
What? That actually
Eternal,
is an
Crystal. That's what I need today.
I did not expect that at all, but that is.
That's my last crystal that I need
But the
too.
luck did not end there. This dude is so, he's so lucky. What a day.
Imbued Heart. Oh,
Dude,
there's no way on the
that
UIM.
was quick. Dude, no way I get to eat.
Hold on, let me look at this freaking inventory, guys. He's got the Slayer helm. He's got the Elodinus ward. It doesn't look like he has the book for thralls. So he's just going no thralls. I mean, what like a UIM's inventory is just, I'm just wondering like what he prios. Okay, he's got the Nox Halley. He's got the chugging barrel. The quiver, he's got, okay, some crystal gear with no helmet. Flicky G's, Pharaoh G's. The max cape. Dude, he has a max cape on his UIM and he has 200 mil in every skill on his main. I'm disgusted in Hebox Young, dude. You are disgusting, bro. You are an absolute legend. Isn't he the fastest to max UIM record? I don't know what to say about this. He's built so different. I'm like speechless about that shit. Like, what? 200 mil everything on a main and a max UIM.
Turtle Gem and the hearts today? What is going on?
Here's Exola Plays, just learning how to kill a Muspa for KC.
There's some parts that you like cannot
Please.
play.
Collection
Holy shit, he's got a vinegar shard.
Oh, Pog.
Let's go, baby.
Let's get it. What's the KC?
Hello.
1 in 100 or something.
Yeah, it's fourth KC.
And then he does his POA and gets
Spooned.
his first purple.
What is it?
No.
Okay.
Library.
Missouri body. All right,
Oh.
cool. We take that. We
Hogger.
take
You won't
that.
Use it until you get a TiVo or a blowpipe, but
Yeah, dude, Masori is such a buzzkill to get. It's not as much of a buzzkill as Justy, but it's still kind of a buzzkill because you know you're not going to use it for so long.
collection log.
Let's go, Missouri body, baby.
Maya also gets rewarded with her solo top.
Oh, that was a PB. That was almost sub 50. Fuck my life. Okay, do we get a purple for that?
Maya, you are so good at
Wait.
solo top. I was
Guys,
like,
hold on. Please, Jagex. Please be a safe. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? We take that. We take that.
Here's Soulbug in the
Did she solo Tob in the main game? What? I didn't know Maya was that guy. What the?
I was
Guys,
like,
hold on. Please,
She is
Jagex.
absolutely
You know
that
what?
guy.
We take that. We take that.
here's Soulbug in the main game taking on Jad.
Oh my god, thank god. I'm out of here. Oh,
The Jad hands, bro.
Thank you.
I can
This
see him
guy
from
gets
here.
99 sailing at my favorite place in the world.
Oh, dude, whatever, bro. You're flexing your girlfriend. Cool. Oh, you guys went to go see the
Imposter
Penguins?
PK
Cool,
got
buddy.
Rallos yesterday.
Holy shit.
Now the luck doesn't stop. Here he's at Cox.
Oh, yes.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, he's got the kit.
yes. Oh, baby.
Murtiki showing off his skills in a solo 500.
It feels so nice to be back with the shadow, bro. Maybe we get a purple. Oh my god, bro, it's a purple, bro. First raid of the day, first 500 of the day, bro. It's a purple. Come on, bro. Come on, give me the shadow. Come on.
Another shadow, bro? How greedy can you be?
Please be a shadow, bro.
Unbelievable.
Oh my fucking god, it's a shadow. It's a shadow.
You have to be a main if you already have a shadow and you're begging for another one. This is just peak main greediness right here. I wouldn't even be asking for a shadow on my iron. I'd be like, please give me a light bear if I don't have one. You know what I mean?
Bro, shadow, bro. I swear to God.
Musclescape turning in an unsired.
Yes, I'm done. Yes, yes, I'm done. Yes, bro. Yes.
But he wasn't done there. Here he is at Thermi.
What do you know? What do you know? Just like that, another pet. Just like that, another pet. Done.
He got the
That is
Thermi
all
pet.
the clips
Jesus.
I have for you today, gamers. My name is T Papa. Please check out our podcast. New episode dropped yesterday. We had on Nightmare RH. That was
Oh yeah, we're gonna
such a
listen. I want to
banger
listen to that
episode.
today.
Anyways, I will see you again next weekend. Taking us out today is Skill Specs.
Did you see the League's build iLadies made? It's even more cracked than this. What the? Who the f is iLadies? This some kind of meme, bro? 07. 07. And no way he got you with that. Wait, what?
Why not try fit? What the fuck fit?
Chat, I'm stupid. What's going on there? I literally don't get it. Oh, okay. It's a D's nuts joke.
Fit these balls in your mouth? Fuck you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Followed by another D's nuts joke. All right, so we got the Nightmare RH podcast, which we can queue up here in a minute. First, I think we should get a prediction going. Let's get a prediction up for the day. Do I get Eternal Crystal in 50 KC? Yes or no? 15-minute prediction. Go. While we were AFK today, we made 760 amethyst dart tips. We've been doing some top and I've been doing range, so I'm flying through my dart tips right now. Give me feathers. We're going to make these into darts really fast. Did you AFK in the main game while you were playing leagues? Yeah, do you want to see what I did in 1 week of leagues of AFK? You guys can tell me what would you rather have too. Almost done here. Just perfectly ticking and clicking these amethysts. How many amies do I have? Blowpipe. Use these here. Check that. All right, we got 1,200 amethyst darts in the blowpipe now. Unidentified materials, I'm not sure. Okay, so this is what I did, guys. 1 week of AFKing in leagues. 3,000 anglers. 17,000 Karambwans. And 1,300 sharks. So that's mainly what I did in a week. So it was either get the thrall recolor or whatever, the minion thrall and a home teleport, or get 20,000 fish on my Ironman, and I chose the 20,000 fish. So I didn't, what's crazy, I did 3,000 anglers. I didn't even get a level. I didn't even get one fishing level from that. I fished Karambwan. I fished sharks until I ran out of shark lures. And then I fished Karambwans until 82. And then I swapped over to anglers. I did 3,000 anglers and I didn't even get one level. So I need a lot more of those diabetic worms from Yama if I'm going to fish more of the anglers. Oh, you did your farm runs? Yeah, I did a farm run this morning. Oh, yeah. I would say the pot situation is looking decent. I'm low on prayer pots, but I just did a Raynar Snapdragon run. But we have like 3,000 doses of restores. It's okay right now. I actually mainly do farm runs whenever I have Snapper Raynar seeds. I never let those pile up. Like I'm always making sure I'm on 0 of those. That's normal. Fishing is very slow. Yeah, I guess it is what it is. If you wanted the XP Cox Bank Barb fishing, probably is the play. I do not want the XP. I want the fish. Yo, you still enjoying OSRS? Maybe worth coming back. Dude, I love RuneScape, man. I freaking love RuneScape. I love RuneScape and Classic WoW, especially Classic Hardcore WoW. Classic Hardcore WoW is popping off right now. Sometimes I look over there and I'm like, man, that looks kind of fun. But I'm holding out for Classic Plus. Yo, Zibex, thank you very much for the Prime. No, it's not. That's totally subjective. So if you don't think it's fun, then that's totally a fine opinion, man. I love it. I freaking love Classic Plus. Or Classic Hardcore. How much XP till 95 Slayer? 151K. So probably like one Cerberus task. Oh, also, how many slaughter bracelets do I have? 4. No. Just 1. Wait, I need to make some slaughter bracelets. Okay, let's go to the gym mine. Do I have silver bars in the bank? I do. I have 174. Finally caught a stream and Prime just opened up. Loving the content. Yo, thank you very much for that, Prime, Zib. I really appreciate that. It allows me to stream for another day. Thank you, guys. The Primes mean a lot. They really, really help. Did you see Showbeck do the 6-7 speed challenge? Do I want to? Albie the Noob, thank you very much for the 3-month Prime. Legend. Make sure you got a glory on. Oh, God, I left a glory in the bank. I got my prospectors on. Guys, I'm not going to lie to you. I do not know what the 6-7 speed challenge is. I've never heard of that. I'm not 100% sure I want to support a challenge named 6-7. It's really not worth without a glory. Okay? Whatever you're envisioning, it's worse. Oh, God. It has to be a fully charged glory. I've got 2 charges on mine. Does it really have to be a fully charged? All right, it's fine. It looks like it's working. I'm literally one ticking everything. I think I used four bracelets. I think I used 4 slaughters on my last one. So we need to get at least 4 red topaz, and then maybe we could also, if we... I should chisel them just to make sure they don't break. 95 Slayer today? Possibly 95 Slayer. I think we do hit it today. I think we do not end until we finish that. Until we get 95 Slayer. I think I just lock in and do it today. Do you need any Slayer drops besides Hydra? Eternal Crystal. Zammy Spear. That's it. But I'm not doing Zammy Spear until I get Light Bear. Done with leagues? Yes. Yes. We're done with leagues. We finished it. We beat the game. Crazy how Joker got to 95 Slayer. Yeah, him and LSJ. LSJ, 99 untrimmed Slayer. That is one of the most impressive things. I miss LSJ. Yo, I like LSJ a lot. This has got to be enough. Surely I don't fail this. We easy cut these. No miss ever. Nice. Deposit. And then we can't withdraw here, but we can go to... We can go to a Grand Exchange and then run over to the Furnace. Hit the bank real fast here. Snag these taupes. Get a silver bar. Probably like 5 silver bars. Get the bracelet mold. And then jewelry incantation. We need... All right, we just need some cosmics. And then we're big chillin', right? World 374 thing 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Is this the 6-7 challenge? What the heck, bro? This guy made 7 characters that all look exactly the same. And this guy has a character named 374. This guy never leaves this world. This is Mr. 374. He owns this world. Him and his minions of 374 4 things. This is crazy, bro. Hey, only in RuneScape. Only in RuneScape, guys, do you see this level of degeneracy. I love it. He pays $150 in memberships per month for that. Cool. All right, 5 slaughter bracelets is going to be enough. With that many alts, he's certainly rich. Oh, how would he be rich from those alts, though? Like, what's he doing? Zarpus with the chicken noodle? They just AFK a bunch of bunny makers? Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess imagine you were just mining, or you could mine rune ore on 7 or 8 different accounts or something like that. Whatever's profitable in the main game. All right, let's wear this. Oh, I didn't enchant one. Okay, deposit. We need thralls. All right, let's remove all this. I need my Cerberus loadout. What's the name of the scroll? That ports you to Cerberus? Chasm? No, Keymaster. Okay, Keymaster. I don't have any? Oh my gosh, bro. My life, bro. How do we not have any Cerberus TPs? Okay, let me pull up pull up my loadout here. Okay, I'm gonna have to use Summer Pies to get over the agility shortcut. This is tragic. All right, how's the prediction looking? You have 10 seconds on the prediction if you want to gamble on whether or not we get the Eternal Crystal and 50 KC. If we do get the Eternal Crystal, then I will immediately skip this task and we'll go do bursting task or a Zuck task to hit 95 Slayer. And we will expedite the process a bit. This is like the final level. Look at my stats, guys. This is the final skilling level besides maybe like more fishing or sailing or something, like to get marlins. That would be the final point of power creep for my account on the Ironman. $95 fletching for dragon darts? Yeah, I already have dragon darts. Rune crafting for shadow charges is not a thing yet. For getting Slayer low, bro, that's the final level that I'm talking about. Like, what's after 95 Slayer? Nothing. This is the point. Once I hit 95 Slayer, this is like the point in my account that I wanted to get to. You want thieving and smithing for master clues? I'm not doing a master clue probably ever. I'm just have no interest in it. I'm only doing medium clues. Oh, 90 herb lore? Okay. Well, 90 herb lore for sure. The thing is, I already finished Araxor where the extended anti-venoms were the most useful. We'll have 90 herb lore in like a month from just Miscellanea and running raids. Just from Miscellanea and raids, you get like 1 Herblore level a month. So it's not bad. Chugging barrel for pre-potting. Don't think I'm ever getting that. I think that's way too much mixology. All right, let's go. Yeah, everything kind of has its own. Is it worth it for you or not? If everything is a little bit different, so everybody's different in RuneScape of like what's worth it to them or not. I don't know if the chugging barrel is worth it for me. Oh, I'm on the regular spell book. Thank you. I have to go back to the bank already. Tragic. History. This is going to be a massive setback, actually. It might be faster to just run back out to the bank. No, because now my agility shortcut's not going to be available. Wait. Nope, it just went away. No. All right, we'll go to the house real quick. And then we'll come back to the house. Wait. House is all I needed. You can change your book in the house. And then we can go to the crafting guild right here. Yo, I am so excited to have my Ironman at the point where all the content in the game is unlocked and all the power upgrades are unlocked for skilling. It is such a good feeling, guys. It is such a good feeling to be here. There are very, very few things that I can't do on the account now. How's the OSRS adventure been so far? Sorriest, dude, it's been a legendary journey. It has been one of the best things I've ever done, is playing RuneScape. I really, really enjoy it. Need a new pie? Yeah. Unfortunately, I've got to go back and get that. I'll probably have to hit my run speed ring too. Yo, you playing GPU? I'm on GPU, sir. I do not like the 117 plugin. I did at first. But as far as clarity to play the game and be able to see the ground mechanics, like the shadows underneath you and stuff, 117 was a disadvantage for me. So GPU, aesthetically, it's easier on your computer and it looks a little more like RuneScape, and it's kind of the standard or the meta that most people use of the OG RuneScape players. I don't see a lot of really, really good RuneScape players playing on 117. I think that's for a reason. Pie. Summer. Go. Wait. Ring. Wait. Super energy. Drink it. Yo, I saw the Michael Jackson movie this weekend. It was really good. All right, let's go down. Yeah, I saw him hit the Raxon. It was kind of fun blind bagging Zebek for 1k damage. Blind bag will never get old. A solid like double or triple blind bag proc into ranged echoes, doing like 500 plus damage in one auto attack. That is a lot of fun, and it will legit never get old. It feels so good. What is GPU? I play on HDOS. GPU is the GPU plugin right here. I'll show you what the game looks like without it. Ready? You see how choppy it looks, pixelated? This is what RuneScape actually looks like. And then GPU, man, it's like HD. And then here's 117 HD. You have ground and lighting effects. Game looks a lot more like RuneScape 3. So a lot of people like to play with 117 on because of the lighting. The lighting and the shadows is what makes it look so good. And the textures. I would say the lighting, the shadows, and the textures is what makes this thing look really, really good. I have not really ever... It's been so long since I've ever played with this. It does look good though, right? But it looks like RuneScape 3. Is this cinema right here, guys? Quit leagues? No, I beat leagues. There's a difference. I finished it. I mix it up depending on the moods. You got dragon? Yeah. Done. I got whatever the best everything is, guys. I finished all of it. Did you get... No, I have 30,000 league points. I'm not going to use them. I really just didn't want any of the cosmetics. I don't know. This looks pretty good. Damn, look at that. That is crazy. That is such a crazy difference. On GPU. Wow. I mean, GPU looks good as well. Also, I could turn off... What's the simple ground? Low detail. All right, if I turn off low detail, this is what it actually looks like. Low detail gets rid of a lot of stuff on the ground so you can see where you're going. Does low detail affect 117? Oh, it does. God dang it, bro. The lighting is so good on 117, man. Why is the lighting so good? Let me try this. Dude, playing on 117 is like, how do I say? It's like playing on cinematic mode. The lighting is... It's like if you were to light the room for a scene in a movie. It's got legit cinematic lighting. Why am I getting just ran over right now? I'm probably just playing bad. Holy crap, that just smoked half my bag right there. Oh, stab, thank you. Let's do Thrall. And I should be using Death Charge, and I should be using my specs as well. Remove that here. You have gauntlets, treads, and Ayak and 81 deep delves? No. I don't. I don't have the gauntlets. Is that how many deep delves I have? 81? Nice. Yeah, what's been your favorite and least favorite skills to train thus far? Least favorite, agility, rune crafting, probably. And fishing and mining. All the slow ones. The other ones are not so bad. I don't mind them as much. I just think that all of those skills that I named have like a really slow, like a slow XP per hour. But I would say I don't mind mining that much, because mining and fishing that much, because you could AFK it at least. So any of the skills you could AFK, I don't really mind. But like rune crafting is not super AFK. Anything AFK, I don't really mind, even if it's slow. You can't really AFK Slayer. Slayer's fun once you get to the bossing portion of it. Yeah, I would say agility is probably one of the toughest ones for me to do. I really love the lighting from 117 too. That's why I turn almost every other setting off, to get it as close as possible to the GPU plugin. I mean, this just looks so... It does look really good with the lighting, man. If maybe you could make 117 look as close to GPU as possible, it could be a vibe. Why not just play on 117? You can, if you like it. I'm not really used to it. I've been used to playing on GPU. But this looks better. This looks better than what I remember it. I haven't tried the HDOS. Is that just another plugin? That's another client? I'm not down. I don't think I'm going to download another client. Dude, look. When Cerberus dies, the lighting around him goes down. Wait, that's actually so cool. Guys, this looks so good. Actually, though. Yeah, I used to play on Autumn, but I don't like the kind of like the summertime. Let me go to my house real fast. Hope RuneScape is treating you good. Yo, what up, JJ? Thank you, man. It's going really well. I don't know. I'm kind of vibing with 117 today for just absolutely no reason at all. Maybe we just play on 117 today for absolutely no reason. My 117 doesn't look nearly as nice as this. Can you show your settings? I'm going to just scroll down. Then you're going to have to watch the VOD so you can see all the settings there. It's the longest settings thing ever. There you go. Clip it for best 117 setting. Clip it and call it best 117 settings. I don't know if these are best or not, but I know I messed with the settings a bit to make it look like how I wanted it, I guess. You turn off your shadows? Some people play without the shadows. I think that shadows add another element of realism in the game. Like, they just add that thing. I would say in general, my game looks a bit too... A Brassican mage. What quest is he doing? No idea. I would say in general, the game looks a bit too blue. Looks a little bit blue. If I could add a little bit of orange to it, it would be nice, but I don't know if there's a way to do that. I don't know. Yeah, you can't like color grade your game. The only way to do it is to change the theme to like autumn, which then autumn is way too orange. It's like sunset, which I don't want this vibe all the time. I think I prefer the blue. Some people like autumn though. I just think it's a bit too orange all the time. I'm kind of going for like a 5 p.m. kind of vibe. Like right before sunset vibes or early morning vibe. You could change the sky here to whatever you want. but I like the blue sky. You could even change it to winter if you wanted. If it's winter where you are, you could have it match like you're outside. Saturation is something you could mess with. I think it's not too bad right now, though. You can adjust saturation and contrast under general. That doesn't change. That doesn't change saturate. So what contrast does, it just changes how dark the blacks are. Like it changes how crunchy the shadows are, which I like the detail. So, but you still want to be able to see the detail in the shadows. And then you don't want the colors to be too unrealistic, so saturation for me, like 87 is right at the limit where it starts to, the colors start to be like too fluorescent. So if I dial it back to like 85, it looks more realistic. Like a 95% contrast, I could still see the detail in the black part of the mouth here and the helmet. And this is kind of like, I'm kind of like color grading the game in a way that I would do for a film. And essentially, you don't want it to look too fake. But in my opinion, the gray here, it looks a little bit blue. And I would like to just put like a 5% orange over the top of the whole game. And I don't know if that is possible. I tried as close. This is as close as I could get to making it look how I want it. If you change the UI scaling to XBR, where's that? What is that? In GPU, I'm not using GPU right now. Oh, you're saying here. Oh, it makes your UI. Dude, this looks like a cartoon now. No. What was it on before? You get used to it, but it's weird at first. I think this is what it was on before, and now looking at it, just because when I looked at it on XBR, now it looks blurry, but it never looked blurry before until I saw it on XBR. Cat mole. It's like it's over sharpening a blurry thing in Photoshop. You know when you just sharpen something in Photoshop that's kind of blurry? This is kind of what that looks like. Where you're just sharpening something that's kind of blurry. Now this one is way more clear. But it looks like yeah, no, it just looks like it looks like it's filtering stuff. XBR is more clear, like you can read it. It doesn't look blurry. But I don't like how the numbers look on XBR. But damn, now bilinear does look blurry when you go back to it. Yo, Zarpus, you copying my fit or what, bro? Looking good, man. Where's the Infernal Cape at, bro? I kind of like my the way that everything looks on the bag with I like the clarity of HBR or XBR, but I don't like how cartoony it looks. Catmull is still pixelated, but it's sharpened. Mitchell is like slightly more sharpened, but I don't like it. I think hybrid is the vibe. Hybrid still looks pixelated, but it's a bit sharper. The numbers and everything still look the same. It's just not as blurry. Hybrid takes the blur out of it. I like that hybrid is still pixelated. It still gives a RuneScape vibe, but it feels more true to HD. Like you could just read the numbers and everything a bit more clearly. I might go with hybrid, guys. But it also changes your chat. Yeah, see this one, the XBR. I like the letters on Catmull. But I think hybrid is like a medium, like a happy medium between the two. You don't read your chat? I read every chat. I've never even missed one. That's why I'd be saying I probably have the most GZs, I think. I say GZ to everybody. I'm farming GZs. The Tazar area on 117 is crazy. Bro, roofs, guys. Roofs on 117 with these settings. Wait, roof shadows? Oh, roof shadows. Wait, is there a roof on the farming guild? Yeah, probably, right? Bro, roof shadows. This looking realistic as hell, dude. Yo, grats on that 140 stream streak. At this point, just play RuneScape 3. Dude, this is fun to mess around with. I don't care what anybody says, man. Nobody's going to kill my vibe. I'm having fun here. This is fun to mess around with these settings. You got to remember, like, the RuneScape community is, like, super... they're, like, super... I want to say... What's the word? They want you to play the game the way that they do. It's like they really, really force their opinion of like how they enjoy the game on you. And it's just so cringe. It's cringe is what it is. It's literally cringe. Yeah, that's what it is. So you have to just ignore the cringy people. You just play how you want. Yeah, we're just vibing out today. We're messing around with some settings. This is kind of cool. Play as you please. That's my opinion. Amen, brother. That's on some type shit energy. That's what we need. We need everybody on that energy right there, encouraging each other to play how they want. That's the community we want over here. I might not keep these settings for very long because it is feel very foreign to me to look at the game like this. But for now, dude, it's fun to just switch it up. Mess with your brain a little bit. Let's go to my house. And then we're going to go crafting guild. I need to get some teleports, dude. Please yourself as you play. No. No, that's not what I said. Why'd you have to say it like that? I do that all the time, dude. What are these comms? Oh, look at the roof over here, man. That's sick. I never play with roofs on, but the game looks actually so good with the roofs on. Guys, this game looks sick, dude. I'm sorry I'm nerding out right now, but damn, I was always a big graphics Andy. Until I realized that graphics don't make a good game. But, dude, this is kind of fun to just look at. Have you been to the Shizen town yet? It's biz for sure. Yeah, I mean, I did. For the first couple of days or weeks, I was like trying to figure out if I wanted to play RuneScape on GPU or if I wanted to play on 117. I know Shobek loved 117. Sony played 117. I'm poisoned. I have to TP out. It's an 8-minute. It's an 8-minute poison. That is bad luck right there. So something is like pixelating the ground a bit when I move. Is that... Yeah, it might be the UI scaling or something. Doing that. It doesn't look great. I don't have a low detail plugin on right now. It's off. This is what the ground looks like without the... And to be honest, like I might prefer low detail plugin when I'm doing hard content. Let's see. Have you ever tried the HD client? It's quite a bit different, but it's super interesting to try out. No. I have not tried that. I don't know if I want to download another client. Man, this feels very like... Just the game feels so cozy to me. I'm just looking at... Sometimes I get like these weird jagged lines though. When I'm moving and stuff. I mean, look at the side by side here. This is what the game actually looks like. Hurts my eyes. HDOS is that timeline from Chris Archie. Yeah, we've seen those. We've seen the Chris Archie videos, man. Those were so freaking good. Those Chris Archie videos made me so nostalgic for the game again, man. They're actual masterpieces, those top 10 Chris Archie videos. Funny as 117 hurts my eyes. Really? Dude, look at the lighting. Look at the torches. Look at the just the color palettes here, man. Of the torches on the walls. It looks phenomenal. Please don't poison me. Yeah, dude, look at that. Guys. You trying to tell me this looks bad? This is pure cinema. Guys, look at that. This looks awesome. Let's see the GPU difference. Damn. That is wild. He claims to read every chat. You can change your skybox too. I like the blue sky. $117 is actually... Yeah, I think you... I used to think that 117 was super dark in the tunnels, but this feels brighter. This feels brighter than GPU. With the lighting and everything. No True Tile is kind of trippy as well. Favorite color is blue. Like baby blue. Sky blue. I grew up in San Diego, California. We always had, we cheered for the Chargers growing up. And they always had these like special uniforms that were baby blue that they would wear every now and then. And I used to love that. I used to love those uniforms. Yo, what up? Steamed? Steamed pork bun in the building. Dude, your name reminds me of skiing when I was in Niseko, Japan. And we'd be skiing all day, and then we would go to one of those like small huts on the mountain, you know, where you could get some food. And they would have these steamed pork buns. And they were just so good after like a long day of skiing. I will always remember those. That's what your name reminds me of. What part of San Diego did you grow up in? Scripps Ranch and La Jolla. I went to La Jolla Elementary and then I went to Scripps Ranch High School. I want me a good Euro. Dude, Euros are so good. There's this, we had this Euro from 6th Street the other day. And I swear, I'm like, dude, I gotta go back down to 6th Street and go get one of these Euros from this truck. The food truck culture in Austin is one of the coolest. Like things about Austin. The food trucks are so good here. You could eat a different food truck every single day of the year and never eat the same thing twice. And some of the food in the food trucks is just at the absolute best. There are thousands of food trucks in Austin. I don't think you can. We have food truck parks, like everywhere. There's food truck parks, and it's like a food court in a cafeteria, you know. And they almost never disappoint, bro. They're just so good. Sart, if you could make an OSRS boss, what would it be? What would it drop? Cool question, man. I was just thinking about it. I don't have an immediate answer for that, but I would like to have a good answer for that question one day. It's fun to think like a developer every now and then and be like, yo, what boss, you know, would be good right now for the game. That idea is very cool, Big. Bosses that give some type of skilling XP too. I would love that. Like very slow skilling XP. Something that makes the ballista useful. That's a cook right there. Oh, I would definitely add Mage Arena 3 and make it the hardest, you know, like Inferno style challenge yet. For Mage Cave 3. Hopefully that's coming next year. They haven't mentioned anything about it yet, but I mean, it has to come eventually, right? Those solo gauntlet style challenges are the best things in RuneScape, at least some of my favorite things. But if I was going to make another boss, I would probably make another Doom style boss. That has, you know, no chip damage, that the better you are at the game, the higher chance you are of getting the loot. I think that's the best game design. And so that's why Doom is my favorite boss in the game. So I would make probably like, you know, Mage Arena 3 cape, and then I'd make like another Doom style boss. What would it drop though? It would drop... I don't know. Do I die here? Is the real question. We're very close to death here. Yes, we're dying. Dude, I was planking hard right there, man. I wasn't hitting anything. How many zeros did I hit at the end? And then we got the freaking second set of ghosts. Unbelievable. I even my spec even hit a 0. I need a house TP and a summer pie. I guess we just can't be greedy on Cerb. Any yams this evening? Paulo, I got to hit 95 Slayer today. Once I hit 95 Slayer, I'll be down. How about tomorrow? Oh, we got a raid tomorrow. I'm down for like Wednesday during the day. Stop by to say to love the YouTube journey on old school RuneScape. Super new myself. It's nice to see what you've achieved and compare. I'm way behind. Don't worry, brother. No need to compare yourself to anybody in RuneScape. Just have fun. Enjoy your journey and don't force yourself to do anything that you don't like too much. It's the best way to live life in general, man. Just try to have fun with it. Let me know if you have any questions. The game can be a bit overwhelming when you first start. Are you fully done with leagues? Yes, sir. Comparison is the thief of joy. Yes, it is. Are you going to try and get a Hydra task right away? Oh, you know it. We got to see if the Hydra spoon is spooning. How many league points did you get? 30,000 or something like that. I just wanted to unlock Mortania. As soon as I unlocked Mortania, I was done with points. You done leagues? Yes. We beat it. My definition of beating leagues was unlock every demonic pack point, unlock all 3 zones, get every item that makes my character stronger. I was going to go for 5 scythes, but apparently it's not even BIS. So I stopped. As soon as I found out 5 scythes was not BIS, I stopped going for it. How did you enjoy it, brother? I freaking loved leagues. If you're interested in seeing my opinion on league and everything and my journey, I did put up the league video. It's on YouTube. You can watch it there. And we avenged our boy Showback and we meleeed Zuck. So that was the biggest goal that I had for league, was to melee Zuck. Once we did that and we learned hard mode Tob, those were my 2 biggest goals for league. So everything else was a bit just repetitive after that, and I'd rather spend my time progressing my main Ironman, which is my first time playing the game. So I'm still really excited just to be playing the Ironman. Whereas I feel like a lot of people that have already played the game a few times, they might be enjoying just messing around in leagues a bit more. But I'm excited about just playing the main game. I'm doing another build with different account zones now. See, that's probably what I'd be doing if I had already finished this Ironman playthrough. I'm a main game hype right now, especially because it's my first time playing through the game. Good to see WoW folks trying leagues for the first time. Hell yeah. It was a lot of fun. Let me go to the farm guild real quick. I don't know how much longer I'll play on 117. I love how it looks, but it feels like a different game to me. It's a bit foreign to me. Almost like jarring in a way where it just looks and feels a bit too different from what I'm used to. I'm just not used to it. That's the biggest deal. Mm. 117. The roof shadows. We can turn the roof shadows off now. I just like clicking these settings and see what they do. It's kind of fun. Yeah, we even have the fog off in the distance to make it look more realistic. Like, do you guys, this haze, this visual haze, based on how far you're looking, is something that happens in real life too, which is why like a skyline will always look hazy from farther away. It's very realistic. All right, where's roof textures? Or roof shadows? Oh, we can get a little bit more brightness too. Legacy brightness. Use legacy renderer. What changed? Wait, I could see horns on the middle of my Slayer helm now. I use weather for rain. No, I don't like the rain. Atmospheric lighting. Check the Inferno Cape options. There's Inferno Cape options? Oh. Damn. You can keep the vanilla Inferno Cape. Experimental flat shading on. Shading mode experimental. See, you could change a lot of things here to make it look more like the regular game. Miscellaneous flat shading. Experimental shading? That looks terrible. Wait, what happened? What happened to my settings? Okay, flat shading is not good. That's what it is. Legacy gray colors. Use legacy brightness. Not bad. Compare the fountain with flat shading. Yeah, but it makes the lighting on the gear and stuff look not as good. All right, let's go GPU. Let's take a look at the difference. Holy. Holy. Dude, GPU has no settings. FPS target 160. Fog depth. Is that the fog over there? Oh, you can get fog on GPU like that. It's not bad. Anti-Sopic to 16? Does that do anything? Yeah, there's not really many settings that you can do in GPU. I'm just used to GPU. It feels more like old school RuneScape. But I love messing around with 117. Don't get me wrong. Like, that plugin is sick. They're both really, really good. It's just a personal preference thing. Tile indicator on. Bro, no teleports is rough. We've got to get our KC up. I'm at 772 on Cerb. I don't know how many kills I've gotten so far. We'll have to figure that out. I think there's a way to do it. Check. 144 more Hellhounds to go. Of 152. So we're 7 Hellhounds in. You only need the Eternal Crystal? Yeah, we just need the Eternal Crystal. Okay. And then I gotta have low detail mode. Look at the fog. The fog with low detail mode. It's pretty cool. Maybe it's a bit too much on the fog. Tone it down a bit. Low detail F's me up because I can't see tiles in some bosses. You could see better with low detail on. Like low detail, you could see the ground easier, so you could see where your clicks are. I think it's better for, you know, harder stuff. Like just for being able to see what you're doing better. I think low detail is best for me. Hey, Sard, are you going to be doing some sailing grinding, or is it not a worthwhile skill? For me personally, there isn't anything gated behind sailing where I'm like, I need that to do everything I want to do in the game. So at the moment, I am not super interested in sailing. I'm probably going to level sailing with Tears of Guthix over the next 6 months. That's how I'm leveling sailing. 15k XP every week. Let's put up the drops here. And let's go ahead and get some claw specs in. Do I have a thrall up? Ward. Death charge. Modding. There we go. Now we're locked. Okay, so that was 8 Cerberus kills. So if I were to add 42 more kills, that would be 810 or 815. 815. So we're going to 815 kills. Hopefully we get the Eternal Crystal today, and then we can... That'll be a green log Cerb, and we don't have to do any more Cerb. I'll take the Super Combat and the Soul Runes, I think. Surge EP, we can put that here. Okay, I think what we want to do today, guys, is I want to listen to the Nightmare RH. I don't know much about this guy, but apparently he was one of the OGs of RuneScape, and he made a lot of content back in the day. So I kind of want to listen to that podcast while we're killing some Cerb today, if that's all right with you guys. We'll kind of play on here in the background and sort of just listen to that. I'll put it down here at the bottom right so you can still see my Cerberus kills and stuff. And so we'll get that going here in the background.
Good morning. Welcome to episode number 7 of the Behe Cast. My name is Tasty Life. It's good to see you all. We're joined by our executive producer, Mr. T. Papa Slice, and a very special guest today. You guys probably know him. If you don't, that means you're new blood like me. This is one of the legends of RuneScape, the Mount Rushmore, one of the progenitors of RuneScape content, up there with Bodhi, Chris Archie, SparkMac. We have Mr. Nightmare RH. Brother, thank you for coming on. Welcome in.
Wow, was not expecting some intro like that. I actually really want to use that intro.
you please do. I ripped that off the dome.
Man.
I just woke up. I just made breakfast.
Straight off the bat, I just want to say, hey, thank you guys so much for having me here. Love what you all are doing, especially for the RuneScaping community. And I'm excited. So yeah, let's start potting a little bit.
Yeah, of course, man. Thank you for coming on. We do appreciate it. So I was really excited for this episode today because, like I said, I'm new blood. I'm RuneScape new blood. I joined the community 5 years ago, and I had no exposure to it beforehand. So you are like a mythical figure to me. You're kind of like a Zezima. Like, I wasn't really watching your content back in the day. I don't think I even knew what YouTube was back then. I want you to give a little introduction to yourself. How would you explain yourself to a person like me?
Oh boy. Firstly, I gotta ask, because I'm over here 37, about to be 38. You're like young 30s-ish?
30, about to turn 31 in a month.
Whoa,
so
nice.
Yeah, if you need ideas for birthday presents, let me know. I'll send you a list. We can.
Are you a fellow Cancer or?
No, I'm a May Gemini, man.
Gemini.
Oh,
man,
me and Tasty are Geminis. Let's go.
I can't be in a romantic relationship with you. We go.
Well, that was my next question. So I guess I'll leave the
some of my best friends, I swear, man, are Geminis and Cancers, and like typically, you know, like Cancers and Gemini. For anyone that's not like into zodiac signs, but yet they say so much. Romantically, me and Geminis, it's a nuclear war. It's not good. But as for like best friends, we'll go into battle and be best friends for life.
We're cantankerous. When's your birthday?
Cantankerous.
June 25th.
What does that even mean?
Pisces. That's not.
Does anybody actually believe this?
I'm
30.
Pisces,
I'm
a
What is
30-year-old
this- what is
Pisces.
Zodiac
I just turned
stuff?
30 just recently though, so.
I do not believe any of this stuff, by the way.
Yeah.
All right, so going back to your question, how do you describe myself? It's very weird, man, because it's like...
Guys, we should make up a RuneScape Zodiac. What month did you create your account in? Oh, yeah, I don't fuck with you. You made your account on July 3rd. Yeah, we're not going to get along, bro. your account has bad RNG for secondary people that are in the raid with you. It's just a naturally known thing that July 3rders, yeah, we don't fuck with them as October 15thers. So, sorry, bro.
I've gone through different phases of content, and obviously that's because YouTube has very much changed. So I'll go ahead and start from like Nightmare RH from 2008 up until like 2012 timeframe. If you saw my videos back then, you probably thought maybe I was a psychopath meth head or something. That's
I actually just spent a few minutes watching your videos before we arrived from the podcast, and I was like, "Damn, this guy's a psycho meth head, dude." That's
Yeah, last night I didn't go live. I had to do my homework. I sat there, I watched a bunch of videos. Like, oh, this was a fun time back. It was back when YouTube was just fun. You know,
it was during the time, man, when YouTube was the Wild West. And it was also where, like, there was a fine line where people really didn't understand a business model, like per se in simplest form. And that's just because, you know, back then the YouTube partnership program was vastly different. Now, you know, YouTube, I mean, hell, even meta platforms empower people to pretty much, you know, content create, monetize, you know, empower, you know, people in general, which is, you know, absolutely wonderful. So during that time period, having like a crazy internet show, yeah, you would essentially pretty much get, you know, looked upon. So that was really during like that time period. But I gotta ask, for like your homework and stuff, what videos did you actually watch?
Guys, y'all know I have like over 100 million views on Facebook that I never got paid for because they didn't have monetization yet. When I was doing when I originally started content creating over 10 years ago now. That shit's crazy to me, bro. We could have been making bank back then, guys. But they didn't have monetization yet. It sucks. It's so much different now. Like, people can actually be content creators because the monetization is all set up for it now.
Watching stuff.
Okay, so I watched
through a door. Yeah, it's the first thing that popped up.
Oh, the staking one bill.
Yep.
That was a good one. And I watched you recently talk about all the leagues, and then the RuneScape moneymaker guides, and you were talking about, in one of them you were talking about how badly you wanted a party hat, and how how like, you know, you could sell everything, but then you just have a party hat and you wouldn't have everything else. And then I'd watch a different video where you did have the party hat, and so I guess you did arrive on the party hat.
So you all probably didn't see the sex toys episode, huh?
No,
I didn't see that one.
I didn't see that one, but a lot of people were talking to me about that on stream.
Is that still on YouTube? Do they let that stay?
It is on YouTube. You just got to log into your YouTube account that's 18 plus to actually view. But long story short, happened 2 times because back during that time period, you know, stuff was very popular. You all remember Shade Carl? Does that name ring a bell? Shade Tarts?
No.
Oh
man.
Wait, maybe Shade Tarts.
Shade Tarts. The guy started like the whole video logging on like YouTube.
Any OGs like know who that is?
Shade Carl. It's obviously the guy had a lot of negative drama around himself. They don't do the show anymore, but during that time period, stuff that was very trendy and stuff that was popular, obviously not popular anymore. Obviously, having like a PO box where people can send you some mail. And I said specifically in the video, I'm like, hey, don't send me your friggin' grandma. Don't send me, you know, money. Don't send me candy. And don't send me sex toys. Well, a month later, what the fuck do you think happened? Obviously, I mean, I wish that I got a grandma in the mail, dude. You know, that would be pretty cool. Never banged a granny before, but
what?
So far, dude. So far.
It was a box of legitimate sex toys, and that was like the first time, and it was just like, holy crap. So like, there's just a lot of oh man, it's. Yeah, easiest way to really describe myself back during that time period is exactly what I said. Just like, you know, it was very shock content, pretty much everything. And then obviously 2013, up until 2019-ish, very much more live stream, moved on to Twitch. So that was obviously like different. I can't really do what was in those videos back then on Twitch, and I've tried, but I pretty much like wanted to kind of pass out of not breathing after like 15 minutes. Because like a lot of people were like, dude, how do you even breathe when you're making those videos? And I'm like, I just take a lot of gas of air and then record for like maybe 8-10 minutes. Yeah, you really can't be doing a long you really can't be doing like a live stream, especially doing that type of content. But did that like answer your question, like getting like a visual in your head?
No, for sure. I think when I spent some time watching like PK compilations that you used to make, and that is like exactly what T Papa said earlier was exactly how I felt.
We'll have to watch a Nightmare video after this.
YouTube back then was the
I like to
Wild
see what
West.
his content was like.
Fun. People made videos out of just pure passion. And I guess I'm kind of curious, first of all, what inspired you to start making videos? And then why did you make them like that? Like, what was that just where you saw success?
Like, how did you go from I have not uploaded to here is my first one? You know, like what is...
So I started making videos. Oh boy. Tell me if these names ring a bell. Skychi, Defiled.
Oh, Peg Asian Crystal.
We know Gross Score, don't worry.
Okay.
That's my fourth one.
Gross Score, like there's it's so weird, man. There are different generations of YouTube content creators. Obviously, the first gen, you got people like Skychi, Defiled, Shy Steph, Max Poisoned, Unforgiven. Gross Score was in that category too. Another one too is Rendy. Are you
talking about RuneScape creators now? You're talking about the first wave of RuneScape content? Okay.
So, but yeah, it blew my mind because I actually did a video of Rendy, very much a pot, and I asked him, he's like, yeah, you know, I was making videos back then, but his channel very much blew up in analytics, you know, like very much later, but he's classified as like the first gen. I'm classified as the second, definitely with like Spark Mac, Chris Archie.
Rendy's been around for that long?
I'm drawing a blank on so many more. But yeah, so many like second gen. First gen people that I saw was obviously some videos from Skychi, and then a couple of his friends. And I remember seeing the videos back in April of 2008.
He didn't blow up until way later? Goodness.
Everyone was just very pissed.
Oh, Rendy's videos are goated.
RuneScape went through a pivotal change, such as the Grand Exchange, such as a trade limit. I do want to ask you two this. What years did you guys start playing RuneScape? Around 2000? Was it 2004?
2005.
I've started playing in 2008.
2025.
And then I played probably for about 5 years, maybe between 5 to 8 years, pretty off and on, but mostly on. Then I took like a 6-year break and I've been back since.
You played a lot later than I thought.
Well, wait, I'm thinking 5th grade. If I was born 96, I think 5th grade, you're 11, right? I think I played in, I think I started in 2008.
I don't know if that math is, well, it's
I played in 2001 though, so I guess that is like a...
Okay, no, so then it is 2007.
Also a thing?
Okay, just like, you know, the 07 Scape, 2007, 2008, I played a lot, like every day, constantly for years. And then I stopped playing... it fizzled out because you were just ruthlessly bullied if you kept playing it through middle school. And so like I loved the game, but I was so tired of being bullied for liking it.
We got to talk about that.
I think I actually skipped out on the getting bullied. It was actually kind of a sad turn of events how I skipped out on getting bullied. I played it in 2006. But obviously I was, you know, terrible at the game. I was a child. I had no clue what I was doing. And then I think early 2007, I was over at my friend Kevin's house. I think we talked about this in one of our last podcasts, T-Papa. We were at the duel arena and we were fighting people. And so Kevin was on my account. He got all of my gear out and we tried to go stake this guy. We didn't want to stake anything. We just wanted to fight. We were just at the duel arena. But instead of equipping my gear, he stakes this guy and then puts all of my gear. I had like Rune G, I had like a Granite Shield, I had like a Cavalier. He put it all in the stake window.
Baller. Yep.
And the other guy was already wearing his gear. So we went into the stake. I was naked. He had gear, and all of my gear was on the line. And that was it. And so obviously we lost. I lost all my stuff. And then I remember he was like crying because he was so upset.
Nerd Fuel, thank you for dropping the bomb on the screen.
So
5
bad.
gifted, bro.
And I was just like,
sheesh.
It's fine.
Thank you.
And then I never played RuneScape until late 2018, early 2019. I quit for like 12 years. And that's so I missed out on getting bullied. I started playing like Halo and Gears of War with my friends after
you were probably
that.
doing the bullying, bro. You're probably like, oh, you still play RuneScape to the kids who still played RuneScape.
Oh, that is what people probably did, huh? People that quit RuneScape would make fun of you because they stopped playing it and you didn't. I think that was the same thing that happened in WoW. Like, you never wanted anyone to find out you were a WoW player unless they also played WoW, then you would become best friends. That's kind of how it was.
Dude, maybe. I hope so. I'd rather be on that side.
Hey, man, all fair and honesty, Gears of War, love that game. The original
So
3.
sick.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so good.
OG,
So good.
OG game. Same thing with Halo. It's great. So, I mean, it's definitely like, so picture your game experience back then, and then in a snap of the fingers, Jagex does something to alter your like game experience, right? So basically, pretty much that's what happened in 2008 with the free trade limit. A lot of people got really irritated. The free trade limit was when Jagex really wanted to go after macroing, and really, so keep it simple. Let's say you're trying to sell something for like 1 million GP. You're only allowed to go 10% down or above. So you couldn't put up that 1 mil and say, hey, give me 2 mil or, you know, whatever the GE limit was. And that really irritated a lot of people. And from May 2007 up until April 2008, I didn't play it all. And I had bought a Red Halloween mask for 45 million GP back in early 2007. So because of this trade limit, it ended up crashing all the rare items. And I log in and it went from 45 mil to 15 mil. And this is like, you know, back in 2008. That's a lot of bling bling.
Dude,
obviously,
that's like a car.
You know,
That's like a real car.
yeah. So
crazy.
like, it's so it's basically rant videos. My experience on YouTube basically really started out as just posting rant videos, and those were the days where you could actually message people on like YouTube. YouTube actually had an inbox, which was wild. And I got a flood of people just sending me messages after a couple of videos saying, hey, please keep this going. And ultimately, it led to my channel being sponsored. Back then, it was Machinima, because unfortunately, during those days, you weren't allowed to actually be like a content creator like you are now. You actually had to have like, you know, a sponsor and stuff. But ultimately, it led to them pretty much monetization, and just, you know, one thing led to the next, and just ultimately grew into something very long term. But what really got me started was nothing related to trying to build like a YouTube, you know, community, pretty much focused on like monetization. It was literally that I was pissed off that I lost fucking GP. I remember how pissed I was. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, how could this happen? Because the thing about that period of RuneScape, which so many people really do enjoy, is that prices don't really fluctuate. And you could theoretically like log off for maybe a year, and you log back in and it's like, hey, what's my bank value? Oh, you know, it's nearly identical. Now people log off for old school RuneScape for, I mean RuneScape 3, forget about it. But like old school RuneScape, especially the last like couple summers where we've had these big like volatile, you know, just like prices in raid gear and everything. It's like people log in and they're like, wait a second, you know, I bought a scythe for this amount, and am I reading this correctly? You know, like, you mean to tell me I lost like 500 mil? What the? It's very crazy times right now, like especially with the prices. But yeah, man, I got started literally with the notion that I just was really pissed and nobody else that I knew was playing RuneScape. So obviously I couldn't talk to anyone. I just wanted.
I got
to
blowpipe at 81
on
kc
YouTube.
liquid, or 87. It was
how
super
old were
lucky,
you
super
when you
spoon.
started making videos?
Oh, I was 19, man. 2000. Yeah, it's born 88. 2000. Yeah, 2008. 19. I started making videos.
Were you ever a full-time YouTuber? Is that like
yeah, dude.
your main income?
During that period, I have a military background. All throughout that period, I was actually in the it's very funny because like whenever I bump into people, they always refer back to like that time period. But like my time in the military basically pretty much ran up until like 3 years ago ish. I joined the military straight out of high school. But I was pretty much back and forth with a lot of active duty time. I was in the reserves, but back during that time period, you could volunteer. It's one of the perks about being in the reserves is that you can basically volunteer to go on active duty, volunteer for deployments. It's very different than like, you know, standard active duty service. And I was on quite a few deployments back then. 2009 I was away for a little bit, but
if you haven't seen his Jad prep video, you have to right now. What's Nightmare's like? What video would you guys recommend from Nightmare, guys? Would you recommend that one?
At the time, so
we should watch one of his videos so we can see like what he used to do.
It was a big kick in my nuts.
Nightmare RH OSRS. He was wild back then. Let's watch one of his videos. I want to know the lore. I want to see what he used to do. He has 2 different YouTube channels. You have to go to old school. I'm dead. I gotta double E here. I can't. I gotta exit. I gotta exit Cerberus before I start doing this. I'm gonna die. I just tanked every single one of those. Hold on a second, guys. Can anyone just link me a good video of his? Because I don't know what I'm looking for. If anybody knows Nightmare RH and's like, yo, I got a good video you should check out, that'd be sick if you could link it to me. We'll check it out right now. Hopefully I don't die right here. Okay, thank God he died. Let me TP.
Oh my fucking...
Okay, How to Prepare for Jad Guide by Nightmare RH. What year was this? 13 years ago? 13 years. Okay, all right, let's see.
God, what's going on today, guys? Tallywhackers, Venus flytrap bangers out there. This is going to be a guide video. This video is going to show you how to prepare yourself to face Jad. You see, I am going back to Jad tomorrow to get my fire cape. I would like my fire cape before the apocalypse takes over Jagex on July 6th. RuneScape apocalypse, that is. What? How does one defeat Jad, if one may ask myself that question? Well, I will tell you, motherfuckers, in 4 easy steps to defeating Jad. Step 1 into defeating / preparing for Jad. You must release everything out of yourself, because if you are full, then you will crash like a hot tamale, and then you won't be able to face Jad. How does one release himself? It's actually kind
If you are watching this and you're nostalgic right now, this is probably like hitting different for you. If this is the first time you're watching this guy without any context at all, you've already hit next on the video. These style of videos do not hold up 13 years later. YouTube has evolved so much, our attention spans are just gone. Like, this is different. But if you're like watching this and you've seen this before and you're like, dude, this is hitting different, I bet you guys are geeking right now.
Kind of easy if you really think about it. Yes, I know! Genius! Step 2 in defeating / preparing for Jad. If one wishes to face Jad, they must be full and have energy. How does one have energy and be full? That's actually quite easy. Yes, mac and cheese. If you do not eat mac and cheese, then you cannot survive Jad. Then, after you have devoured your meal to have energy, repeat step 1.
The mac and cheese look kind of good though.
I know, genius! Step 3, if one wants to defeat Jad, one must have his throat lubricated for the victory screech. How does one lubricate his throat, if one may ask? That's actually quite easy. Yes, Code Red Mountain Dew. This thing will make you shit bricks, and it will make you defeat Jad a lot quicker.
Code Red Mountain Dew was
Boy,
so good.
Code Red of
I don't
the
even, is that even
almighty
still
and
around?
powerful bunghole. What the fuck?
Oh, hell no.
Whoa!
Oh, hell no.
What the fuck is this? Holy shit! This isn't Code fucking Red. Step 3.5. If one gets fucked during step 3, repeat step 1 on top of step 3. Step 4 in the final step in defeating Jad and preparing to defeat Jad. If one wants to get his fire cape, then one must defeat Macaque. Ho, ho, ho,
What
yes,
is he
Macaque
fighting?
on RuneScape. How does one defeat Macaque in order to face Jad and get one's fire cape? That's actually very simple. All you have to do is repeat step 1. I know, genius! Oh my fucking god! A hooba hooba hubba hubba hubba! Yes, I know! Right now, guys, I'm actually going to use my own guide, because tomorrow we will be going back to the gigantic NAD on RuneScape. So anyways, I kind of really want to know, how many of you happy motherfuckers will be using my NAD guide? Huh? Be honest now, if you plan on...
This guy didn't say anything about Jad. He didn't give any actual tips. How are you supposed to beat Jad with this guide? Eating macaroni and Code Red.
Using my NAD guide to victory, then you can let me know in a nasty dirty little comment. Also, make sure to favorite this video because the making of this video is kinda like waxing your own ball.
I'm gonna be for real though. This is a unique talent. This guy just made a 5-minute video, 4-minute video, full energy, and he literally told you to eat mac and cheese and drink Code Red if you're gonna kill Jad. That's what he said. That's what he said. And he made a 4-minute video out of that. Is talent. That is like some serious talent right there. Some fluffer energy right there.
It was a bitch, and it hurt a lot.
And take a shit. I think that's what his step 1 was.
$1.50 on a fucking goddamn water bottle. So yeah, I will see you happy motherfuckers tomorrow. Bye.
All right, that's my first Nightmare RH video. We'll shoot a like right there. This is what I watched before my first fire cape. Did you get it, Nerd Fuel? You guys said check out Bonesaw. $1 billion in God Wars loot? Rip my VOD. A 2007 RuneScape montage. Need to watch Raj Patel? Why do you guys tell me to watch somebody else as soon as I pull one guy's video up? Bonesaw actually used to stream OSRS, but he hasn't streamed in like 7 years or something. What's this video? Skill to kill 3.
Yeah, we gon' rock it for the daylight. Show you how it's done right. Pegboard nerds on the beat and give me one mic. One Asian, one Latin, and one white girl with a couple of bottles. Yeah, that's a fun night. Ha, yeah, we are one. When the club shuts down, nah, we ain't done. You can tell by the ink where we are from. Copenhagen to Vegas, we in a race for sun. And you know I'm trying to win. I push myself to the limit. A couple shots of Patron and a couple bottles of Guinness. We going hard.
Skill to kill 3. What is happening? He's just trading people with, and he's editing it.
Let's go.
Did you say it was peak back in the day? Yeah, he's just making a music video of himself skilling. Like, I legitimately don't understand why this has so many views, but I don't understand. The PK videos, this was when OSRS was released. 2000 YouTube was lit. He just made a, it's 12 years ago. So this is 2015. It's a music video of himself skilling. Is this 5 minutes of him leveling up skills? Yeah, I mean, dude, shout out to Bonesaw for getting a bunch of views on a video. Holy crap. Maybe I got to make skilling music videos. That's insane. He's got a ton of views. Stop scamming my $5. All right, Siege, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that, bro. 1 second. I'm working on it.
Pieces of fucking goddamn shit.
RuneScape PvP World PKing vid. Oh, you guys want to see the video? Here, I'll show you. This is RuneScape PvP World PKing video. Staff of Light PKing Chainsaw. Nightmare RH. What the hell, dude? He's chainsawing his door?
What in fucking God's name was that fucking horse shit? Seriously! Fucking barragers! What the fuck? Barragers! Since when the fuck does barraging fuck you up like that? You fucking barraging mages fucking horrors! Ah! Fuck! My God! I fucking hate majors. fucking barragers. They can lick my fucking asses.
Oh,
we
God.
need to fucking do something about
This
this
guy-
fucking bullshit. Barragers.
So he had to crash out and sawed his door down because he died to barragers in the wilderness?
You goddamn motherfucking bitch hog. You make me feel left out because I don't have a fire cape, you son of a bitch. How is this motherfucker hitting me through prayer? Doesn't prayer necessarily mean that motherfuckers cannot hit me? Holy fucking Jesus Christ, we got a hippie fucking ranger. Operation Get the Fuck Away From You, motherfucker. Fuck you, Leonard or Lendode fucking asshole piece of fucking whoa. Who are you, motherfuckers? You motherfuckers need to fuck off. Oh, you. Oh my god, no! Barrage! Ah! You fuck!
Holy fuck, dude. Holy shit. Oh, no.
Goddamn time, not this motherfucking goddamn time piece of fucking shit. Motherfucking assholes. Ah! What the fuck? Fucking goddamn time. What the fuck was that?
Okay.
What the fuck was Motherfucker.
He chainsawed his whole PC because he got barraged. Damn. It's kind of like a Tyler 1 stream. Just a little bit more. You know what I mean? Just a little bit more. Okay. That was a lot to take in. That is Nightmare RH. That is some Nightmare RH lore right there. That's a throwback and a half right there. I had no idea that something like that happened before. But now I do. Now I do know. And that was something. That was certainly something. All right. So now we know who Nightmare RH is. Nightmare RH was pretty much just your average OSRS player who is great at entertaining people. I think that 13 years ago, that video would have been a masterpiece. Watching it 13 years later, not so much. But if you were there in that era and you remember that video and that's nostalgia for you, that's hitting different right now. That had to be peak. Because the thing is, when you are younger, loud equals funny. And people raging. Do you guys remember... I'll give you a good example. Do you guys remember what is the roommate dude that used to scream profanities at his roommates and he was like, "Where the fuck is my Mountain Dew?" And he had like that Cartman voice and he was like super a pretty big dude. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? And he used to get pissed and like yell at his roommates. This guy, Francis.
Where's my Mountain Dew?
What are you talking about, man?
No, where's my Mountain Dew? I keep it in the microwave.
No, you have.
Do you see my glass? I'm raiding in here, and I don't have any Mountain Dew.
I saw some Mountain Lightning earlier.
Where did you hide the Mountain
The
Dew?
same era, right? 14 years ago.
Where did you hide it? We're getting ready to go!
It's like there's some Faygo in the fridge, man.
I don't want any fucking Faygo! You cure the Faygo! Do I look like I'm thirsty for Faygo?
Oh,
Are you
God.
thirsty for Faygo?
Yeah.
You thirsty? It's delicious! It's delicious! I don't want Faygo! I want a Mountain Dew! I want my goddamn Mountain Dew! I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find my goddamn Mountain Dew. Yeah, did you drink my Mountain Dew? Did you drink my Mountain Dew? Let me smell your breath. Let me smell your breath. Oh, you Mountain Dew drinking bitch.
It's Mountain Lightning, Francis.
I can't afford Mountain Dew. Okay? The economy's rough right now. Obama, you son of a bitch.
I can't afford Mountain Dew.
I'm gonna find my Mountain Dew.
Oh, shit. Anyways, Nightmare RH reminds me of Francis. This content was peak in that era. It's just loud, nonsensical yelling. Was this a skit? Was this guy for real? I thought what made it really funny is that this guy was for real. But I think it's a skit. Yeah. Yeah, you could see him smiling, and I think he's just a really good actor. Everything was so extra. Remember FPS Russia? Yeah. He's actually a horrible person, this Francis guy. Yeah, dude, guys, that was just the content back in the day. That's just how it was. Oh shit. I'm glad the RuneScape genre has moved more into storytelling, cinematic, and high quality edits, green screen, stuff like that. Although it is a lot more competitive nowadays, but I think that watching a good story, good narration with some good clips is a lot more on brand for I guess where the age of everything is, where the age of the audience is nowadays. No longer is loud equals funny. That meta is for 21-year-olds. So 21-year-old us, we would be dying laughing at that stuff, but probably not anymore. It's nice to have both, I guess. Yeah, it's nice to look back on it. Brother, I'm getting smoked right now. We're going to have to quadruple eat here. You know what would be really nice? If I could get this eternal crystal and just leave Cerberus in the dust forever. We're on 790 right now. We are going until 8:15 on the Gamba. Daco, glad to have you back. Yo, we never left, brother. We've been here. We're not planning on going anywhere either. We'll be around. You're paying right now for a Raxor? True. MTA for 2 hours after you get the crystal? I'll probably do it off stream. Classic Plus looks really good, Kappa. Well, they haven't showed anything about Classic Plus. What are you talking about, sir? They're not releasing any of that until BlizzCon. Unless, of course, you're telling a joke, which I'm failing to pick up on, which happens quite often. I hope that Classic Plus is like RuneScape. Oh, yeah. Put it back on. One second. Thoughts on leaks this year? You're gonna have to watch the beginning of this stream, or maybe wait for my editor's video tomorrow to get like the real review of leaks. Or you could, like I said, you could go back and watch the beginning of the VOD when we talked about that. But we talked about all the things I liked about it, what I didn't like, and I also have a video up on YouTube about that. It's just a bit too long of an answer. But in general, if you want like a TLDR, I'm dyslexic, so sorry. I liked it. I had fun. Okay, I am trying to... you have about 2 clicks to...
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. You have about 2 seconds in between each kill to do something for Cerberus. Or you're dead. Crap. No. Please die. Okay.
Like, yeah, take your bag. Take that sponsorship, we'll skip it, whatever. We just want you to make money doing what you love and giving us good content, which is great that we're there now. But I'm curious, as someone who's been through all of the seasons of YouTube and all of the different, I guess, cultural identities that we had as online people throughout the years, why do you think people were so upset about YouTubers making money off of YouTube?
Because they literally... 2 reasons, I think, and please chime in. One is that they're extremely young and they see people pretty much in a way kind of like a Hollywood sellout, even though, like I said, you're not really a Hollywood sellout. If anything, you're just a self-monetize. And maybe a lot of it came down to being jealous.
Yeah.
Because I'm over here making content and you're doing the same thing essentially. You're playing RuneScape, and by all means, like I've said to so many people over the years, I'm like, hey, you want to make, money and stuff? Start a YouTube channel. Grow a following. More power to you. So I think that's really my
This was a problem back in the day of people like making money. And when I first did like social media, and made skits and stuff, I was always worried about like the transitioning point, if I was ever going to make money doing it one day, what people were going to think and if they were going to stop watching, because they just wouldn't support your channel anymore if they saw you as a sellout, meaning like you were making money for your work. Like if people saw that you were making money for your work, they would just get mad and they would flame you. I mean, even in the last video, I still got flamed a bit for taking that Raid Shadow Legend sponsor, which I don't necessarily want to do, but streaming doesn't have healthcare. You don't have days off. If you get sick, you lose tons of money. And it's really hard to make a career as a content creator. And if there's no other sponsor, like sometimes you just got to do what you got to do to pay the bills. And I don't think a lot of people see it that way. I think they just see you as like, no, you can only take sponsors that like I approve of. And some people are just so, mean, but it used to be worse. Nowadays, you have some people who are like, yo, W, you got the Raid sponsor, man. Glad to see like, you're able to, make a living doing this. Like, yo, mad love. Like they're not going to watch the sponsor, but it doesn't bother them. But some people are just ruthless, bro. Like they'll let you know what they think about everything. And it used to be, like I said, about this whole sponsorship shit, it used to be way worse. That's just how it is. But I'm glad that it's moving in a better direction where people are more mature. They see like how you need to be profitable if you're going to continuously make content, and they're a bit more nice about it nowadays.
Opinions. It's definitely different now because like obviously people that are very much like young teenagers, they probably have a different mentality, such as I can't wait until I can start posting videos on YouTube and social media platforms to, you know, make some side hustle in a way.
Yeah, influencer, quote unquote, is I think the #1 desired job for people under the age of 25. I think that's I read that. I don't know who made that fact up, but that's like that's something.
That's legit, dude. I've seen a.
What is the most desired job for Gen Z? Gen Z's most desired jobs often fall within media, entertainment, or tech, and entrepreneurship. Media and entertainment, 44%. Roughly 50% of Gen Z express interest in starting their own business. Is this shit flipped? How did this happen? The fun? Okay, we're gonna fix. All right, so media entertainment, 44% of Gen Zs want to be content creators that start their own business. So yeah, I guess that is true. According to Google, which is scientifically proven to be true.
A lot of those articles, especially all over, it's actually really legit. And I mean, like, I personally don't think it's a bad thing per se. Do you all think it is? And
I don't think it's inherently good or bad. I mean, it's really neither. It's more about, I guess, how you go about it. When we're talking about the early days of people making money off of YouTube, we just had Soup on last episode or episode before, or a couple episodes before, I think. He took his very first video sponsor for $50 for a hat company. And, you know, we just shouted out the hat company for, what, 15 seconds, something like that. And the comments were just vicious. They were so mad because this is before people started taking sponsorships on YouTube. This was like the cusp. He paved the way for people to not be mad at us.
What year was that?
This must have been 20. I mean, it was later. It was like 2019 because this was a full-on video sponsor.
Okay.
Maybe 2018, somewhere around there. 2017, I want to say. But I don't know. I think if I could get real deep and gritty in it, I think maybe retrospectively, YouTube was purely a place of passion back in the day. No one did anything to make money. They did it out of just an internal drive to create and make something that they thought would make other people happy. And I think I can understand how it might feel like a betrayal in some ways to monetize that. Like, I can understand it, but I also don't think it's a very pragmatic way to look at it. Because if you enjoy this person's content and you want more of it, you know, obviously, if they're not making any money, they're going to have a lot less time to do that because they're going to have to go get a real job or something like that. So I think it's a fair trade-off. I think there are ways to do it right. There are ways to do it wrong. I mean, you were around for this way back in the day. A friend took a gambling sponsor, an RWT sponsor, or something like that. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, and a lot of I've never personally spoke to him a couple times, never actually, you know, done content, but I remember, like, dude, there are like many things people have done that have really irritated people, but like you said, what are they essentially using that money for and stuff? Is it to create more content? Is it to do something malicious with it? If it's to create more content, create.
Did you see what they said about you on LMG's Top Tuesday episode? I didn't get a chance to watch that one.
Create more content and basically continue to be a content creator. You know, more power to them. Absolutely, and that's like, oh man, I can't remember.
Maybe we'll watch that one someday.
2016, 2017. It was really one of the bigger channels, like multiple million subscribers. And they were basically just being very.
The thing about that is, though, guys, once you become a content creator, you take everything that anybody says with a grain of salt. Like, no one could ever like offend me or hurt my feelings. You know what I mean? It's like, it's all for a joke. We all use each other as punching bags to entertain an audience. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what somebody says, it doesn't matter. And especially if they're your friend, it's better if they're your friend, because like no matter what I say about Showbeck, fucking love that guy to death, would do anything for him. And if he ever said anything bad about me, it would not matter because we're friends. So anytime I'm even like in the way that streaming works, I look at everyone that streams as my friend. So like it doesn't matter really what they say. The only thing that I would do with that is I'd go react to it, and I'd be like, I would do some crazy reaction like, oh, I can't believe he said that freaking scumbag or whatever, like, you know, and then you would use it as content. But it doesn't matter. There's never any type of animosity or anything like that. It just doesn't. It's literally content. At the end of the day, our job is content. So you automatically just know that, like, okay, he's just trying to entertain his audience. He doesn't really think that. That's just how it works.
Very transparent, talking about building like an actual, like, you know, studio to shoot a lot of their content in, and they got like roasted, you know, once again. And it's like, dude, it's like, if you love their content, you should be like, at the end of the day, it's like, hey, you get a big studio, isn't the content going to be better, you know, in a way? And if you're a fan of their content, theoretically that can definitely add to like a positive.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really win, I feel like, in a lot of these situations, because I'm sure even back in the day when people were first getting monetized, I bet there were a bunch of people that were like, hell yeah, man, get your bag, I love your content, you deserve this, etc. But those aren't the people leaving comments when you have a sponsor on a video. You know, people leaving comments are the people that are so fucking pissed off about it, which might even be a small minority, but you're only going to hear from them. So that's what it feels like.
Well, the problem is the small minority is the loudest.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, that's what a lot of people really forget too. I've spoken to quite a few other content creators, couple not in the RuneScape community too. And they've uploaded things and taken definitely sponsors before, and they're like, dude, I'm getting like a lot of negative feedback. And I'm like, well, what about the silent majority? Because even though like a lot of people
see, I felt like this about my last video on taking a sponsor, and then I go look at the like ratio on the video and it's still 98%, some plus likes. So I'm like, okay, people still like the video. It's fine. So you just have to be fine with like the loud minority of people that are just, they're just always going to be there. It's just how it is.
Really do get roasted and stuff. I've always found all over through, you know, over the years and stuff, there is like an alarming silent majority. A lot of people I bump into. Oh yeah. Like a lot of people I bump into like in game and stuff. They've probably like never left a comment like on like, you know, one of my videos. And I really like, you know, dealing with like the psychology behind stuff, psychological. And I'll go ahead and ask people, you know, very like maybe weird questions like, you know, what was your first video? Or, you know, hey, you know, have you ever left a dirty little comment before? You know, something comical like that. And a lot of people will tell me, they're like, dude, I don't necessarily really comment on, you know, I don't comment on like anybody's videos. I just show up, I watch, you know, videos, show support, and it's like, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, I think in terms of the silent majority, right? If we post on Behemoth, let's say a video gets 60,000 views. Let's say there's like 20 bad comments. Sometimes 20 bad comments feels like a lot, but in reality, that was 59,980 happy customers and then 20 mad ones.
Yeah. So it's hard to think of it like that, though.
That is an absolutely
the silent majority on YouTube. Yeah, they're real. They're out there. They just, you know, they're real human beings who don't want to fight with people on the internet. So they're just gonna watch their video and they're gonna carry on with their day. They're gonna drop their like or whatever. They don't, you know, they don't need to bring their comments in. I do want to know, was there any clan sponsoring of content creators back in your day? Did you have any experience with that?
Oh man, I would say definitely.
And what was, I don't even understand that. Yeah, okay,
Clan
so no.
sponsoring? What do you mean clan sponsoring? Like ROTS, like that kind of clan?
Clans used to sponsor content creators.
You mean with like GP and stuff?
Yeah.
So that is
to get their name out there, I'm assuming.
That is definitely an area I've actually never dabbled in per se.
Was that like a negative gray area? Is that like a bad thing?
It's an area that I am just not familiar with per se.
Oh, okay.
Did you take Mortania? Yeah, I did.
You actually said that. What I was thinking of is the non-GP route. They're actually paying people, but it would make sense. They're actually giving, like GP and stuff. Out of all the kooky, crazy things that happens like on RuneScape, because it is such a unique game, man, that doesn't really shock me and surprise me. But as for like clan sponsoring per se, I've never been approached by actual clans. I've been approached by Chinese gold farming companies, quite a few over the years. Turned those all down because I'm like, I really enjoy my RuneScape account, and I don't really want to have my account go bye-bye, let alone be, talking about this stuff. But I know that gold
Freaky, if I get back on leagues, I would definitely want to top, but I'm not planning on playing today.
Creators. As for clans, that's actually new.
I just don't have anything left to do.
Time frame of when that I
don't have any goals.
popping off, because I don't really remember.
I'm like a very goal-oriented person. If I don't have a goal, I don't know what to do with myself when I log in. So once I run out of that goal, I go try to find another goal, and I couldn't find another goal in leagues at the point of progress that I was at. I couldn't find another goal that meant something to me. So now I'm back in the main game because I have so much to do in the main game. I have so many goals over here. So that's what excites me about logging in and playing, is just like having that goal. So if you don't have a goal of Dragon Cup, then there isn't much to do after that. So unfortunately, I think I'm kind of done with leagues unless a new goal pops up.
With that.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, like once or twice, and it's always, they're like, "Hey, we'll give you $100 if you shout out our clan," and we're like, "Yeah, I know. That's no thanks, man, but I appreciate it."
I don't know what's going on in your clan to want to shout you out. What are you guys doing over there?
Yeah.
But
Have we been approached by gold sellers?
Oh, sorry.
I was just curious, real quick. I don't think we've been approached by private servers.
Have we been? Yeah, no, it's been private servers. It's been RuneScape gambling sites. It's been, gold sellers. No,
they probably know better at this point than to ask.
Yeah, that's a waste of time, honestly.
The fact that gambling is still like that's another thing, man. Like that was very popular many years ago. And I mean, it definitely is just like very much on the black side of like things. Flower games. Do you all remember that?
I loved it. That was my, when I was a
them.
kid, dude, flower games was I pulled a pair of Ranger boots from my first medium when I was really young. And that was just so much GP that I went from having nothing to just being so rich in one afternoon. And then I started hosting Hot and Cold. And then from there, like, it's just the money was just stacking because I was just in the GE hosting Hot and Cold, like freshman year of high school. And I was just, it was so much fun. Like the gambling was great, but now we don't really have any gambling. Honestly, it's kind of sad. I do like a little bit of gambling.
Sad we have no gambling in RuneScape.
Okay, so we tell the story, but like we used to go to like Tob, right? You go do some Tob, and we'd pull you pull one of the shitty pieces like Justy or the Rapier now, and we would always just immediately take it to the duel arena and like, hey, let's triple chuck this, see if we can actually make some money. Because this
like
is worth
2 mils
nothing.
not much. Yeah, 2 mils not much
so
for like a
everyone's in the
raider.
Discord call. We give Tasty the Justy face guard. He's out there and we're staking the Justy face guard three times to see if we can make some money.
We have done that quite a few times.
That was like, that's the gambling I miss. It is sad when you hear people like ruin their lives, but like, man, I did like chucking the Justy face guard.
That whole part of gambling, dude, kind of sucks, man.
Very dark side.
Yeah, there's the dark side to it.
I never personally actually partake, but I knew so many people that did. And just like you said, like a lot of people walked away, you know, very much happy gamblers, but there were people that utterly, like, they lost like pretty much their bank and their RuneScape house, so to speak.
Well, dude, back in the day, I say back in the day, I mean like maybe 4 or 5 years ago, that's where every Ironman ever came from, is they staked all their money on their main and they lost everything. And so they just made an Ironman. And that's where so many of my Ironman friends come from.
It is a lot of them, actually. They're just recovering gambling addicts.
Yeah, they make them because they can't gamble this way if they're on an Ironman, because then you can't just buy it back, you know?
That's
Okay,
actually
so
interesting. I
heard
never
from-
knew about that. Yep. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
I heard from a couple people that you had at some point in your, RuneScape journey, you kicked Zezma from your CC. Is this real?
Yes, and also I attempted to kick Mod Mark, which didn't go so well. Let's start with Zezma first. So ironically, me and Zezma are actually friends now. We have each other added on RuneScape, which is pretty funny.
That's so cool. That's like the biggest flex I've ever heard anyone have. Zezma has you added. Wow.
At the time,
I like that Zezma is this mythological creature.
It was just very chaotic in a sense because imagine someone like Zezma, which honestly probably is going to be the most popular RuneScapian. Like, because even people that are like fairly new to RuneScape, they'll go ahead and get a gist of like Zezma. And I do talk to actually quite a few people that have started playing around like Rona time and 2020, 2021. And one of the first questions that I'll definitely ask, I'm like, hey, you ever hear of the name Zezma? And they're like, yeah, a lot of people, keep, bringing that name up and stuff. But definitely one of the unique human beings that will forever just be remembered on this game. But whenever he would pretty much be anywhere, you would just see like people toppling on in. And if he joined like your back then it was like, one clan chat. Now we got like, an actual legit clan chat on OSRS and also a friends chat.
I always pronounce it Zezima, but apparently it's Zezima. That's tough for me. It's tough for me to say it like that. What did you do to level your range pre-CG? Chat, what did you guys do to level your range pre-CG? We're talking regular game, right? Slayer or Crabs, I think. Crabs, right? I did AFK Crab, I think, and Titans, besides just like playing the game, right? Slayer and Crabs? Slayer and Crabs is always a go-to. Try that.
But back then, I remember he joined, and I didn't really know what was happening, because I just got a whole bunch of messages saying like, OMG, OMG. I'm like, what is going on? And I remember I'm like, dude, you gotta go. Like you're
messing everything up, dude.
like you gotta go, man. So yeah, I ended up kicking him, and then I messaged him back, and I'm like, hey, I legitimately didn't know what was going on. I didn't know if we were being like raided or something, if we were just being spammed. So anyways, we started talking, just, kept each other added. But yeah, it was, I did make a video. I did make a video on it. And I started to become very well known, actually, probably from, I want to say, one of those videos before I really started like smashing a lot of computers and stuff, or electronical devices. Mod Mark is a little different, or like very much similar. I will say this though about Mod Mark. I've actually never personally talked to
How many
the guy.
computers did this guy smash?
From everyone who has, he actually is a very well-rounded dude. I honestly wish I actually did get a chance to talk to him. But the whole reason I attempted to kick him is very much like the same thing. In 2013, he joined my friend's chat, and it was like my notifications got a nuclear missile. I was getting spammed on friggin' Skype. What a throwback application, friggin' Skype, man.
That is a throwback.
I was getting absolutely spammed on Skype saying Mon Marquez, and then my friend's chat was blowing up, and my friends, you know, my friends tab is on friends, but I'm having like every single one of my friends just like spam me. And I'm like, you gotta leave, man. You're bothering me. I'm trying to play.
You know
the
about the
game.
OG Zima?
You gotta go.
Yeah, I played in 2001.
You're causing
I know
a
Zima.
disturbance.
He was
Honestly,
the first
I really
126.
don't know. I didn't get a chance to talk to him. I honestly wish I did. I tried adding him, but obviously I wasn't added to the cool boys list. And I got temporarily kicked from my own friends chat, which I honestly thought was pretty hilarious. But then in the back of my mind, am I fucking banned from my own clan chat or something? Is this what ended up happening? Because I tried kicking him and there was no kick option, and I'm like, well, this is a first.
Can't kick the J-mods, man.
But no, in all fairness, Mod Mark actually did recently retire from Jagex. I did make a video talking about it. I mean, the guy honestly did what was it, like close to 20 years of time at Jagex. Tremendous, you know, I mean, hey, all good things about him. That's a tremendous amount of time actually at Jagex. And from everyone that I've talked to that actually, you know, has talked to him and knows him, says he does have a tremendous love for RuneScape, which it's not bad. You know, that's a good thing. There has been bad.
That is kind of suck about Mod Mark, because a lot of times people just remember you for your worst mistake. And obviously, like EOC was, you know, Mod Mark was the proponent of, or he was kind of like his idea, right? Which is like one of the worst ideas in RuneScape history, but that's what he'll be known as. Like, that's his legacy now, which kind of sucks because he probably did so many other good things for the game. I can't name any because I also only know the one thing that he did that was bad. But I just assume that he did some really good things for the game, and he absolutely loved the game. He's probably a good guy, but people probably just hate on him now, which just sucks, man. But that's life. That's how life is, man.
Had J-mods in the past, which have, you know,
I can
gone
think
the
of one.
boot. Yep.
Is
So
there more
I
than
mean,
one?
There's two. There's Mod Try and there's
Listen.
Mod Jed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Is there any other J-mod drama we don't know about?
Not yet, dude. I'm sure there's probably one snake in there right now, dude. We just did it. The drama hasn't come out yet.
There might be
A ton of people seem to love the combat system.
but it was chaotic times, dude.
EOC on release was
especially
terrible,
when you didn't
but current RS3 game came from that model, and there are a lot of good things about a lot of good things about the current RS3. I'm glad to hear that, man. I'm glad to hear that something good came out of the EOC.
know what was going on, and you just got like hundreds of messages, and I'm talking about like hundreds of messages from like people that you have, like, you know, that are able to message you. It was like pretty much like a shockwave of a computer like bomb. But yes, I did kick Zezima. Obviously, you know, definitely all good things came from that. Monmark, that's a little debatable. Interesting video though.
Do you, this is kind of a sidetrack here, but I've just been thinking about it since we've started. You've been through pretty much every era of RuneScape. You've played pretty much from the start, right? Do you have any major breaks in there?
So, oh boy, this is actually something that I really did want to talk about. 40,
Perfect.
We
Launch
got,
into it.
okay. History of RuneScape, basically different phases. Want to get your all opinion on this, and it's really good, especially for anyone watching, listening, to definitely definitely drop, you know, your time frame on RuneScape, and especially if you agree with this. Very big history buff, and one of the reasons I love history is because if you're very passionate about something, especially like playing the greatest game ever, you should definitely know like a lot of history. And especially how old school RuneScape is very much positioned now, how we are very much involved in the shape of it, because there was a point in time where we were not, and very I want to say poor decisions were made, but at the same time, old school RuneScape was created, so that's very debatable. But okay, I started June 2005 timeframe. So think of RuneScape Classic as you ever play any video or not video games. You ever play any games off addictinggames.com?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It was unblocked on our school computers.
Yeah.
Yep. I actually got detention at a friggin' high school.
I don't think I remember that.
I found a way to actually go on addictinggames.com. So RuneScape Classic was pretty much like one of those games. Champion Archer, was my go-to on that site many years ago. And then RuneScape Deuces wasn't really called RuneScape 2 by anyone, but anyone that started playing RuneScape Classic, they referred to RuneScape 2 as RuneScape 2. Pretty funny. Even though when I started playing RuneScape, I just, referred to it as RuneScape. I didn't call it RuneScape 2. But RuneScape 2 officially kicked off March 2004, all the way up until, obviously RuneScape 3. But me personally, I have different time periods that I pretty much look at. So RuneScape 2 1.0 is basically from 2004 up until late 2007 before the Grand Exchange. And then you have RuneScape 2 2.0, which is 2008 all the way up until the Squeal of Fortune 2012.
You got Prims already? I'm trying to get Eternal, zombie.
In
I need
a lot of
the
people's
mage
opinion,
boot.
including myself, that time frame was the golden age of RuneScape 2. Now, we got a lot of really, iffy updates, but the thing about the RuneScape community, man, is that we just rolled with it because we just, looked at it and we're like, okay, this company did something a little iffy. We're going to just kind of go with it. What do they do that's a little iffy? They did away with hit points to Constitution, so taking us from a 2-digit HP system to a 3-digit HP system. Obviously, we didn't realize they were setting us up for Evolution to Combat, but people back then, they rolled with it. They're like, okay, whatever. Okay, now we got a 3-digit system, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's cosmetic, whatever. Dungeoneering was really a iffy thing, but a lot of people rolled with it too.
When we watched those videos the other day, I was asking why in the world are people hitting for 300? And this was the pre-change they made for EOC. I'm understanding now the lore.
They're like, okay, where is this company really taking, us, per se? Fast forward Squeal of Fortune, a lot of people really said, okay, what direction is this game going to? And then fast forward later that year to Evolution to Combat. So basically March 2012 up until July 2013, that was RuneScape 2 3.0. And then obviously RuneScape 3, in my opinion, is just really RuneScape 3. Old school RuneScape, though, very unique. And I honestly can't believe it's been 13 years since old school RuneScape's, been out. I made a little birthday video where I was saying to old school RuneScape last month.
Oh my gosh.
No way.
So old school RuneScape was 2007 Scape, the first year, and I consider old school RuneScape 1.0 to be from 2013 March or February, pretty much when it dropped, up until early 2015 when the Grand Exchange was installed. It actually blew my mind that we didn't get a Grand Exchange all the way. I honestly thought we got a Grand Exchange early 2014. And then I'm looking back on some of my videos. I'm like, no friggin' way. I believe old school RuneScape is theoretically OSRS 2.0 right now from 2015 until present day, which is the golden age that we're in. A lot of people can argue,
The golden
saying,
age.
what about Ironman? Ironman is such a different variant. It's not like a big fundamental change. But I love having this conversation, and it really is a deep dive. So, you all, do you think we're in the golden age of old school RuneScape right now? Do you kind of like agree with that? That we're in like old school RuneScape 2.0?
It's funny because that was actually the question that I was gonna ask originally. Is you've played every version of RuneScape since the start.
I think Varlamore is the golden age of RuneScape. What do you guys think?
What's like the highlight for you? What do you think is the golden age? And I would love to say that, you know, this is the golden age, but I also understand this is the only version that I've played. Like I started late 2018. And I mean, the way that I play games is I play one game at a time. You know, whether it was World of Warcraft back in the day, Counter-Strike for a long time. Like I was a big Dark Souls fan for a while. RuneScape is the only game that has been my one game for more than 2 years. And I think that really is a testament to how much I identify with this version of RuneScape. Like it is, to me, nothing's perfect, but this is as good as it can get. Like we are such a lucky game to have the current Jagex at the helm. I think they really do have a lot of passion. They very much care about the game. It shows through. The players have a voice, you know, whether it's a good one or not, depending on where you look. But
yeah,
I don't know. Like I do feel really lucky to play what I think is the golden age of RuneScape.
Yeah, I think it's the golden age too. Just the interaction we currently have with Jagex and the J mods. When you hear about
what are we hunting for in today's task? We need the Eternal Crystal to retire Cerberus forever. And we are going for 95 Slayer, which we're about 100k out right now. And we have about 100 kills. So I'm guessing right around the end of this task, I should be very close, if not hitting 95 Slayer, which will then I'll be fishing for Hydra task after that. And hopefully we can spoon something from Hydra, because we're going kind of dry on the Eternal Crystals. We're at 815 kills. Not terrible, but hopefully we can finish it by 950 kills at the end of this task. We can get an Eternal Crystal. That would be ideal. But the goal for today, the main goal for today, is to hit 95 Slayer from primarily killing Cerberus and get that Eternal Crystal. That would be amazing.
How the WoW players, you know, have their relationship with Blizzard. We just have something that
How many points? I have no idea. I'm going to point farm off stream, though.
And then number two, I was just listening to another podcast, a Theory Wise one.
I'm trying to get 2,000 to 3,000 Slayer points to skip for Hydra task.
We are the only MMO that doesn't, and this is about the monetization of RuneScape, but we don't have cosmetics. We can look at somebody, you know what they did to earn that, and sorry, we don't have
tutorial skip, but
we don't have. There's no microtransactions to buy something, and that just sets us apart. And we're still like that. And we have this great communication with the J mods. And I mean, I'm a little biased, but the content creation scene around RuneScape, like with the story we have settled, and you know, we have these incredible storytellers. Like, yeah, I think it's the greatest game ever, and we're just at one of its peaks as well. It's a marvelous time to be a RuneScape player.
I got a dip. That's 816. That's 816 kills. We're gonna really quickly, guys, gonna pay out on the prediction. That is a no on the first 50 KC. We'll do another prediction. Do I get an Eternal Crystal in 50 KC? New prediction is up.
Where the company did not stand behind players so much, and it was just like.
And I think we seen some solo cocks at the end of the stream today.
Ever since, you know, old school RuneScape from like RuneScape 3 creation, essentially, that's definitely changed. And yeah, man, it's definitely a great feeling to know that you're playing a game where and especially making content where the company itself will, you know, keep pretty much up with the players and constantly pull the players too. And a lot. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of great staff at Jagex. Even though that, you know, the staff many years ago, in my opinion, were very much great staff too. But it seems like this current staff is just so much more focused around, hey, we got to ask these people what they think about it before like really adding just like anything in.
Yeah, I think we are lucky. I was just gonna say we are lucky. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you kind of touched on it a second ago, where EOC kind of ended up being the greatest update of all time because it gave us old school RuneScape.
That's
you guys ever think about that?
That's
a
good way to put it.
Whenever I make like a RuneScape 3 video, because I do pretty much like I'm very retired.
There's a take
on
right there.
RuneScape 3. I keep up with it just because one, like my bank.
Mod Mark is actually the GOAT because he invented old school RuneScape. From his decisions, old school RuneScape was born. Damn.
As like extremely exploded on there because of the value of a paper mache party hat. But like that's my go-to phrase is that, hey, you want to hate on RuneScape 3? Well, RuneScape 3 created old school RuneScape. So, I mean, yeah, but the thing about it, dude, is that there are a tremendous amount of people.
Do the same thing, though. I mean, in retail, WoW, people were asking for vanilla for so long. And then they finally gave vanilla, and then Classic just exploded. So, I mean, it was a similar thing.
That never came back. And that's, you know, very heartbreaking. Because they were just very devastated. They didn't really want to restart in a way. But so many people did come back too. So it's like, you know, you're holding a good and bad in like both hands. And it's like, at the end of the day.
Are you going to farm Ranger boots soon? No. That'll be the very last thing that I do on my list of goals that I'd like to, and things I'd like to have. So we're just hoping that that happens for us passively.
Someone's getting fucked in the A. But at the
nice,
same time,
nice
other people
pause
are, like,
right there. Coming back to that,
RuneScape, and, you know,
you censored ass.
That was funny.
Well, I asked you. I'm like, hey, what type is this a PG podcast? You know,
no,
and,
not really.
You can say fuck, but you cannot say ass, dude. Whatever you do.
That's
because
so funny.
I always, whenever it's, and like I said, I love doing podcasts. I haven't done one in quite some time. And I always, you know, ask, I'm like, hey, you know, what is like the level?
What's your Raxor log looking like? I green logged in less than 250 kills. I don't have the pet though, so it's ghetto green log.
Level of like, just tell me like a level of like, you know, vocabulary you may or may not want to kind of use and stuff.
See, the Alex Jones doesn't have that level of self-awareness, but Nightmare RH does.
You're like
so
a better Alex Jones
cannot be the Alex
Jones. Okay, I do want to touch on like one or two final things here before we move to the Patreon. We've gotten your opinion on what the best era of RuneScape is. I have a slightly different question.
Do you have any boss pets? Corrupted Gauntlet. That's the only one I have, though. The rest of mine are skilling. I got 400 with no Rancor and no Halberd. 845, no Rancor. Good luck, boys. I hope you guys get that soon. Stay strong.
What, in your opinion, is the best era of RuneScape content? Do you watch a lot of RuneScape content these days?
Yes and no.
Gillinar Games is the best era of RuneScape content. I mean, that's the best content there is, period. There's, in my mind, Gillinar Games is the peak of RuneScape content. No other game will ever come close to that. It's so good.
I mean, it's just honestly, dude, it's like, well, I'll throw this question right back at you guys. Content creation, multiple different, you know, areas of content. A lot of times I have stuff, you know, playing in the background. So if that counts per se, then I'll answer yes to that. As for the style of RuneScape content, I mean, honestly, over the years, man, it's definitely progressed. I still remember when our RuneScape music videos were still a thing. I remember I tried making one, but then I found out how hard it was to actually edit it in Sony Vegas, and I'm like, dude, fuck this, no way. But like, oh man, it's a tough question because I just overall, I love watching RuneScape content, and I also love playing the game as well too. and I love creating content, streaming content as well. I honestly didn't really prepare to answer that question. I'm at a blank. I don't have a favorite because I don't have a dislike. So I'll go ahead and say that. Like
Valid.
there is no time frame that I really dislike of RuneScape content. Like obviously certain videos were more popular. There was a time where, you know, PKing videos were very extremely, you know, PKing content. Ironman videos, you know, going through contest competition, and, you know, just short little piffy, you know, videos per se. I just love like every single aspect. I've never came across of like a time period where I've actually like disliked it, like in a sense, but I would love to hear your opinion.
Man, I don't even think I started watching. Like when I was a kid and played RuneScape, I took in zero content. Like realistically, if I was on YouTube, it was like, how do I like trim my armor? You know, like I wasn't. I was trying to.
I started watching Twitch like so late in the game, man. Like I really didn't discover Twitch for a long time. I never really watched YouTube videos on gaming. I never really consumed gaming content until like maybe like after Battle for Azeroth, so like Shadowlands type era. I don't know. It was like I didn't really know that world existed until later on. So yeah, I'm kind of with T-Papa there.
If anything, it would be a moneymaker. Like I would look at a moneymaker and, you know, I'd collect blue dragon scales. But no, I didn't really like RuneScape YouTube until, I got back into it in my early 20s. Then I fell down the rabbit hole and just like, it was a binge, right? It was like, I took in so much, but it's only been this recent era. So I don't have anything to compare it to, but I love it. It's like RuneScape, YouTube, and sports are my number 1 and 2 things I take in life in terms of entertainment.
Yeah, I think I'm in a fairly similar boat to you two, where there's nothing that jumps out at me as my favorite. I think every era has had some really high positives and some drawbacks to it. I watched like RuneScape music videos back in the day, way back in like 06, early 07. That was about the extent of RuneScape content that I watched back then. The reason that I got back into RuneScape in 2018 is because I started getting recommended Torvesta videos. So I was watching like the framed and Torvesta PKing videos, which I think if you had to twist my arm and make me pick an era, it would probably be that. And I think I would put it like this.
How many task points you have? 30,000?
YouTuber you've ever had. My favorite era was like the year before Swampletics was released. Because Swampletics changed everything. Swampletics was like the pinnacle of RuneScape content because the account idea was really interesting. No one had done like a limited.
Is that why Swampletics is so loved? Is because it was like the first person, it was like the first restricted account series? He was like the first one to do it. Okay, I did not know that. See, because I came into the game, like when I came into the game, these restricted, I think Settled was on his like 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th challenge character. Everyone was doing Chunkman. Everyone's telling me, you got to watch this. You got to watch Limpwort. You got to watch this guy. You got to watch this guy. You got to watch Swampletics. You know, you got to watch Nightmare Mode. And it just felt like there was so many of these challenges to watch. It was just overwhelming, and I didn't understand the game very well. And I couldn't really appreciate Swampletics because I'm like, I don't know what the Zone Mortania is and like why it's significant or why is he not trying to leave it. And I couldn't figure out like how challenging the stuff he was doing. Because I just didn't understand the game. And so I was like, all right, one day I'll go back and I'll watch Swampletics after I understand the game a bit more, after I've played through it. And that hasn't happened yet, but I do want to do that. So I don't have the same appreciation for Swampletics that you guys do because you got to be there at the inception of it. And, you know, like you got to be there for the very first person doing that challenge, which I imagine now is way cooler than what I thought it was. So that's cool to know. I'll say that that's awesome to know that Settle was like the first one to do that type of challenge. Swampletics is a bad series for a new player to watch. That's what I was saying. I felt bad when I was watching it for the first time because like, I don't understand any of this. But for a veteran RuneScape player who's been playing the game, I bet you that I bet it just hits different.
Thing like that since, I don't know, Bodhi's one-man army, which basically invented Ironman. And then after that, everybody was just trying to one up with the limitations, and the production quality got so high, which I think is probably the best part of current RuneScape YouTube, is that we're getting genuine movies out of people. I mean, it's incredible quality. But I think a part of me really liked, I don't want to call it low effort, but the things that just were not so involved. It didn't really.
This is a active I guess issue with content creation. Is the bar is so high now that it's really tough for people to like compete or get their foot into the door, because I mean, if you want to get views or whatever, you got to put out a better video than Settled, and it's like, dude, good luck. You know what I mean? So it's a tough thing to compete with for other people. And then for making videos repetitively, it raises the bar, you know, for everybody, because now that's everybody's standard. So now you have to not only do it once, but you have to repeat that level of quality if you want to continuously make a living, as a content creator in the space. And that's just content. That's just a natural evolution of business in general, is competition breeds innovation. And so everybody is like, competing for this quality, and you have really high quality stuff out there. Like, you have Gillinor Games, you have Nine Rains videos are really good. Oh shit. I'm dead. I have no prayer. Okay. Whew. My brother doesn't play RuneScape, but he watches all the Settled videos. Yeah, like it can videos that are that good of quality can transcend the gaming space and move into like a general space of entertainment where people will watch it even though they don't even play the game. And that's the level that like Gillinor Games and Settled type of videos are on.
Rely on anything past just like a good bit of entertaining content. Didn't have to be crazy. Like, I loved watching it. It was so our best videos is the same video every time. I loved every single one of them. You know what I mean? I watched every single one start to finish for like a whole year. So that era definitely has a soft spot.
I gotta watch one of those. I don't think I've seen one. I don't know what he's talking about. The OG Torvesta videos,
man, is that
we might have to queue one of those up.
RuneScape as a whole, especially on YouTube.
Yeah, link me one. I'll save it for later.
It's such a unique beast because somebody asked me, do you think RuneScape and also RuneScape YouTube is going to be around in the next like decade? My answer is always the same. Does a bear shit in the woods? Because 10 years ago, you could basically pretty much like say the same amount of like, statement in a way. Like, hey, how long do you think there's going to be an audience like around this? Because obviously the World of Warcraft community has really changed over the years. I
would say 100% yes, it's going to be here. The amount of different challenges and things you can do to be creative. I mean, look at Classic WoW. They're literally right now in the Classic WoW space, they're leveling characters, and then they're doing a war and killing their characters, and then they're doing it again. They're just like, and they're RPing in Classic WoW, and they're doing a race lock. Like, they'll always come up with another idea, and I think it's just endless. I think it's just forever. I think this is where we're at in video games, is like limit the game. limiting what you can do in the game makes it fun. And you just keep limiting different things. You just take stuff away. And now you have a whole new game playthrough. Like, the infinite amount of playthroughs by taking away content from the game, it is infinite. It can be done for pretty much forever. You can always think of something else to take out of the game and do a playthrough. And it started with like Ironman, started with Swampletics, started with Hardcore. And now it's just evolving into Chunkman or one defense playthroughs and stuff like that, like Pures and whatnot. So I think it just never ends.
Warcraft, you know, content creators, especially games that used to be popular, that's no longer popular anymore, very much like changed. But the RuneScape content, like community,
started by UIM recently, it just feels like a new game. That's exactly what UIM is meant for. It's just a different playthrough. You're just altering the way that you play the game, and now it changes the whole way that you play it and the way that you think about it. And it's like, even though you're in the same world, you are playing a different game. And that mindset, that type of way of you like playing the game differently from removing stuff, it's infinite. You can do that as many times as you want.
or audience,
You can always remove stuff.
just seems to keep like going with the flow. Like it goes from like one style of content to like, you know, another, and it doesn't seem like in the next 10 years you're just going to see like RuneScape content or like the need for, you know, just that thrive to, you know, in snap of fingers, you know, fall off the earth and stuff.
Yeah, that's I was actually talking to a fellow creator when I very first started, like right when I went full time, I think. It was Sater. I don't know if you know who Sater is. T-Pobby, you obviously know who that is. And I was basically just kind of like confiding him. And I was like, dude, like I know I should be really happy that I'm going full-time YouTube right now, but like frankly, the only thing I feel is terrified. Like, because what if I log on tomorrow and nobody wants to watch me, you know? What if just all of this disappears? You know?
That's a feeling that all of us have. And it's more of a feeling, it's more of a fear now because of how many people there, how many content creators or like how many streamers that are out there that have like millions of followers and they have like 100 viewers. And I'm like, how can you have a million followers and 100 viewers, right? And it's like, that's scary to me that you could just lose everything that you built, right? And then it doesn't, content creation, it doesn't scale infinitely. Like if you stop creating or stop streaming, like you lose, you stop having money, and then those people maybe go find somebody else. And like, it is a scary career. Entertainment, any type of entertainment, I guess, is a scary career. But like me actually seeing other content creators that are much larger than me, right? And they've been streaming much longer than me, and they don't have the success level, they don't have the trajectory. They didn't keep going up. No, they went up and then down like hard. And then now they're staying down. That's a scary thing to see.
You know, I don't have a backup plan. I don't have health insurance. I got to pay for that myself, you know? And he was like, dude, I've been doing this for, 5 years at this point. And let me tell you, that feeling never really goes away, but people just kind of keep showing up. Like if you keep going, people will keep showing up, you know? And he was right. He was like, things don't just die like that immediately unless Jagex did something to absolutely murder their game, which I don't
that can happen too. The company can
like this stuff
you
just
never
kind
know.
of perseveres, you know?
Imagine you were a streamer in the EOC days, and then one day you just like nobody plays RuneScape anymore. It's like, what do you do? That's terrifying, and that can happen these days too.
Jagex has definitely made bad decisions before, but you're totally right, man. I mean, you're loyal Oh boy, I have people that have been following me like well beyond like times that I would even think that people would actually still, be following. But whenever I'm streaming or just whenever I'm just doing
That happened to
anything,
Myth.
you
Myth
see
is
the
a great
same
example
amount
of that.
people. So you basically build, very loyal people, and more power to you. And it's a great community, and you will constantly have people that will show up. As for Jagex really doing something, I just really don't see them doing anything like they did back in 2012, 2013, man.
Yeah, no way.
I honestly really feel that old school RuneScape is just so like positioned like right now and stuff where it's going to be very much like community player driven. So obviously if you just kind of I say this to everyone and I share this on social media. I'm like, hey, there's a poll out. Go and vote, especially if you're, very passionate about this. I know people that didn't vote on the new skill and stuff, and they're a little, butthurt. I'm like, there was a poll out for like a very long time. I voted. I got what I got what I wanted for the first time actually voting, which is pretty funny. I did vote for sailing, but and the only reason I voted for it is because it was a meme back in 2008. Not sure if you know that and stuff.
We learned about that. Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, dude, this game has definitely grown, and one of the reasons it's grown is because of streamers. Obviously streamers definitely, streaming on Twitch, did bring in a significant amount of people, which is not bad. It's definitely good. All throughout, I want to say really, even during Rona, like a lot of people really started to come on to like RuneScape. I think, Jagex also was doing a lot of like, advertisement. Don't quote me on this. I don't know this for sure.
That's how Jagex got me. I was on a car trip and I was on my iPad and I was on Facebook and I got a ad for mobile. I got a
Is anyone playing RuneScape because they saw a streamer playing it and they're like, maybe I'll try that game? I wonder if that happens. It is kind of true for me now that I think about it, because I would not be playing RuneScape unless Savix, Shobek, and Soda Poppin were playing it. When I saw them playing it, that's what made me want to play. I don't think streaming was around in the 2000s. Obviously not. I mean, streaming's been around since like 2015-ish. But really not... It really wasn't that popular back then. There was only a few of them. Kind of. I didn't play for 10 years and I saw all the streamers and all the new content and then I came back. So a little bit of it was from streaming.
Facebook ad for mobile and I was like, RuneScape is still a thing and it's on the iPad. This is crazy. And I downloaded it onto my iPad because I was on a road trip. I'm like, this is perfect. And then the rest is history. I've been like literally addicted every day since I got that one Facebook ad. So.
Yeah. So I mean, but you see, a lot of people are actually kind of like upset a little bit about it. And I say to those people, I'm like, dude, that's a good thing Jagex is advertising, because one, that means they're a profitable company, and two, that means they're not going anywhere like numbnuts. You want your game, you want the company that you're on to not only be profitable, but able to spend on like marketing.
Right.
And I mean, that's not a bad thing, dude, but you're not the first person that I've heard that has said they actually heard about this game, started playing again because like advertisements. I see like my algo is so RuneScape like advertise driven. I see those ads like all the time.
I don't know if you know the answer to this question. Do you know if Jagex was owned by private equity when EOC came out, or is that when Jagex was still just Jagex?
Do not quote me on this. Oh man, I don't even really want to say this because I don't know 100%.
It looks like Tasty might be Googling it though.
I am Googling.
Okay. Squeal of Fortune time frame 2012. I think
the heck
they
is
were
Squeal of
kind
Fortune?
forced per se to do that. I don't quote me on that. Don't really want to.
Okay, so you think Squeal of Fortune was forced by people who wanted more money out of the game?
There was a lot of rumors.
I mean, obviously,
going
who
around
else
back
would put that in the game? It's so bad.
Daily
someone's
login
forcing-
reward?
Someone was like, "Hey, please put gambling in for the children. We need to make more money."
Ooh, okay. I've got an interesting answer to this.
Okay.
So it was self-funded from 2001, its inception, until 2005. They received investment from Insight Venture Partners. So 2005 is when they were no longer self-funded. And I'm not sure what that means in terms of ownership. I'm not sure if they were the primary shareholders or if it was still Jagex. In 2010, the Rain Group invested in the company, while Insight increased their investment. So at that point, Andrew and Paul Gower left the board of directors. And then in 2012, Insight increased the stake from 35 to 55%. So not until 2012 did VC have a controlling share. It was 2012.
Yep.
So
there
that's
was
about the time frame.
Yeah, there was definitely probably, and that was a lot of just very bad like feelings back then.
Yeah, I mean, no, that was I think if I'm pinpointing the worst era of RuneScape, it was the day the Squeal of Fortune was put in. I didn't hate EOC as much as I hated the Squeal of Fortune. The Squeal of Fortune like took all the fun out because then it felt like I could just buy, and that's way less fun than
Daily gambling with Squeal of
I always
Fortune,
wanted to
huh?
play WoW, and my mom would never pay for it. So EOC coming to the game, I was like, oh my god, it's like WoW now, and I don't have to convince my mom to pay. But Squeal of Fortune was sad.
Dude, you had a little
Yeah,
whack-a-mole
I missed
on your
that,
screen.
luckily.
Yeah.
All right. Well, fellas, I think that's a great natural point to wrap it up and head to the Patreon podcast, which if you guys are interested, that'll be linked down below. You get a free 1-week trial, or you can just give us your money immediately.
Die. Thank you.
Anyway, Mr. Nightmare, thank you so much for.
Yo, GG's, guys. That was fun listening to the Nightmare RH interview. Got to know a little bit of lore. We saw some videos about him, his content that he made. I would say some Francis-esque style content going on over there. Some 13 years ago nostalgia rage videos. And I'm sure you had some other stuff, but those were the ones that we watched today. But it's cool to now I have that memory unlocked of him chainsawing his door and smashing his computer in after getting ice barraged. And Varrock, I'm guessing that was on a PvP server. Because he was not in the wilderness when he was getting attacked. I wanted him to ask how many PCs do you think he's broke? That would have been a fantastic question. By the way, Behemoth does tell you guys who they're going to interview next. And if you ever want them to like ask a question, T-Pop will literally just picks questions that his viewers tell him to ask the interviewees. So you can actually get one of your questions chosen if you go on there and submit that. Oh yeah, chat. I don't know if anyone is feeling generous today, but a viewer of mine is running in a race for cancer, and he's raising money for it. His name is Bailey. I'll pull it up right here. It's just TCS in the chat. And he's trying to raise money for his race for cancer. I told him I'd give him a shout out because he looked like a really good guy, RuneScape player. If you feel like helping out a fellow RuneScape player raise money for a good cause, you can click on this link. And it tells you his story about, you know, why he's running for cancer. And I don't do very many fundraisers, but I felt like this one deserved a shout out because he looks like such a good guy. And he's running for a good cause, okay? So if you were going to sub to me today, go ahead and give it over to Bailey. And I will also be donating to Bailey so after my stream today to give him a little bit of money towards his goal. And you can read about his goal right here on the site. And you can help out a fellow RuneScape player trying to do something good, which that's the good news for the day right there. Bailey, W's in the chat for Bailey for doing that for the fundraiser, man. Right there. Also, I wanted to watch the new Lazy Peon video about MMOs in 2026. Oh.
Yo, what's up, guys?
My friend S-Fan built a dark portal inside of his house, and I wanted you guys to see it. He did an IRL stream the other day. He hired these guys, and they made this. They 3D printed this dark portal, and they constructed it in his house, and they brought it over to install it. So basically, when you walk through S-Fan's closet right here, this is a drop-down green screen, and then on his stream, you can see it. This is it. How cool is that? I don't know. I just thought that this was the coolest thing ever. And then you could see what it actually looks like here on his secondary camera. But the green screen literally drops down through it, and it covers his closet door. And he's got the full-on dark portal behind him now. And here it is dropping down the screen behind him.
So good.
I'm such a nerd. I freaking love this.
Cinema. Absolute cinema.
Dude, it looks better than the one they put in
Oh,
the Blizzard
dude.
housing store or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
It's real life.
It's real. Oh my gosh, it's so cool.
Is this portal where all the Korean women come from?
That's funny because S-Fan, he's been doing a lot of collabs with, I guess, Korean streamers. So that that's kind of funny. But yeah, S-Fan is my friend. We do collabs sometimes, and he's got the sick, dude. This is just so sick, man. I'm jealous of this. One day I'm going to have a house. I'm going to put some nerdy stuff in it like this. Can't do anything like that with in an apartment, but imagine we got to do some RuneScape-esque stuff like, oh, what if this was the house portal? We could make the house portal, guys. One day. Maybe we'll do that behind us. If we get a house where we can build some permanent stuff like that. But anyways, that's all that I wanted to show you guys that because I thought that was just freaking so sick. And then here, we'll go ahead and listen to the Lazy Peon, the next big MMO release of 2026.
So, the past few months haven't been too great for new MMO releases. The vast majority of games released in this genre since, well, the past decade really, haven't really seen long-term success, or they've been cancelled before full release. At this point, it seems like MMO players, including myself, have reached a point of acceptance and have mostly consolidated to the big successful long-term MMOs that have managed to maintain healthy player bases for multiple years. World of Warcraft, Guild Wars 2, Old School RuneScape, Final Fantasy XIV, ESO, Albion Online, Black Desert Online, and so on. A while ago, I used to make these yearly videos titled Most Popular MMO of X Year, and we're basically at the point where I could copy-paste the 2023 version of that.
Because there's no MMOs left. Damn. Lazy Peon made a whole career out of making videos about MMOs, and then there's not going to be any MMOs left. Fuck, dude, that sucks. And I think that's how a lot of us feel. And it's pretty much WoW and RuneScape. I mean, Final Fantasy is there, but not really. Guild Wars 2 is kind of there, but not really. It's just not, they're just not the popular ones. And then you have WoW, which is the big one. And then you now have a second life of RuneScape. RuneScape kind of just like when it entered its golden age after Varlamore, within the past year or so. Like now RuneScape just like is bigger than ever and it's doing really well. So RuneScape is one of the only ones that had the MMOs that is seeing like growth in their player base. And it's for a good reason. I think that RuneScape is in a good spot right now.
That video, and it'd probably still be 90% accurate. In the past 6 months, we've had New World announce it'll be shutting down at the end of 2026, the implosion of Ashes of Creation, Project Ghost cancelled, New Lord of the Rings MMO cancelled, Warhammer MMO cancelled, and
Damn.
the ZeniMax MMO cancelled.
Damn.
It's certainly been rough, and what's even more concerning is that the few big MMOs that did release in the past few years haven't exactly maintained player numbers that suggest a long future. Look at Throne and Liberty. This is 18 months after it released. And honestly, this game had some really cool features.
I enjoyed Throne and Liberty the first few days.
Does not look good, especially for a game that went through a 10+ year development cycle. How about Lost Ark? It recently turned 4 years old. Prior to release, this was one of the most hyped MMORPGs of the past decade.
Nah, Lost Ark was not it.
Not looking good.
I didn't like it.
Released 1.0 not too long ago, also seems to be struggling. Blue Protocol.
Who?
Brighter Shores.
Who?
Core Punk.
Okay, Brighter
You get the
Shores.
point. Like, it's not as if we don't get new MMO releases. It's just that these new MMOs aren't able to hold on to a decent
Sony love that game, dude. Sony actually gravitates more towards Korean PvP MMOs that unfortunately have lots of pay to win. But that he does tend to gravitate more towards those. He likes those a lot.
Or break into the top 10 for longer than a few months. So what does the rest of 2026 hold for us in terms of upcoming MMOs?
Nothing.
What are the next big MMO releases
Absolutely
on
nothing.
the horizon? In this video, we'll discuss all of that. But first, a shout out to today's sponsor, Albion Online, one of the few newer MMO releases that have actually seen long-term success and a healthy player base. Albion has recently dropped its biggest update in a while, Radiant Wilds, and there's a lot to talk about. The most immediately obvious change is a full visual overhaul. Every biome has been reworked with new lighting, textures, water graphics, and atmosphere.
Bro, this game just looks like a mobile game. I can't get behind that.
Check it out using my link in the description. So back to the next big MMO releases, and I think the one that I'm personally looking forward to the most in the near term is actually Chrono Odyssey. This game had a beta test back in mid-2025, and honestly, it was rather under...
Dude, to me, this just looks like every other New World generic, like, graphic MMO, and it's just like you can look at it and be like, yeah, that game's gonna fail.
Overwhelming. The game definitely
not to be negative, but any game that just looks like this, you just automatically associate it with like that standard looking MMO that always fails, and that's just a product of like that's just me being conditioned to think this because of what's happened from the history. It's doesn't have enough art identity to it to like be relevant or like to capture an audience, I guess. I don't know. I'm just not interested. The moment I look at it, I'm just not interested.
But at the time it was targeting an end of 2025 release. During the beta test, I remember it just felt super undercooked and needed a lot of work. Most notably, I remember the combat and movement feeling quite clunky. My attacks lock me in animation for so long, it's extremely difficult to get an attack off. Like one attack, you would think that everything would be animation cap. What even killed me? Chrono Odyssey also seemed to take a lot of inspiration from New World, both with its combat UI, as well as gathering and crafting. This was at a time when we still thought New World still had a long future ahead.
Are there no companies like look at New World? It already has a solid foundation, right? Is there no company that would just like buy an MMO that's dying for basically pennies and then like try and put enough money into it to make it good, so then you get like a half price MMO that's already developed? Like, can't you just buy a dead MMO and then like develop it and make it better? Like, there's no companies that are doing that. That might be some weird ass thought I just had, but that's just a thought that I just, you know, that happens a lot in business where people will buy a business and turn it around.
Of it. Since that beta test, the Chrono Odyssey devs have done exactly what I wanted to see them do. They delayed the game, they made a blog post addressing every point of player feedback, and recently we've started seeing them...
Yeah, but you could buy New World, change the name of it, change a few systems in the game, call it a different MMO, re-release it, and then you already have a full-on, like, you could just, I don't know why I just thought of that, but maybe it's too risky.
Release footage of changes to the fundamental gameplay issues like combat, movement, camera, and content. With the upcoming shutdown of New World and Chrono Odyssey likely releasing early 2027, I can definitely see this being a game that ex-New World players will migrate to. As Chrono Odyssey is a Korean MMO, one big concern is obviously, will it be pay to win?
Yep.
Right now, we don't know, but it is worth mentioning that unlike most Korean MMO releases, Chrono Odyssey is actually developed by an indie studio. There's no big publicly traded publisher like NCSoft pulling the strings, so monetization should be in the hands of the developers for this one. I'd personally like to see them go with the same monetization model that Where Winds Meet uses. Cosmetic only gacha. It makes a ton of money, but it doesn't compromise the integrity of the game.
I like that.
I think that's the best we can hope for.
That's the best happy medium, is for there to be no power that you can purchase. No purchasable power. Only cosmetics. And you know what? In Where Winds Meet, I think they have a mount, like there's like some dragon that goes in the sky and it costs you like 50,000. And if you want to have stuff like that too, let the whales eat then, you know, make your 50 grand from some one guy. As long as it doesn't give him any power, just makes him look cool. I mean, that's okay at this point.
Overall, my excitement level for Chrono Odyssey is
it's
probably
better than power.
A 6 out of 10. Arcade Chronicles is another big upcoming MMO release that we might see at the end of 2026 or early 2027. And based on their recent uptick in activity on X, it seems like things are moving along nicely. Arcade Chronicles has been in development for a long time at this point. It's being made by XL Games, so I would expect it to be paid to win, unfortunately. And based on the info they've put out about the game over the years, it seems much less massively multiplayer than the original Arcade. From the footage shown, it seems like Arcade Chronicles will have a similar combat system to Chrono Odyssey and New World. It's being developed in UE5 and will be cross-platform on both PC and consoles. Honestly, I'm not super excited for Arcade Chronicles, and it seems to only be Arcade in name. Mid-2025, they released a dev diary basically saying it's not a traditional MMORPG, but a discovery-driven online action RPG. To be honest, I think the success of Arcade Chronicles rests entirely on the combat being extremely good and the monetization not ruining the...
Any of these MMOs that just look, I feel like, you know, when they look too realistic or they're trying to be too realistic, it actually looks bad. Because the technology it's not realistic enough yet. And when they're trying to be realistic, but they're missing the mark, I'd rather have them just not try. Like, RuneScape doesn't try to be realistic. It just has its own unique art style. WoW doesn't try to be too realistic. It has its own thing. And it looks fine.
The game. Two things that
so I feel like art style is so important in MMOs.
Overall, I'd say my excitement for this game is a 5 out of 10, and I'm hoping to be pleasantly surprised. Aeon 2 will most likely be releasing globally towards the end of 2026. This game already released both in Korea and Taiwan over 5 months ago.
Dude, I remember playing Aeon 1.
Like the game has been an overall success in terms of financials. As of making this video, it's still in the top 10 for Korean PC bang usage, and by January 2026, it had already made $68 million. Aeon 2 is a cross-platform PC mobile MMO made in Unreal Engine 5. It uses a hybrid tab-target combat system that allows for dodges and combos, and it also features a mix of both PvP and PvE content.
It looks like BDO and Final Fantasy.
Saying that it's kind of similar to Lost Ark. Personally, my excitement for Aeon 2 is like a 3 out of 10 because it does seem to be disgustingly pay to win, so I wouldn't expect it to maintain a player base in the West for longer than 3 months. I can see it being another Throne and Liberty situation, although Aeon is a much more established IP, so maybe it will do a bit better. When it comes to Western MMOs, I think the only one releasing in the short term that has mass appeal is Scars of Honor. It looks heavily inspired by World of Warcraft, Minecraft. It's
Okay,
got
this
that
one has a little bit of
stylized
art style.
aesthetic. It seems to have that responsive, fluid movement, as well as a mix of both PvP and PvE content. It's also going to be free to play, so it could definitely appeal to WoW fans who don't want to pay for that monthly sub. Scars of Honor seems to be targeting an end of 2026 release, and there's also going to be a Steam playtest from April 30th to May 11th. I think you can sign up for that right now, so go check it out on Steam. I'd say that my excitement for this...
Bro, I've just realized that the font of the numbers and the game has a lot to do with the art style too. Like the font that they use can be like a dead giveaway if it has some kind of art style. Like look at the numbers
aesthetic
on the damage numbers and stuff.
Fluid movement, as well as a mix of both PvP and PvE content.
You can tell right
it's also
away,
going to be
like
free to play, so it could definitely appeal to WoW fans who
like I
don't
like
want to
the
pay
damage
for that
numbers in this
monthly
game.
sub. Scars of Honor seems to be
don't know if I
targeting
get to
an
see it,
end of
but-
2026 release, and there's also going to be a Steam playtest from April 30th to May 11th. I think you
You see the font of the numbers? They don't look like, they look more like bubble. They're like bubble style letters. It kind of adds to the
can
aesthetic
sign
of the
up for
game.
that right now, so go check it out on Steam. I'd say
They're
that my
clear and easy to
excitement for
read,
this
too.
one is like a 5 out of 10, and I'm hoping that I can get access to the playtest soon and make a first impressions on it. But honestly, in the next year, that's pretty much it for the big MMO releases that have a decent shot of cracking the top 10. Of course, we do still have the other big projects in development like the Riot MMO and Guild Wars 3, but these could still be years away. We literally know
I haven't heard
nothing
anything
these
about Guild
games,
Wars 3.
But even so, I would say that my excitement levels are like a 9 out of 10 for both of them. Of course, we do still have a bunch of indie MMOs or niche MMOs that are also likely to release relatively soon.
I had no idea that
Monsters
was
and
even coming.
Memories is the big one that classic MMO fans seem to be most looking forward to.
Dude, Ompi is addicted to this game. Monsters and Memories. This guy has like, he said he has like 200 hours already in the game.
This is another spiritual successor to EverQuest and is currently scheduled to enter early access on June 1st, 2026. Aside from that, if you're into pixel MMOs, then Dracantos seems to be getting closer to a release. I actually covered this in a first impressions last year.
Dude, that looks
and
like
the devs have
Pokemon.
already fixed my biggest problem with the game, which was the movement. So I'm looking forward to giving that one another try too. Another lesser known but still beloved IP that should be releasing a sequel in the next year is Ragnarok Online 3. Although that one does have a solid chance of being paid to win, as with every Korean MMO. We've also got Bellatorus, another Korean MMO, Architect's Land of Exiles, which looks absolutely
What
awful.
the hell? I've never heard of
and
any of this.
Apogea, which is basically a modern
Apogea.
take on Tibia.
You know who told me this game was really good? Poke. My buddy Poke. He said this game looks sick. He said it was really fun to play too. And it's kind of like a RuneScape top-down MMO. He said it was really fun.
But honestly, these games are kind of niche and are unlikely to sustain a spot in the top 10 MMOs
That's a
for
Apogea down
longer
here, I
than
think.
a week or two. Despite most new MMOs failing to maintain a stable long-term player base, I did find two that seem to be exceptions to this rule. Palia became playable back in 2023 and released on Steam in March 2024. Since then, the game's received numerous updates, it's sitting at very positive reviews, and has maintained a stable player base. And this chart doesn't even show player numbers for PS5, Xbox, or Nintendo. It might not be a traditional MMO, but I think I would consider this one a success. The Quinfall initially came to early access on Steam at the start of 2025, and it got off to a really horrible start. Rampant cheaters, bugs, the game was an absolute mess, but in the time since, it seems to have seen quite a big resurgence in player numbers, seemingly due to the shutdown of Ashes of Creation as well as New World. The game still has a long way to go, but it does at the very least seem to be showing signs of turning things around. So that's pretty much it when it comes to the next big upcoming MMORPGs. Most of them are coming out of Korea, or they're fairly niche.
I'll wait for
There is
2030.
no WoW killer, there probably never will be, and most people will have just consolidated to the top 10 most popular games of the genre. Despite
like
the MMO genre
top
seeming
4.
quite dead in terms of new releases right now, though, that isn't to say that there hasn't been games releasing that doesn't scratch that MMO itch or appeal to MMO fans. Recently, we've had Crimson Desert release, and whilst definitely not an MMO, many people describe it as feeling like a single-player MMO, especially with how the devs have continued to update it post-launch. We've also got Where Winds Meet. It does have an online mode, but personally, I do prefer the single-player stuff in this game. Soulframe is another one, not a full MMO, but more of an online action RPG with multiplayer elements, also looking quite promising. Then you've got PoE 2 and Diablo 4 on the ARPG side of things, not MMOs, but there's definitely some audience crossover there. And then you've got a plethora of survival RPGs, a genre that I've really come to love in the past few years, that definitely gives a similar satisfying sense of progression to MMOs.
The RuneScape
Games
Survival?
like Valheim, Asker, RuneScape Dragon
Dragon
Wilds,
Wilds.
Enshrouded, Bellwright, and too many more to even mention. Actually, whilst I was taking a break from YouTube after the Ashes of Creation,
I feel like
implosion,
Dragon Wilds
I
was
spent
really
like
fun,
2
man.
full weeks playing Asker with one of my friends. I'm over 300 hours in that game now, and I absolutely love it. Just looking forward to more content and eventually a 1.0 release. My point is, whilst full-scale big MMORPGs might not be releasing or popping off like they used to, I actually think more games than ever are adding MMO-like features and systems that scratch a similar itch. MMOs are expensive as hell to make, and due to Western game dev wages being so high, they're just not financially wise games to pursue for investors. Hence why we mostly see these games releasing from Korea or China nowadays, where the wages are much lower and they're much more financially viable. But that's where we'll wrap things up for this video. Let me know.
As much as I love MMOs, guys, if I was a giga rich, I would not invest in one. So I get it. MMOs are screwed, guys. We are screwed. If you like MMOs, too bad. Okay? Because MMOs are done for. Unless Riot can make a good one. I feel like that's our only hope if we ever get a new MMO. However, we have RuneScape, and Jagex is awesome. And we're getting Classic Plus, no copium, later this year, December 12th release date. Classic Plus will launch, and they will announce that they purchased Turtle WoW, and they are taking all of the good things from Turtle WoW, which is why Turtle WoW shut down. And we're going to be getting Classic Plus end of the year, right after the Sunwell and TBC is released. There you go. You heard it here first. You heard it here first, guys. Little bit of cope. Hey, Sard, I'm currently in the process of making MMO. If you could donate $500 to my Kickstarter, I really appreciate it. No, Triumphant. I will not donate $500 to any Kickstarters ever again. Okay? Unbelievable. Do you guys really think I would fall for some kind of scam where they say that they're going to be making a badass MMO and they need money to start up, and I would pay $500 for early access for 14 months of game time and 5 limited cosmetics, including a mount? You think that I would do that? Idiots. Idiots if you think that, okay? Absolutely not. I would never. I'll tell you what I would do. Fire up a little CBT halfway through the stream right before we get into the next Behe video that just dropped. Behemoth OSRS. Here it is right here. 20 minutes ago. Fresh off the press. We're about to watch the newest one. Everybody get a CBT coffee bagel. Fire it up. We're locking in. And then we're getting a Eternal Crystal. Let's get it. Let's go. CBT hype? Am I about to get nerd logged? Holy crap. Let's relog real quick. All right. People have snuck into Lumbridge. Wait a second. How did people get there? I'm excited.
I have spent the last 30 minutes acting like Nancy Drew, trying to figure out if what I am seeing here is real. And if it is real, the obvious follow-up question of how the hell did they do this? So let me explain. Yesterday, we were submitted an anonymous message. It's not actually anonymous, his name is right there, but it was submitted with no context, no explanation, and no text other than this. Made it to Lumbee Swamp Giga. And in my head, this gives off the same vibe as like when a serial killer cuts out magazine letters to write a letter to like a cop or something. And the image attached was this. This person has somehow broken into the locked off area of Mistland, where we normally start leagues, but is completely off the map and you're not allowed to go to it this leagues. And on first pass, this all looks pretty legit. Like he's unlocked the music tracks of Mistland, which makes me think this is not some sort of random event smuggle or anything like that. Like I don't know if I'm missing something, if this is like a super easy method that no one has thought of. And I stared at every detail of this picture to see if I could see something that looked out of sorts, but there is nothing. I ran it through an AI generation detector and it was 95% real, so very unlikely that it's AI. I also put this into a photo forensics program to check for Photoshop. You can see here side by side, I put it into something called an ELA, which is error level analysis. And that essentially tells you if there's any like pixels or artifacting that should not be there. And frankly, I had no idea what I was looking at. So I made my own screenshot. I tried to mimic some of the items in his inventory and I put my own photo into the same exact program. And it looks legit. It looks almost identical side by side. All of the weird artifacting on the runes, the way the text showcases, the way the trees are highlighted, everything looks...
God dang, Tasty is kind of nice with the fake softwares. My boy's going in.
It's exactly the same. So that tells me this is very likely not Photoshop.
Detective Tasty. On the scene.
Shopped. And so now I am coming to you guys. Okay, we need to do some theory crafting in the comments, please. If anybody has any experience with this kind of stuff, the photo is in the Behemoth Discord, which is linked down below if you guys want to check it out. If you want to do some math or run some numbers on your own side, I would love to hear it. But I truly do think this is real. Like there is nothing to make me think this is fake besides the fact that it should be impossible. But with the amount of spaghetti code in RuneScape, I feel like this is something Rendy could do, so it's probably not impossible. I really hope it's not an easy answer. And if you guys have any theories, I would love to hear it because this entire situation is just so mysterious to me. I do love a good mystery. Anyway, I'm gonna try to forget about that so I can go to bed tonight. I would like to congratulate a player by the name of Subpar Med, who has achieved the world record dry streak for the Inferno pet. Just yesterday, he finally got the pet at 379 kill count. Now, if you're curious, if you do an Inferno run on task and you gamble the cape, you have roughly a 1 out of 42 chance to get the nibbler, which means this guy was nearly 10 times drop rate on a piece of content that actually costs you money to do. And if you're curious, this guy did get 55 million Slayer XP with just this grind by itself. Damn. My man got 499 Slayer capes at the Inferno only, which is disgusting. And the question that you guys are all wondering, is this guy okay? I'm gonna put his answer up here, but I feel like pretty much everybody knows the answer to that. It's time for a complaint of the day, this time going over to the Tenalstics of Ralos, which is a weapon that honestly is not doing great in general. I mean, in the main game, it's extremely niche. I think the only place I see it used is maybe Ulm and Maiden at TOB. If that's not bad enough, it's also entirely useless in leagues. It does not trigger ranged echoes because Sunfire Splinters, for some reason, don't count as ammo. The capstone for thrown weapons also does not apply to this, which is probably a bug, realistically. What? And my favorite part about this entire debacle is that the image for the capstone is literally the Ralos. That's actually what it is. So truly just insult to injury. I hope one day this weapon is worth something because it's cool. And finally, the conclusion to the guy that we've been keeping an eye on, he's Varlamore only this leagues, has finally reached tier 8 without leaving. I can't imagine that was fun, but I'll be honest, I probably would watch that if it was a YouTube video. And finally, we do love art. So today's art showcase comes from Reddit user Nogich, whose coworker drew him Vorkath in what I assume is colored pencils. Honestly, incredible. This is really well done. Anyway, gamers, welcome to Behemoth. My name is Tasty Life. I considered getting the tinfoil hat on today, but I am bald, so my skin is sensitive. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump into the clips, dude. We are about to see the world's first sighting of the Fremenic Echo item.
Oh, chat. We finally seen one.
The first Fremennik helm, bro. 8 days and 3 hours, and I've never seen one yet, and I've finally
Nobody has that freaking helmet, bro. Did anybody choose Fremennik in the chat? There's no way.
seen a Fremennik helmet in the wild, my friend. Finally been done.
Bodhi has been grinding out 70 chambers of Zarek a day, and he is back in the race.
Alrighty, y'all, it's the time to introduce me back onto the board. Eldamall or Mega Res voucher for me! Yeah! Yes! Yes! Yes, Eldamall! Nice!
No way.
We're back on the board! Nice! Alright, we only need
75,000 points.
2 more Twisted Bows and then we can leave.
Guzu takes on the 6 Jads challenge with ease.
Freaking did it. Oh, I'm so happy we did it.
We freaking did it, dude. 6 Jads. Oh, that was difficult, chat. That was difficult. We did it, though.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Guzu's that guy, huh? I wonder what build he's using. He's got the boppers. Is he blind bag?
I don't know how many attempts that was, but that was quite a few. Wow. I have goosebumps. Oh, my God. I literally, my hair is like, oh my God.
Wazi achieves what I can only imagine is the world record Zulrah.
Oh, big. Oh,
Nice.
yes, guys. That's a PB, I think, 4.2.
4.2 seconds.
And it also is really cool to see the RuneScape 3 players come over for this.
Why do you look like the helmet of the moon in real life? What? What's the helmet of the moon? What? You know, he's got a good jawline, though.
Foe runs into skill specs in the wilderness.
I'm gonna make him mad. I'm gonna make him mad. He got Lithic Sceptered. That's
No
the most
way.
skill specs things I've seen in a while, man. Oh, I can't wait for Deadman mode.
And Notorious is
Nice. Foe had the front row view of skill specs getting PK'd. That's crazy.
hunting the Echo weapon.
Like, dude, I'm over here just fucking skating. Skating away. Let's fucking go, bro. That's the normal KC. It doesn't include the Echo boss. It does not include the Echo boss, bro.
Poor Joe Watermelon, man. The Flaskers are in absolute shambles.
Yo, Alpha. Appreciate the follow.
Wait, I forgot.
No. Jagex, we got to fix the flask. It says you go immune to damage, but sometimes you don't. What's up with that? Okay. Some things it does not immune.
I love that my item that, guys, let's go over this again. Let's go over this again. Over the next 2.4 seconds, the sigil will reduce all damage you take to 0. Bro, that is the biggest blue balls ever.
Now time for some main game clips, all right? Because yeah, everyone's getting tired of leaks. I get it. We're starting off with Scott VC, who is on a generational run this month.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
There it is, the BA pet.
Yes. Yes, dude. 66.
Belgian Beer sees his first ever top purple on the hardcore.
KC 34. Oh, it's a purple. It's in my name. It's in my name. Oh, let's go. First purple 35 KC. Immediately my name. Let's go. Oh man, let's see it.
Collection log slot.
I'll take it. I'll take a rapier. I'll take a rapier. That's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool weapon.
And so does Stormy, but this time he's a regular iron.
Purple. Really? And it's mine? What the fuck?
Good, let's go side. Come on, side. Come on, side.
Okay. Let's see. This is a site because fuck it. Let's just open.
Nice. Okay.
Next up, we have Demon OSRS. I recommend closing your eyes and doing audio only for this.
Oh my god, I just got the pet. You're fucking joking. Oh. No fucking way.
Fuck. God dang pet collectors, man.
Zaphion is one of the most insane Winter Todd pulls I've ever seen.
Oh, I got the Pyromancer garb.
And the torch. Holy shit. 2 uniques. Oh my god, and the hood. What the fuck?
Dude, this
and the
is
legs.
this guy. This
what the
guy.
fuck?
This
Is that
guy's the
rare?
most spoon account
And
ever,
the
by the way.
gloves. What the fuck? Huh?
And Trek
There's
on
no
the
way.
hardcore, I want you guys to look at his inventory and see if you're seeing what I'm seeing.
Look at this dude. Wait till you see the.
Jamsel is one of the players who's going for world record deep delves. Let's see how he's doing today.
Raw swordfish is crazy. Dude, can we dude, ban this ground?
Oh my god.
Why is your ground looking
I'm gonna
like that?
spoil this one. It's not a happy ending, but he did say the magic words.
Oh my god, it's my purple. Oh. Behemoth, 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 behemoth. Oh, that is so sad. Better luck next time.
This guy also...
I like how there's only one item in Tob that anyone gets excited about. It's tough. It's tough, man.
Said the magic word, but better.
Is this the scythe? I got a purple, Zach.
Hey Duncan.
I got a purple.
Yeah, I know. So after you pull out your Vernic, tell me how work.
No, it's scythe right here because I said behemoth.
Collection.
Oh my god, I got a scythe! Oh my god, I got a scythe! Oh my god, I actually got a scythe! Oh my god!
Oh, you actually did.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay, hey, clip that.
Oh my
clip
god!
And finally capping off the video, we have Stephanie.
The shard.
Oh my god, I got a shot! Damn, nice. Yay. Wait, that's crazy at 15 KZ.
Gamers, that's all we got for you guys today. Please help me figure out what the hell is going on in the comments. I would really appreciate it. But it is, unfortunately, my bedtime, so I'm gonna have to leave you guys today. You're in good hands. We have Guzu taking out the video. I love you all. Stay hydrated, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I want to punch the engineer in the face in Minecraft.
Dying on my hardcore Iron Man. Dying on my hardcore Iron Man. Dying on my hardcore Iron Man. Dying on my hardcore.
7 pets on League Worlds? That is insane.
Look, Guzu crash out?
6? Okay, so 6 or 7. Ow.
Deserved. I hope you got hurt for saying that. Type shit. Chat, welcome back to the stream. We are killing Cerberus for a few more kills, and then we're going to do something else. That's probably enough reacts for the day, I'm thinking. I think we've reacted for like 5 hours. Hey, who is... Unbelievable, man. Not a turtle. Didn't you see that I was here 20 minutes ago? Unbelievable. A man can't even have CBT and come back and kill Cerberus on his own world without getting PJ'd? Oh, of course nobody's on this world. It's a Germany world. Get me out of here. Reacted so much you lost your spot? Unbelievable. Oh, what? 100p mobile? Guys, how are there people at Cerberus when Leagues is out? What is going on? Every single world. Can we got guys, League 6 is available for play. Okay, guys? Why don't you go do something else so I can kill Cerberus? Thank you. Unbelievable. Man can't even find an empty Cerberus world these days. Please give me the crystal. Guys, have you really ever thought about it? All we need is one crystal and then we're done with this. So all we gotta do is just loot that one crystal and stop getting Peg Asian crystals. If we just stop getting the wrong crystals, we'll be done. We'll be so done. We'll be all the way done. And then we can hit up that mage training arena for 2 hours. And then we can slam the boots into each other. And then we can have some crazy good magic boot. Does it change? If you slam the mage boots in, do I get different color of Vernix? Do we get any transmog upgrade? Please die. OSRS wiki. Gobelino. Thank you. Thank you, my friend, for the bits and the boosted RNG. Guys, check and see if you have a Twitch Prime right now. Go give it to your favorite streamer. It doesn't have to be me. Just a monthly Twitch Prime reminder. Don't let it sit there. Otherwise, if you don't use it, Jeff Bezos gets to keep it. Hashtag bankrupt Bezos. Jeff is a good man. I know he's a good man that doesn't need any more money though. So let's give that to a streamer instead. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it doesn't have to be me. Just make sure you use it on somebody. What if he started streaming? I wonder if Jeff Bezos would get a lot of primes. If he started streaming, actually. Yeah, I would say if he started streaming, totally fine to give it to him. No discrimination here. Plus, he is a fellow bald, which I respect. You know what I mean? I absolutely respect him. He's one of the greatest balds ever. But he just doesn't need any more money on some you know, on some type shit. Your bald is better, thank you. That's very nice of you to say that. You did not have to say that, but everybody was thinking it, so I'm glad you did. Thank you, sir. Baby Baba Nino Goblino on top of the bits. Thank you for the prime. And Cubed Hamnel, thank you for the prime. Back-to-back-to-back primers is a fantastic RNG boost that we desperately needed. Step under. Let's get a double claw in. The double claw into this step under. Are we potted? We're potted. We're potted. You know what's crazy is the idea of prayer flicking used to be I used to be so scared of it. Like, I thought I couldn't do it. And then one day, it just becomes like a natural, easy thing to do. It's a cool feeling. I think the Inferno really teaches you a lot about your overheads. But like, it is funny how like when you first start, prayer flicking really is really like, you know, over your head. That was like a 2 out of 10 joke right there, but I'm glad you guys caught that. Eight out of 10? Hell yeah, we'll take that. Please, Sarah Dolman, Gothics, if you're listening. One Eternal Crystal for the boys. How's my XP going? About 100k out? 100k out? We're still about 100 kills out. Death charge. Die. Thank you. All right, got no more food. Unfortunately, and the teleports are just not dropping today, boys. The teleports are just not happening for us. I don't know what's going on with it. We're at 835 Cerb kills with 112 teleports. That is unlucky, I think. What is the drop rate on the teleports here? We might be dry on teleports. Cerberus. Teleport drop rate is 1 in 65, but you get 7 of them. So basically, every 10 kills, you should have 1. That's not very good. Which means we're actually spooned on teleports. We're actually like 300 above, or 30 above rate. Damn. Another spoon. I thought I was dry on teleports. What the heck? Feels like it, at least. Oh, I need a summer pie. You can fairy ring to your house? Wait, Tanka, you didn't know that? Brother. You got to use code DICK. DIQ. It'll take you right to your house. Just remember that. Dick is home. You'll never forget. DIQ. Home is where you make it. Guy likes to see homos naked. I don't know. I don't know why he's saying that. Anybody know what movie that's from? Joe Dirt? No. Yeah, it is. It is Joe Dirt. Yeah. I actually thought it was Waterboy for a second. Because it's the same guy, right? It's the same guy. He plays this, that guy plays the same role in every movie. All right, Cerberus. I'm going to need you to put out. So, what's the best build in leagues now? Has there been like a meta discovery? Any new news on like what people are doing to break the game? Is the meta build for leagues still Power Thorns? Air Mage Thorns with the BBC? Crossbow looked like a pretty fun build, especially with the crossbow. I mean, especially with the King Black Dragon crossbow. It looked really fun. Foe AFK'd soul today with a Water Mage Thorn spec? Nice. So, I don't know if anyone agrees with me here. But when the game is too easy, like if you could AFK something, it becomes less fun for me. And so I was a bit concerned with that. There's like this sweet spot in like feeling like rewarded when you're doing something in a game. And if it becomes too easy, then it no longer hits the same for me. It's like a participation trophy or something. I felt the same way. That's why I stopped playing leagues. I had this feeling, guys, when I was... I didn't know how to say it. When I was... testing the game for Jagex, and I was making a build to make for that video that they launched. I was testing the Thorns build, and I AFK'd. I was AFKing Soul pretty much, and the Inferno, and I was like, this is not fun. It's too easy. And I didn't know if I should like tell Jagex that or not, but I didn't say anything. But I just had that feeling like I felt unfulfilled when I played the build because it was too strong. And a lot of people were coming into this stream on like day 1 and 2, and they were asking me like, Sard, why aren't you doing the Thorns build? like you were doing in your video. And I was too ashamed to admit that I was avoiding the Thorns build because it wasn't fun. I was trying to avoid it because I knew where the road would lead, because I had already played it. But I also felt bad that like I made this guide and told everybody to play it. But to be fair, like I tried some other builds and they sucked ass. So it's better to be OP than to have no damage. That's what I learned. Why can't I pray? What the heck? I learned that it's better to be OP, like, because when you're killing Zulrah and the kills are just taking forever, I'd rather just be OP and kill her in 10 seconds than it take a minute and 30 seconds each. So anyways, that was kind of just what was going on in my internal dialogue with having the full Thorns build. I was like, damn, this is like so OP that it wasn't really even fun. So I tried to avoid it. But I ended up going Thorns anyway. And then with a respec at the very end of the game to Blind Bag, which I love Blind Bag. I like it more than Thorns. Also, Thorns only breaks the content that it really just breaks like the gauntlet style stuff. It breaks any bosses that deal direct damage to you, but it doesn't really break the raids because you're not tanking the bosses. It doesn't really break Zuck because Zuck is not dealing damage to you. But it breaks like a lot of the other content in the game because it's a bit too strong. Like I said, I kind of wish they had nerfed Thorns a bit or just make it so it doesn't max hit every time. At least with Air Mage, you're still somewhat squishy. Well, are people not doing Air Mage with Thorns? I would imagine that's just the best all-around build, right? And then Water Mage if you want more survivability or just Powered Staff for more DPS. It's like, why wouldn't you pair Air Mage with Thorns? Air Mage, you need prayer bonus. Do you not get enough prayer bonus from like doesn't Justy give prayer bonus? To be fair, you don't really need defense. You don't really need a ton of defense for Thorns. You could just use a shield, like a strong shield. Air Mage with Thorns is a build I would like to try, but you just don't get the respecs to just be testing out stuff like that. So, like, I would want to be able to respec back. That's why I say if you could earn, if there was a way to earn more respecs, that would make me feel better about choosing a build that I don't know about yet. Because I know like I could at least earn enough a respec orb or something to like go back to my last build. But the fact that it's four and it's permanent and that's it, it's like, okay, you don't have room to experiment. You gotta get it right or you're screwed. You also got to think of respecking. Ooh. Yeah, lowrider. So what do you think about this? So you can know exactly what I'm thinking. I think that you should have 3 respecs, but like you have a RNG chance when you're bossing or doing raids to earn an extra orb. And the drop rate is very low, right? So imagine like just from playing the game, you could have, it's like the ones in PoE. They're like random drops. Or you know, like let's say Foe. Let's say Foe. You know how much he's playing, right? Foe and Bodhi, they got like 75,000 points. What if like those guys have earned up to like 10 respecs at this point? Right? Because of how much they've played. So you just get a couple more. If you play the game a lot, you earn a couple more respects. That kind of you just get a couple more. One every 10k points. One extra every 10k points. Something like that. Every trophy, a new respect would be cool. Well, that would give you a little bit of room to experiment a bit more if you wanted to, kind of swap your points around. I just finished my Infernal grind. Now I'm doing my first Hydra task. Brother, I'm about to be there soon, man. I bet it feels good to be on Hydra. Just knowing that your Slayer grind is nearing the end. Bro, my account is almost there, boys. We are so close. We actually have like a real life RuneScape account now. I'm 2080 skill level. Holy. I really like my first leagues, but them spoon feeding me my last 4 pack points instead of having the goal to grind for them killed my fun. What do you mean? Is that when they made that change and then you just logged into the game and then you had your last 4 points for no reason? Because that happened to me. I was like, oh, I still got to do 25 tobs to get my last point. And then I logged in and I was like, what the hell? They just gave me that last point instead of me having to do 25 tobs? I didn't like that. I should have had to do my 25 tobs. I was kind of upset about that too. They should have made me do my 25 tobs. I don't want any free points. Make me earn it. I was 36 out of 40 and needed to grind Tob, Oath Plate, Cox. They were like, nope, here's 40 out of 40. Damn. Why did they do that? Why did they give out the free points like that? Go. No poison, no poison. To be fair, Corinne got absolutely cucked on packs. Also, why would full Oath Plate be one packed? That is not fair. I feel like that's a long ass grind. It was Radiant Oath Plate at first? I did it, long ass grind. Dude. Wait, am I insane for thinking this? Why don't they calculate the average amount of time to complete a pact and try to have them all relatively in the same amount of time? Or do you think they are doing that? Because like a Vernic Treads could take you a long time too. I spooned a Vernic Treads at 75 KC. That could have been a long grind. Yo, what do you still want from Cerberus? Dude, I need the Eternal Crystal so I can finish my max treads. And then spoon Ranger Boots on my next medium clue. And then we'll be done with the max treads. Max treads on the Ironman is going to be cinema. I have a good idea too. And this is not, guys, no, this idea, this is not biased. I think you should be able to turn in three crystals from Cerberus, like 3 Pegasian crystals for 1 Eternal. And that's just off the top. I just thought of that. And that's not biased. Yo, Anirio, thank you very much for the Prime. Imagine you could turn in like yeah, that'd be like dry protection, wouldn't it, huh? I think I'm like a dry protection fan for some reason. Should be able to trade in your extra smoldering stones too. Well, you do technically need 3 smoldering stones, so I'm not sure if that is a 1-to-1, but you only need 1 Pegasian crystal. And 1 Eternal and 1 Prim. So to have more than one of those is pointless on an Ironman, but I don't know, because then I guess that would decrease, that would actually mess with the price of Prims on the Grand Exchange, right? Because then all the mains would be converting all of their crystals to Prims to sell them, which would drive the price of Prims down. Economy stuff. Unfortunate. Dry protection does scuff the economy. Or it would drive the price of the other crystals up. Ooh. Wait a second. Are we cooking with that? That is true. Maybe it wouldn't mess it up too bad. I gotta use my specs. Okay, so we did 815 and then we said plus 50. So we need to get 20 more kills for the prediction. I need a pot. I'm not potted right now. Pegasians needed a buff anyway? Are Pegasians just not strong enough, man? Have you been spooning today or not, dude? We've got nothing today. Another Pegasian crystal. That's it. It's tough out here. Ooh, Surge EP. Guys, did LMGD's subathon finally end? I swear that thing was going for... That thing was going for ages. Bro, I don't know if I could do that, guys. I don't know if I could do a week-long subathon. I might be too old for that. LMGD is just built different. Oh, you know what I did see today? I saw that Jokered was playing RuneScape again. My man was playing playing some leagues. I think he might be addicted to leagues. I think he's probably... I think he has to really be addicted to leagues if he's playing RuneScape, guys. He was doing Brimhaven Agility and Barbarian Assault on day 3. He plays 8 hours of WoW into leagues. Because I usually watch him towards the end of his stream. Because that's when I wake up. I wake up towards the end of his stream. So I saw he was playing RuneScape. Don't blame him. I'm loving leagues as well. Yeah, I was loving leagues my first from my first experience playing it as well. It was really fun. How would you guys rate this league in comparison to the other leagues? Was this the best league ever? This one or the twisted one? Yo, Sardi, how do you train your rune crafting in leagues? Orania Altar in Kandarin. I ran Pure Essence to the Orania Altar about 50 times. It's about 6k per run. Once I got to 52 rune crafting, I did the quest Final Dawn. That put me to 60 something. Because you have to do that quest anyway to unlock Doom. So you want to get to 52, then do Final Dawn. So you basically just run Rune Essence to the altar. First League was always going to be the best. They did a good job, though. Skill Tree was a fun direction. First League was the best. You think that's nostalgia talking or actual, like, they just cooked the most in that league? Everyone only had one region the entire league, Corrend. In League 1? You couldn't go anywhere but Corrend. Twisted League, it was wild. I've never heard of that. First Leagues was Corrend only, and the second one introduced 3 different area picks. Varlamore only league would be dope. Why would that be better? I was saying that they should open the whole game at some point, or allow you to at least allow you to do all the echo bosses at some point. Uh-oh. Go, 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 go. Nice. I don't dig the region choice thing. That's why I don't play leagues. I think it's cool at first, like limiting, like making you make a meaningful choice. But I like this, like, I would rather have it be, yo, what regions are you unlocking first than what regions are you going to unlock total? Because there's just so much content in the game that I wanted to play in leagues. No, nostalgia is definitely, you know, it's definitely a thing that affects people's... When people think about how good something was, they really think about the nostalgia affects that reasoning a lot. I only play leagues because RuneScape is too slow. That's fair. I like a slower paced game though. Because if you have imagine RuneScape was about the same amount of pacing as WoW. I mean, the only thing to do when you have like a WoW level pacing, which is maybe like a 10 days playtime. I'm dead. Sorry, guys. Level 2 combo flip. Level 2 combo equals death on the Sarge stream. Unbelievable. One summer pie and a house teleport. And crafting. Twisted League came, I believe, after the Swampletic series, which was massive at the time. Finally, no more League content. Let's do a little poll, actually. What you playing? Main game? Leagues? Nothing. Or neither. Guys, we have a poll right now on Twitch if you want to come answer. Very curious to see where everybody's at. What are you guys doing right now? Let's get a quick vibe check on what game you're playing. Let's see where the numbers are at on what people are doing nowadays. No, not the spider. Ooh, thank goodness. I can't play a temporary game mode. I feel no point in it. Well, the point is to get the rewards, which last permanently in the main game. I mean, that has to be it, right? Or if you're a content creator, you're just making content out of it. I think a lot of people, and I think a lot of MMO players struggle with the concept of like just having fun in a game. Like, imagine you're playing non-ranked League of Legends. You're not progressing anything, but some people are still just having fun doing that. Or like death matching Counter-Strike. You're not making permanent progress in anything. It's just a game. That's what gaming is. You're just wasting time and enjoying the time that you're wasting. So you could look at it like that too. Now, if you're playing leagues and you're not having fun because the whole time in the back of your mind, you're like, this is not permanent progress. I'm not making permanent progress. I need to make permanent progress. Then yeah, you're probably going to struggle with the idea that like you're not having fun in that moment, right? Because you're just ruining your fun by thinking that. Dragon Trophy is a huge flex on your accounts. If you think it is, then it is. Because it is to you. It's a subjective truth. A lot of times truth is subjective, you know what I mean? The crazy guy in the corner that thinks he's Batman actually thinks he's Batman. To him, that's his truth, you know? That's not your truth, but it's his. The point is, guys, if you can convince yourself of something, then it's true to you. The mind is a powerful thing. So you can talk yourself out of leagues being fun. If you have that mentality, you know, that you need to be like permanently making progress all the time. But I think sometimes it's nice to take a break from that permanent progress and just go waste some time. And for me, for 1 week of leagues, that's what I did. And it felt nice. Felt kind of nice to take a break. How many points did you get? I did about 30,000 points. 30,000 points, all 40 packs. Completed my build. I tried several different builds. I meleeed the Inferno. Unlocked all 3 zones. Learned how to do hard mode Tob. Did about 20 runs of hard mode Tob. I got 2 scythes. For me and what I wanted to do, my playthrough was complete. I played the game. I think I played about 100 hours. I ended up doing Power Thorns build for 90% of the game, and the last 10% I respect to Blind Bag. I had a great time in leagues. I made a video about it. It's up on YouTube if you're interested. Why stop leagues? I just went over that, but basically I played it all. I played every part that I wanted to. And the simplest way was I didn't have any more goals. I accomplished every goal that I wanted to accomplish. When I don't have a goal, I don't have a reason to log in. When you lose your goal, it feels very empty and hollow when you log into the game. So I had no more goals. So I just didn't have a reason to log back in. That being said, if I were to randomly come up with another goal for leagues, I'd be happy to jump back in and go after it. What's my goal on this account? Zuckhelm. Which we are very far away from. And so Zuckhelm is the big goal. But in order to get a Zuckhelm, there are hundreds of smaller goals that you need to accomplish. The goal that I'm trying to accomplish right now is getting Bis gear. And Bis gear can take up to 2 years on an Ironman if you play every day. Maybe even longer. So we're on that process of just, you know, upgrading our gear so that we can eventually go for the speed times. And one of those goals is 95 Slayer, which allows you to do every Slayer boss in the game that gives you strength upgrades. Not just like actual strength, but magic and range strength as well. So getting enough DPS upgrades is a huge part of going for a Zuck Helm. So we're in that journey, man. We're on that journey of just getting gear. We're in that pre-bis grind. Two years to reach late game? I would say 2 years to reach Grandmaster speed times. Unless you're Soyduro, you could do it in a year. In order for your account to be at the point where you can do Grandmaster speed times, you're going to need some gear. You do play all day. It's more than a normal person being a pro player. Soyduro played 8 hours a day. I think I'm averaging 10 hours a day, but it's not efficient hours. A lot of it's AFK. And some of it I'm just logged in making YouTube videos. I have at least 10 hours of just standing around being logged into the game, making YouTube videos. Just like getting B-roll footage. And then, obviously, I was AFK the entire time doing inefficient fishing during leagues. So I have a lot of my hours are just like being logged in doing nothing or like very inefficient farming. That Infernal video was well made. It brought me in here. Yo, thank you. Next Ironman YouTube video, I do one video a month. This week, this month was a leagues video, and next month we will have we'll be back on the Ironman video. So we'll have 2 months of content for that video, which would be nice. Tebow Prison? I think all roads lead to Tebow Prison at some point, right? Inevitably, you end up there. Unless you get spooned. The one item that you want to spoon is Tebow. From just what people say. And you need ZCB. Like Tebow and ZCB, I think you can do a lot of the speed times with that. You've been doing your birdhouse and farm runs? Farm runs, yeah. Birdhouse, nah, dude. We're going to do mole. We're going to farm giant mole. So I'm going to do probably like a couple of weeks or a month. I don't know how long it'll be, but we'll probably farm 10,000 Cerberus pots or at some point where we do farm run, bird run, mole, farm run, bird run, mole. And we do that for like a couple of weeks where I'm just doing that in order to get enough supplies for next. Whatever we have to do that, that's when we'll do it. Miscellaneous passive nest, it's trash. It's trash, man. You get no bird's nest from that. I have my miscellanea on. You get none. You get none from that. Trust me, I just did 2 weeks of miscellanea. I got 5. Max out the trees? Nah, I have to keep my herb lore maxed out. I have my trees on 5. You need to collect maples? I do. I have it on 5. I have maples on 5. I'm never taking my herb off of 10. You get way too many prayer pots passive from miscellanea. Let me see. Mole. Giant mole. Where's the bird's nest drop? Wait, skin and claws? Okay, you trade them in for nest. You have the mole combat achievements yet? I don't. So we're going to get those. I've never killed the mole ever. I have 0 KC. So my plan was to do like, you know, the birdhouse runs, mole, and then herb runs for several weeks where we focus it before next. But if that sucks for any reason, then we just stop killing mole and we will continue doing the birdhouse runs. And then we'll just do a raid. We'll do a raid, birdhouse run, raid, birdhouse run. Yo, Palomar, thank you for the raid. We're just talking about how the heck I'm gonna get bird nests for next, whenever we start farming next. And I don't know how many bird's nests per hour you get from killing mole, but it would be like herb run, birdhouse run, kill mole like a few times, and then go back to the other run. It's 9 herb and 6 maple for max efficiency. Should I change my miscellanea to that? Should I change miscellanea from 10 herb to should I change it from 10.5 to 9.6? On Missalina? All right, later, Palomar. Doesn't matter when you change it. Just do it before you claim it. Okay, only before claim. Got it. Star, what's your absolute favorite part of your OSRS journey? Getting the Infernal Cape. Because of how hard it was for me to get it, the amount of time that I put in towards achieving it, and the point that my account was when I got it. Because I got my Infernal Cape at 5 months into playing the game. And I started doing it well before I should have. skill-wise, gear-wise, supply-wise, everything. And on top of that, yeah, it was just rough. All that's left is to get the Tebow for the Ranger journey. Well, we still need Masori. We still need Zarite Vams in a ZCB. And a Tebow. And we need Ranger boots. And then we would have to get upgraded Masoris, which means we need Arma. And we need Dex. And we're working on the max treads right now. We got 4 Pegasian crystals, so the game is really trying to spoon feed us the Ranger arc here. You know what I mean? The game understood the assignment. We're going for the best Ranger alive build. So at least we got one thing going on for us. That's a lot of Pegasian crystals. All right, we have a maximum. I am drawing the line at like 100 Cerb kills a day, so I don't burn out on it. We have 88,000 Slayer XP to go. We're very close. I wanted to do Cerb all the way to 95 Slayer, so that I would hit 95 Slayer and then just be done with Cerberus. Hey, do you think you'll ever give RuneScape 3 a shot? That's a good question. I am planning on playing the RuneScape 3 League later this year. And I'll just play for like a few days. You know, I'll play for a week maybe. We'll see how that goes. I don't want to play the regular RuneScape 3 because it'll be too slow of progress. But League... an expedited playthrough of RuneScape 3 could be kind of fun. And leagues, the RuneScape 3 League will be happening right around I believe, the RuneFest timeframe. RuneScape 3 is already fast in itself. What, it's faster paced than old school RuneScape? It's way faster. Okay, I didn't realize that. Is the League faster as well? I came back to RS3. I got max stats and everything in 6 months. Holy. All right, so maybe it'll just be a couple day playthrough of the RuneScape 3 leagues. A 100 Hydra kills equals 11 mil. What are you trying to say? Hydra puts out a bunch of money? I've made 50 mil off of Cerberus. Hydra's that money printer? Let's go, man. Let's go. I'll take some money. $50 million for 855 kills? Yeah, it's because I'm getting... Imagine if I had a bunch of Prim crystals. Prim crystal is the only thing that is good money off this guy. A lot of people get like 4 or 5 dupe Prims before they green log. That is not the case for me over here. I think Pegasian Crystal is the worst one. And Smoldering. I got 2 and 4 of those. 1 Prim. So my my RNG is a bit low here for money-wise, I guess. On the dupers. Start a new account? I thought about it. You're gonna get a membership for 3 days of leagues? What are you talking about? I already have a membership. Don't even... Is the RuneScape 3 membership separate? Oh, it's the same? Yeah, I said, like, what are you talking about? What are we even saying? Dang it. Teleport. Green letters caught me off guard there. It's the same, guys. We all have access to... Everyone has access to RS3. I love my RS3 account. Something about having a really old account in a video game is, you know, it's kind of like, were you guys around, you know, when Steam IDs were a big flex and everyone would flex if they had like a 5-digit Steam ID or 6-digit Steam ID and they were selling for, you could sell them for a good bit of money? Like having an old account in itself is like worth a certain amount of value to people. I just got 2 pieces of Gilded and 1 Elite Clue. Let's go. You the modern day Zazima? No. Wait, what? The modern day Zazima would be what? Like Fast 07? Zazima has a girlfriend, though? I don't believe that. The Zazima I know doesn't have time for XP loss. Why do you say Zazima like that? That's how it's said. Guys, the only true way to say Zazima is how you said it when you were 12 years old, when you found out who that was, and you read it for the first time, and you're like, that's how I read it at that moment. Okay? And so you're just remembering that moment. And I remember when I was 12 and I looked at the high scores and I saw Zazima's name at the top. That's how I pronounced it. So that's how it's always going to be pronounced to me. Is the 12-year-old version of how I said it. I could care less how everybody else pronounces it. He'll be Zazima in my mind forever. Same thing with R. Dougie. Nobody agrees on how to pronounce that thing. I pronounce it like you too. Hell yeah, brother. Rise up. Ardoon, Ardoin, Ardugny. Ardouge. Artie. However you say it, that's how it's said. Am I right? Since Jagex is British, you know the pronunciation of anything in the game is absolutely effed. Are British people just catching strays? Left and right over here? What am I doing? I have teleports. I don't need to go to my house. I don't need summer pies. All right, chat. 5 more. This will probably be the last trip right here. Assuming we get 5 kills at least for the prediction. I wonder how many extra kills my slaughter bracelets have got. Oh, I had 4. So close to 20. Actually, 21. I've gotten 21 extra kills from so far. Dude, you had Cerberus spawns so fast, man. Love it. What about Core Blimey? What's up with that? Don't know anything about that. Chat, we got 4 more kills. What should we do after this? We're going to change up the activity. What do you guys think's the best thing for me to do, huh? What should I do after this? Solo Cox, Yama. $99 agility? I'm busy that day. Yeah, I got a bunch of things to do. I won't be able to participate, unfortunately. But just know that I do want to. It's just like I can't. I'm busy that day. Please die. Please die. Please die. Kind of tough when you get 2 sets of ghosts from the same kill. It just crushes your supplies. When your deeps is just bad. Thought you got prims already? I haven't got Eternals, though. How am I going to get max treads without Eternals? We need the full bis. So Palomore's almost done with Yama, huh? I told him I'd do some Yamas with him on Wednesday if he's not finished with it. I do need to get back into the yams. He's like 4 shards away from being done. He's almost done getting boosted for shards. I wonder at what point you stop getting boosted, or if you run with anybody with a mega rare, you're always getting boosted no matter what. There's got to be a line on like when you're not getting boosted at some point though. If anyone's doing more damage than you, are you getting boosted? When you're the one doing the boosting? That's a good point. Have you enjoyed starting this game as an Iron? No. It was miserable. Am I glad I did it now? Yeah, but I'm past the miserable part. And now I'm happy I did it, but it was miserable. So there's always that. If you have like a long-term outlook on this game, like you're gonna be playing for a really long time, I think Iron ultimately is the way to go. But if you're just trying to figure out if you want to play RuneScape, I'm kind of on board with the idea of starting on a main to experience the game first to see if you're gonna like it or not. And you're less likely to quit because things are taking too long. And then you might be like, all right, I've decided I do want to play this game. And then you can run it back on an Iron, or you could even do like a hardcore Ironman. So like my ultimate idea of like how if I could have, I don't know if I would change it. I kind of like being an Ironman, but I feel like Ironman could have been my second playthrough. Or what I could have done was I could have done a main, accelerated through the skills and the bossing, and I could just be like, I could have just sprinted on a main towards Zuckhelm, and then as soon as I got it, I could have ran it back on a hardcore Iron, right? And so there's different ways of looking at it, and then I wouldn't be too upset if I died on my hardcore because I don't have an Ironman yet. If I die on a hardcore, I feel like that account is useless. Because I already have an Iron and a main. Like, what am I gonna do with the dead hardcore now? Right? Nothing. I'm gonna die. No shot this guy dies. I gotta go. All right, that was 865 Cerberus kills. No Eternal Crystal. We have 72 more kills to go on this task, which we could either bank it and we could do like some really fast bursting tasks for the 80k, or we just keep sending Cerbs. tomorrow. But for the rest of the stream, view results of the poll. Most people are back to the main game as of now on my stream. It looks like. And I would imagine that this number continues to go up the longer that Leagues is out. You'll start to see more people come back to the main game. I think that once everybody starts to get around the 100 hours point in Leagues, they'll probably start coming back to the main game, I imagine. Like every day that goes on, there'll be just more people that start to come back because they'll finish up their League journey, right? Unless they decide to do an alt, which I don't know if Leagues is a big alt thing. But I did see that Foe started another alt. Or started an alt in Leagues. Most people on the main game never started Leagues. I'm sure they did. I'm sure a lot of people played Leagues. That's what I did. On my main, I got to CG, then created a hardcore iron, then used my main to trial and error things as I needed. I like that. I like that sequence of starting RuneScape. You start in a main, then you do a hardcore Ironman, which inevitably probably will die. And then you just turn that into a normal Ironman. And then once you feel like you've learned the game on the main and the Ironman, then you could run back like a hardcore group Ironman. That would be like my ideal like progress of the game. My first Leagues playthrough, I only played for maybe 10 hours. This time I'm 4 days played. Let's go. You're having a good time then. That's all that matters. Then you just keep running back hardcore Ironmans forever. Probably true. All right. Let's do a poll. New poll. What do? We don't even have to do solo. We could do group raids. It doesn't matter to me. We could play with some gamers. We could play with some people from the guild. Who do? I mean, what do? What else do I need? I need Cloth from Doom. Cox, TOA, Yama, Doom, Bandos, maybe? Bandos just doesn't give good account progress, though. I mean, BGS, but like... How about the Nightmare boss? That doesn't give me really anything good either, huh? And I don't have a great crush weapon for it. Probably just these four, I would think. We'll end up at Nightmare, but... Fang or Boppers? We could use Fang or Boppers. Dude, guys, I need Dex and Lightbearer, okay? I need Dex, Lightbearer, Oathplate, Cloth. These are the things I need. Can't play the game without them. Tob, Scythe. I'm not getting a Scythe. But we could do Tob, but I'd have to get carried. Well, it wouldn't be like crazy carry, but we'd have to have people that know what they're doing. But I would love to run Tob after I have Dex and Lightbearer. You know what I mean? All right. What should I do? Prediction up on Twitch. Need the light bearer? Is light bearer really that good, do you think? Oh, I could do Vardorvis too. Vardorvis is a big upgrade. What do you use Lightbearer for instead of the Ring of Shadows crafted ones? Give up and kill Scurious. That's a take right there. I don't know if we're doing that. Solo Tob, I can't do. I don't have the athletic ability, the cyber athletic ability, nor the gear to do that, I don't think. You would, your light bearer is Cox, which is your next stop. I am going to pretend I know what that means, Five Worlds. I think there's some kind of typo in that one. Lightbearer makes Cox really nice because you'll always have Dragon Warhammer specs for Ulm. True. Do you really use Lightbearer in Solo Cox? Oh, mobile. I understand. Dragon pick in the box. LB is useless for Tob though, because you want melee damage. All right, let's see here. TOA. All right, looks like it's gonna be a TOA angle. We'll get a couple TOAs in here. In the poll, new poll. Solo or viewer raids tonight? Chat controls the stream. What are we doing, boys? Solo or viewer raids? It's going to be a close one, it looks like. It's going to be a close one. You should really solo until Lightbearer so it's guaranteed. Solo if you want loot. Why is solo more points? Is that actually true? What's your highest solo TOA? Maybe 400? It's not, but if you get a purple, at least you know it's yours. Okay. Good tunes, yo. Thank you, Ernest. $350 solo. I don't think I haven't done a solo TOA in a long time, actually. Perfect goal, no more leagues. We beat leagues, brother. We graduated. We're back to the main. I didn't have any desire in Dragon Cup or making an alt, so I have no more goals left in leagues. I beat all my goals. Have you done a solo 400? Yeah. There's no reward for solo 400, right? Could I possibly do... Is there a reward for a 450? There's a reward for 425. What's the 425? Ward kit, but you need arcane sigil? Trash. $450 is the pet mog. I don't have the pet. So I would have to do a 500. I'm waiting for Dex and Lightbearer to try for a 500 solo. So at this point, we're just waiting for gear so that we can do content. Ironman hype. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 prayer pots. $345 is highest chance for Lightbearer. You about a solo TOA? Yeah, chat voted TOA for the content, and solo is at 60% right now. I just let the chat control the stream sometimes, and that's what people voted, so that's what we do. Whatever gets the ring. Hey, where'd you get your angler for leagues? Transmute your shark up. Has to be raw. I think I'm chilling with these. We could just start with the 345 solo, and then I could do like an insanity. We could bump it to 400 if we wanted. 410s seem pretty easy. It's just, all you do is you're just adding insanity. I am a little bit worried about my DPS at the end on a 400 with Bofa, since you're missing a tick on insanity. You're only getting 2 out of 3 attacks. But actually, no, that's not the bad part. You're okay in the execute window. Okay, I think I can pre-pot antidote and ranged, then deposit these, and then bring 1 extra prayer pot. What is this Karambwan doing in my inventory? Should be a super combat. Is there no mage helm? It's such a small DPS increase that I just don't bring it. Dude, I haven't done this room in a long time. I'm 100% dead. Not bad. Not the cleanest, but we got it done. That room used to wreck me on solo, actually. I haven't done a solo TOA in a long time. Also, really quickly, I need to change this to that. There we go. Damn, what's the play here? Yellow? I forgot Bone Dagger. This is gonna suck. I haven't done solo TOA in a really long time, so I messed up the inventory pretty bad. Hopefully Fang damage still carries without it. This is super chill just doing a solo, man. You don't have to worry about Palomore asking me level 2 cognitive questions. It's kind of nice. No vaguely gay questions. Nice. All right, I guess my character is just going to stop right there. No problem. It's not like that's going to cause me to take a ton of damage for absolutely no reason or anything like that. You know what I mean? Oh, should I thrall? Did I not have a single thrall Aboba? We got to get the Abobas back, man. Where's our Aboba gamers? Where's nice thralls? Nice cosmetic thralls? Where are those guys at? They must be asleep. Oh shit, you soloing? Yeah, we're giving a little solo TOA a shot here. I think you go left and then go right to avoid this room. If I'm not mistaken. I accidentally stepped on that. Guys, how sick would a TOA be with no puzzle room? You guys ever thought about that? Every day of my life, I think about that. Guys, Cox no prep, TOA no puzzle. Hey, at least we're getting that on Raids 4, right? Cox no prep is already a thing. Not for me. am I going that way? Oh, I wasted my Void Waker specs. Because you actually do not want to kill him fast in P1. Because then you have to tank the melee mob. You don't want to do that. You want to set up the trap. There we go. Now we push. Easy. Might be time to start bringing surge pots too. No. I made a mistake. Death charge could be good too, actually. This is a very bad knockback, actually. That was not what I wanted. I wanted all these in the back. Shit. Well. Red click almost killed me there. Title should be boosted. Iron tries a solo TOA. Nah, I just don't really like lying to people. I'm just kind of a truthful person. Thrall's a boba. My thrall timer is right here, so you can see that my thrall is up. It's shooting. There's the bolt from it. I just have them hidden, so you can see right here my thrall timer has 22 more seconds on it. Dead? Nice. Easy power angle. And we have 4 prayer pots left-ish. Surely we won down this. And we place, rotate. Oh no. Do we still 1 down? No. I was too worried about dodging the beam. And then I got hit by it anyways. I'm not getting hit by that beam. There we go. Okay, I'm going to try to butterfly. It's going to be really scuffed though. GG's in advance. I'm terrible at this. That was good enough. That's good for me. Should be a 4-banger here. Twinkie from Canada. But lost. Did you get Eternals? No. Unfortunately. Oh, wait. I've never done this one before. That's a yellow click. I'm dead. Unfortunate. Have the good timing, but the click accuracy is struggling. I don't know if you can get it back once you mess it up. Maybe? No, because he doesn't go far enough. It's kind of tragic. So do I pre-swap? No, I can't do it while I'm have this mechanic, right? I guess you can because you're moving 2 tiles at a time, but I've not practiced that, and if I get hit, I'll die right now. Now I could go though. But it's counterclockwise? So this way? Big chillin'. Dude, Fang specs might be the best for this guy. No cap. Just really strong one hits. No cappuccino. The real question is, do I time this? Do I do a 35-minute raid as a solo? It seems like group raids are faster. I went the wrong way. Go this one. Claws is better, but Fang is fine. I think Claws is only better if you claw on the last hit where it's about to transition. But yeah, I think you're cooking with that. No Bone Dagger for Zebek is kind of rough. Tough solve, actually. Kind of a tough one. Back in the day, I probably would have died here. Another solver soon? Easy solver here. We'll go left because wave and hem should be coming from right, I think. I remember the strongest monster was the Calfight Queen. The game has evolved since then, my friend. Calfight Queen is no longer that guy. Bro, does anybody remember that raid that we did with like Oda and Tasty and Sync, where we made them all use like bone weapons and mutts? They could only use bone weapons in here. That was kind of funny. That was a throwback memory. The bone and salmon raid. Even Showback was there, yeah. I'm gonna deposit the Fang. Put my Void Waker up here. We're gonna claim life. I gotta hurry. Okay, let's go. Hey, yo, Zane, thank you very much for that. For the Prime, my friend. Been loving the OSRS journey? Yo, thank you. What's the max on this? I can't get hit for 63, right? All right, we amber that. We don't lose any DPS. Best usage of amber is right there. You know what's crazy? After using 1-tick powered staff in leagues, the 3-tick feels slow. Wow, on slash has a one higher hit. No DDSer, by the way. I think you kind of want... You might want a DDSer in solo. I don't know. I haven't done this in so long. On solo, I don't have a good inventory save for it, I guess. I might amber again so that I don't lose DPS. Do like one pink. Now with League, yes sir, we finished. We beat everything we wanted to do in League. So we have no more goals over there in League right now. I'll probably just amber again, yeah, so I don't lose deeps. Go ahead and resalt here. That was a little sketch because I clicked off my prayer. Sometimes I do that. Okay, we're gonna broge. I think using amber in P1 and 2 like this is the best usage. Because that way you never have even 1 second of your stats being brewed down. We still 3 down, so it doesn't really matter that we didn't have a DDSer, I guess. You can do it with brews if you time it right. I do not have that timing down yet. There is a chance, though, even if you sip on that timer, if your auto lines up with it, that you get 1 auto attack with a slightly brewed down. Super min-maxy, but... I have no reason for the I have no reason for the Ambrosias unless I'm on Insanity. If I was on Insanity, I would save them. But there's just no way I'll use a... I'll need an Ambrosia on normals. $35 is not happening, unfortunately. Damn. Should I Quadra Voidwaker at the start of, Maybe that'll help? Could be a DPS loss, though, if I do it. I don't do it efficiently. Really? Really? I got robbed. I got robbed on my last 4 hits. That is crazy. That is crazy, guys. I got robbed so hard there, man. No way, bro. I did not think the 35-minute timer was going to be that close on a solo. I've never really done a solo with my current gear, but we clear the time in group and I've got the best gear in the group. So I figured if it was just me, I would also clear the timer. That is not the case. Maybe Bone Dagger would help. Yeah. We gotta edit the gear a bit. Take off more overlords? It's not on. Two down versus 3 down is a big time ad. I'm not gonna 2 down even if I bring a DDSer. 3 down is for points. Where's your Fang? I put it into the bank before I go to Warden because I need the extra inventory slot to pull out more pots. That's what I usually do. Trap at P2 on Kefri instead of P1? Then the thing is going to roam free. Bank Yellow Karis, Void Wakers only. I think that having the Yellow Karis is good. Just for an emergency. Mining the obelisk twice did actually cause me a small setback. That was not good. That was like 30 seconds. I like 350 insanities. No timer. I mean, that's 15 points for a timer. I mean, 40-minute. Boulder Dash is 10 points. Skull skipping is more points or less points? Wait, more overloads is on? I thought it was off. Hmm. I mean, if we did insanity, you turn off Overlord. And timer. You do 365. not gonna do softcore. I'm not. If I die, I don't want to. Oh, dying lowers your percentage of getting loot too much. I don't think it's worth pushing past 350s without shadow. The only part of Insanity that sucks is skulls. I don't do skulls on Insanity. I skip them. I mean, we could try a 375. 375 40 minute. Let's run that. Bone Dagger. Let me swap up my inventory a little bit. All right, we'll do a prediction. Do I time this 375? Do I time / finish this 375 solo? Yes or no? 10-minute prediction, go. It's on 40 minutes, by the way, the timer. Okay, boys. I can already tell you where you will fail. You don't know how to run last row. Your both will flop and waste 35 minutes. True. Ugh. But what if the Bofa doesn't flop? And we do big damn in the last row. Isn't I more DPS? Not without confliction gauntlets, I think. It's crazy how OP those things are. The gauntlets. I got robbed on my click there. I think I might die here. We're gonna have to yellow Karis, unfortunately. All right, good patience there, not killing melees. That's like the biggest bait in the monkey room is like people, when I used to kill the melees, and then I realized you just kill all the melees with the exploding ones that come in the next wave. And I think that was a good usage of a yellow. I was kind of following behind there. How many spec do I need to wait for a bone dagger? $75? I'll just use it when it's up, I guess. Oh, bone effect has to be first hit. So it's already wasted. Could be a rip then. You can still hit with it, it's just low accuracy. Yeah, at this point, he's already 50%. I might as well just rip a Voidwaker specs. It's a transition. If you mess up, that's kind of what used to happen to me before. If I would mess up the monkey room in the front, then I wouldn't have bone dagger spec. So you kind of have to nail the monkey room so that you don't have to yellow Karis. That didn't seem that bad though. I think Fang just kind of carries in this room regardless. I am kind of screwed in Kefri though because I didn't pre-pot anti-poison. I just noticed that. Doing all of Kefri with no anti-poison is going to be rough. Worst comes to worst, you could just redemption. Okay. I'm already planning on saving my yellow Karis for this room now. Which is not great for the prayer pot situation. I'll do one Void Waker off the rip. And then I will save the rest. Okay, so this time we're not going to trap and see how that goes. Can I just kill these? And then I won't get poisoned? Oh, I got poisoned. Wait, there's no bug there. Where's the bug? That extra bug right there is Overlord only? All right, got it trapped now. Yo, killing the swarms with yellow is actually a great shout. That heals for a good bit. Well, we're gonna get one bug here. Oh, I just noticed I have one less prayer pot. Because I have a bone dagger. I was wondering, like, where's my prayer pots at? The situation's looking scarce. I have 3 prayer pots for the rest of the whole run. Might get a juice or chaos? Maybe. I think I just have to go without offensive prayer for a bit. Yeah, double Void Waker on the last phase is the play, huh? Holy crap. This guy gets blasted. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Try lazy flicking? I could. I think we're fine with power, right? I could have got that inventory slot back there. Yo, how early in your Ironman did you hit Barrows and what did you use to kill them? Airstrike. I think I used Chaos Airstrike with the Chaos Gauntlets. And I maybe did like 30 Barrows runs and then I left. I didn't get any items. I went straight to Moons and skipped all the Barrows gear. And I did Moons with like full rune and a steel ring and a rune kite shield. And a DDSer. No tank armor? No. We didn't have a single piece of tank armor. Just all rune. It was like full rune plate, a DDSer, and a steel ring. The steel ring was what really put me over the edge. It didn't feel as good without the steel ring, so... That's the first time I've made it that far to where he did that special attack. Ooh. Not bad, though. I didn't realize it was a 5er. Not the greatest for me there. Not the greatest. Should have checked that. I should have looked. I don't really have the juice to be able to Karis anymore. So I think we're actually just going to yellow pot. I need like one prayer pot for Zebek. Like one prayer pot for Zebek. Clockwise. So like this. Oops, other side. Okay. And we're actually going to have to yellow into a pink. And I think I'm just going to save all my Fang specs for the Enrage part here. And we go right in for it. What is that? Rip my life, bro. Spicy for no reason. The no reason Spicer. All right, we actually ended up with enough prayer. I was sweating the prayer a little bit too hard, I think. We have 2 full pots for Zebek. Oh, I forgot the water container. All right. See, guys, that's what happens when I go to a level 2 thought. No level 2 thinking when we're in the raid. Gotta lock in. Good, we still 2 down, and we have salt in 1 minute. Oh, I forgot to bone dagger. God dang it, bro. And it does not hit. I suck so bad at this game, guys. Fuck. Dude, I haven't bone daggered in 6 months. I swear. I literally did not use my bone dagger at all this run. Not a single time. I sucked. I remembered literally right after my Bofa shot went off. I remembered it. It was too late at that point, though. Dude, we got to do this solver. Damn, bro. We had to do this solver while running from the hems. Spicy solves today. Bofa is not planking, though, this run, so that's good. Kind of online. All right, no spice right here, no spice. Big chill. No worries, mate. My thralls are hidden. They're online. Did you finish leagues? Yes, sir. Loved it, man. Had such a blast playing leagues. So trying to get that cup. Good luck, my friend. Dragon Cup is going to be lit. That's a lot of points, bro. I believe, though. I believe. Okay, dorky. Life. Only one ambrosia. I might keep the bone dagger on me. Is this with insanity? Yeah. We are not going to be doing the ambrosia tech with this one, boys. Which means we're going to be a little bit brewed down here. Hopefully we don't take another orb. We might, actually. 6 yellows for that first for P1. You done with leagues? Yes, sir. We beat it. Okay, I gotta lock in, guys. I gotta lock in here for insanity. We need some big damage. Where's my weapon? No! Oh god, I hope we still 3 down here. This is gonna be bad. Surely we 3 down here. Actually, I don't know. It's gonna be very close. No! Oh no. I'm so screwed, guys. Those 2 auto attacks screwed me. I'm dead. Bruh. Oh, man. That's a no on the prediction. God dang it. I don't know what happened. I actually don't know what happened. I just blacked out. I blacked out. I couldn't remember what was the next one. That's never happened to me before. That's actually the very first time that that's happened to me. I don't actually know what happened. I could not remember. Oh, I was thinking in my head about the technique to remember which way to go next when the skulls happened, and I wasn't paying attention to the actual left, right, left. That's kind of what I was thinking. Yo, Pabs, thank you very much for the prime. I appreciate that. All right, I'm going to take off Insanity. It's a bit too late to do that. Bit too late for Insanity for me, boys. I think we could do the 35-minute, though. And Overlords is not bad. It's just one bug. Just going to send the 345er. Did you look at the hands? Nah. What plugin generates your percentages for like loot? Like your chance of getting loot? Let's see. Do we get a purple this run? Let's do a new predict. All right, boys. Do we get a purple? On this run, we're doing 345. No insanity. And this time I'm going to use my bone dagger. Hopefully. I think. And we're going to pre-pot an antidote. Let's do that. There we go. Okay. And I'm supposed to bring one pink. There we go. Nearby chest contains some of your items. I'm going to drop 2 pots, pick these up. Go. Deposit these. We are doing 345 invos right now, critical. 345ers. Trying to get a light bear. I have no fang. We need to exit. Or do I die? I don't know what to do. I think I need to finish this room and then exit, right? Or can I exit right now? Just finish and exit? I'm gonna have to use this. Book of the Dead, you could telly out. Okay, cool. And give me the quest cape. That's not a quest cape. That is not a quest cape. Yeah, I usually deposit my Fang to get one extra inventory slot, but then I died and I just got thrown off and I forgot it. I can't believe I planked on insanity like that. What the hell? I went to cog level 2 internally. That's what happened. So we wheeled a Vernic. Withdraw 1 range pot. That's -2 prayer pots, by the way. So Ripsky. Okay. I should not have ported out because that lost me 2 prayer pots. I could have grabbed the 2 prayer pots and then exited. Dang. I'll try to remember for next time. Join or form a party. All right, we make the party. Let's get it. Surely we get a purple here, right, guys? We're going to use the bone dagger. We're going to do everything correctly. Not going to die. Not bad. I think it's better to use yellows here. And then repot, and then we bone dagger. Okay, repot into bone dagger. Good. Takes a minute to get back into like the rhythm of the solos, you know what I mean? You haven't done them in a while? If you've only done group content, you try to just go into a solo, I swear it's different. Takes you like a couple runs to just get back in it. I'm starting to hate CG. I'm at 500 KC and still need 2 armor seeds. Yeah, brother. That welcome to CG, man. It's ruthless like that. I could do 1 Void Waker spec right here. That was worth. Clean. We're getting better. Time feels good. Time feels good on this one. What did I put it back down to 35, right? Okay, yeah, we have to lock in. We need a fast run here, no mistakes. I failed the 35-minute timer on the last one because I 2-downed in the one of the puzzle in the mining room. I didn't use Bone Dagger. And I took a little bit of too much time when I was sorting my bag. So as long as we don't do those things, we should time on the 35-minute here. Okay, going across. Get a link to your blind bag build. ! Melee in the Twitch chat. It is a max DPS melee blind bag build. You can run on tiles for that puzzle. You don't have to step on each one. I don't understand what you're saying with that, but I'll try to think about it. Where you left click the tombstone thing and it lights up the tiles? You can just run on... I know. I guess I don't understand what you mean by you could just run on the tiles. I would have to watch it back and you'd have to try to break that down for me, what I'm doing wrong there. This is a yellow Karis angle. Try to heal up off of some of these, maybe. I got some decent heals there. Run by 2 tiling instead of going on each tile. Yes, I do know how to 2 tile in that room if it's available. If it's... Oh. Are you saying that I don't have to do 1 through 5 as long as I hit any of them? Or no? Oh, that's a different puzzle. Bro, I potted just in case that was going to go off there. I tell you what, after the stream, we'll watch it back. Maybe you guys can help me with visualize what you're saying, because right now I'm clueless. Appreciate the help though, guys. I did not have to yellow Karis yet, which is good. The swarm last hits were kind of carrying there. You're stopping on the tile instead of just sprinting over it. You're saying that my true tile doesn't have to land on it? As long as I just run over it? Oh, okay, okay. That makes sense. That's weird, though. I didn't know that. Two salts. Let's go. Easy. This has got to be the tech. You grab this mirror to the right when you first go in, and then you go left. This is what I've been missing this whole time. This is the tech I've been needing. No, don't pick that up. Minus 4 ticks. Nope. That's super bad. I took 2 hits and now I'm behind. Damn it. It's going to be a 2 down. Dude, this is like minus 1 minute. This is bad. Oh, it's going to be so close now on the timer. So 4 banger. I'm dead. I'm dead. Please. Oh, fuck. Panic. Drink. That was bad. We are no Cerberus left. I just drank all of them. Not bad there. Not bad there. Clutched up at the end. Good little movement right there from left to right. All right, boys. We need a perfect Zebek here. Because I'm going to open with the Bone Dagger. Which means I won't have yellow Karis for a bit. Which means I've no mistakes or it's over. That is a big bone, though. Hopefully we're shredding here. The easy solver. No spice on that. No? Hell is this game, bro? Why did I get the worst RNG ever right there? Can yellow carry soon. Holy. That was actually a really hard Zebig. Whew, okay. Yeah, we could take one hit and then amber here. We're gonna amber this. Hopefully it doesn't hit for 64. Hits for like 40 something. Almost skipped that. Salting. Good comms, good comms. This time, hopefully, we're not going to punch the skull and lose our 2 phase. You end up finishing Doom? Nah, we still need the cloth. Still have no No cloth, no light bearer, no dex. All really big upgrades for me. Come on, big pump right here. Big pump. Oh yeah, we easy 2 down this one. Oh, no, Vernick. Yikes. I didn't see it down there at the bottom of my inventory. Yeah, that's why the inventory management, whenever you can squeeze in inventory management to make sure you put everything next to each other for easy swaps, it's like, that's what I'm getting better at now, is trying to notice my prearrange the inventory to make the swaps easier. There we go. See, the salt is not supposed to be up in that spot. That's why it's pushing the Avernic down here. So that's a rookie mistake right there. What are we thinking, chat? 8 minutes? 8 minutes for this last guy. Oh, wow. Well, maybe we should lock in. How is this run so much faster? I even 2 down the puzzle room again. Oh, you guys are telling me I should be skipping those for more points? Kind of meh without insanity? Yeah, that was more points, all right. Oh, I was wondering, like, I was thinking, oh, it's going to take longer because Insanity's not on. Oh, man. 1 for 3 on solo TOAs tonight. That's tough. Hopefully it's good entertainment, though, right? It's boring if I just kill everything and I don't die every now and then, right? So, you know, naturally, I'm just an entertainer at the end of the day, guys. That's all you can say. You know what I mean? You guys wouldn't be sitting there laughing at me if I wasn't dying every now and then. I would prefer not dying and you get Shadow or a Light Bearer. Nah, because then if I get all the items, then I have nothing to do. Right? And then it's like, what do I do then? The longer it takes me to get the items, the better. Think about it, guys. Look at skill specs. Would it be entertaining if he just killed everybody all the time? No. Why do you think he dies all the time? It's not because he's bad at the game. He's an entertainer. Think about it. You know what actually killed me there? I went to put on my overhead at the exact time I needed to be clicking. I literally was clicking, spamming click, and I'm like, oh, I got time to put on my overhead, right? Click, and I was already dead. The one tick I clicked my overhead is right when it expired. Should have ignored the overhead. That was tough. But now I know, now I know the timing. Now that you played OSRS for a while, where do you land on the idea of untradeable dry protection for CG similar to what Yama has? Untradeable dry protection. Yes, but that's too hard to code for Jagex. Untradeable dry protection. Then they would have to... Well, what do you mean? You mean like shards? Like using the Yama system at CG? I think I'm more on the side now of after you do 100 CGs, you unlock Echo CG and you can skip the prep. But it's a harder boss. It's like 3 tiers. Kind of like Yama at 100, you get a death charge or whatever. I think that would be kind of cool. Oath plate shards are untradeable dry protection. I think CG no prep would be sick after you unlock it. Maybe trade 50 armor seeds for an enhance. There's no way you're ever getting 50 armor seeds. That is not happening. Guys, I am cooked. Solo TOAs has pretty much cooked me. Getting to P3 twice and then dying. So that's an hour of raids with no loot. So I'm pretty cooked. I'm gonna call it there. We'll raid Brett Dog. I raided with him the other day. He's a really nice guy. He pops in the stream sometimes. So make sure you follow Brett Dog, your local doggy VTuber. Le legend. Guys, queue up a bald raid in the chat for me one time for the one time. And when we go to Brett Dog's chat, just type in bald raid when we get over there. I'll be back tomorrow for raid. We're doing raids tomorrow with the boys, I believe, at 5 p.m. CST. So hopefully we get some good gear from the raids tomorrow. If you want to watch that, I'll be live at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. And I will see you all then. Be nice to people. Bald raids in the chat. We're going over in 3, 2, 1. Peace.